Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola. Translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6, Part 2. The table was rapidly filling. It contained 22 places. At first nothing was heard but a loud clattering of knives and forks, the gormandizing of big fellows whom 13 hours' daily work incessantly rendered hungry. Formerly the employees had been allowed an hour for meals, which had enabled them to go to a cafe and take their coffee, and they would then dispatch their dinner in 20 minutes, anxious to get into the street. But this excited them too much. They came back careless, their minds bent on other things than business. And so the managers had decided that they should not go out, but pay an extra 3 halfpence for a cup of coffee if they wanted one. So now they were in no hurry, but prolonged the meal, being in no wise anxious to go back to work before time. Between their big mouthfuls a great many read newspapers which they had folded and placed against their bottles. Others, their first hunger satisfied, talked noisily, always returning to the eternal grievance of the bad food, to the money they had earned, to what they had done on the previous Sunday, and what they were going to do on the next one. "I say, what about your Robineau?" a salesman suddenly asked Hutin. The struggle between the men of the silk department and their second hand occupied all the counters. The question was discussed every evening at the Café Champ-Roche until midnight. Hutin, who was busy with his piece of beef, contented himself with replying, "Well, he's come back." Then suddenly getting angry, he resumed, "But confound it, I really believe they've given me a slice of donkey. It's become disgusting, my word of honor." "You needn't grumble," said Favier. "I was flat enough to ask for skate. It's putrid." They were all speaking at once, some complaining and some joking. At a corner of the table, against the wall, sat Deloche, silently eating. He was afflicted with a ravenous appetite, which he had never been able to satisfy, and not earning enough to afford any extras, he cut himself huge chunks of bread, and bolted even the least savory platefuls with a gormandizing air. They all laughed at him, crying, "Favier, pass your skate to Deloche. He likes it like that. And your meat, Hutin. Deloche wants it for his dessert." The poor fellow shrugged his shoulders and did not even reply. It wasn't his fault if he was dying of hunger. Besides, the others might abuse the food as much as they liked. They swallowed it all the same. But a low whistle stopped their talk. Mouret and Bourdoncle were in the corridor. For some time the complaints had become so frequent that the principals pretended to come and judge the quality of the food themselves. They gave 30 sous a head per day to the chief cook, who had to pay for everything, provisions, coal, gas, and staff, and they displayed a naive astonishment when the food was not good. That very morning even, each department had deputed a spokesman. Mignon and Léonard had undertaken to speak for their comrades. And so, in the sudden silence which fell, all ears were cocked to catch the conversation going on in the next room, which Mouret and Bourdoncle had just entered. The latter declared the beef excellent, and Mignon, astounded by this quiet assertion, was repeating, "But chew it, and see," whilst Léonard, attacking the skate, gently remarked, "But it stinks, sir." Mouret thereupon launched into a cordial speech. He would do everything for his employees' welfare. He was their father, and would rather eat dry bread himself than see them badly fed. "I promise you to look into the matter," he said in conclusion, raising his voice so that they might all hear it from one end of the passage to the other. The noise of the knives and forks commenced once more. "Yes, reckon on that, and drink water," Hutin muttered. They're not stingy of fine words. You want some promises? There you are. But all the while they continue feeding you on old boot leather and chuck you out like dogs." The salesman who'd already questioned him thereupon repeated, "You say that Robineau," but a clatter of heavy crockery ware drowned his voice. The men changed their plates themselves, and the piles at both ends were diminishing. When a kitchen help brought in some large tin dishes, Hutin cried out, "Baked rice! This is a finisher!" "Good for a pennyworth of gum," said Favier, serving himself. Some liked it, but others thought it too sticky. Those who were plunged in the fiction of their newspaper, not even knowing what they were eating, remained silent. All, however, mopped their foreheads, and the narrow cellar-like apartment filled with a ruddy vapor, whilst the shadows of the passers-by continually passed like black bars over the littered tables. "Pass Deloche the bread!" cried one of the wags. Each one cut a piece, and then again dug the knife into the loaf up to the handle, and the bread still went round. "Who'll take my rice for a dessert?" all at once asked Hutin. And when he had concluded his bargain with a short, thin young fellow, he attempted to sell his wine also, but no one would take it, as it was known to be detestable. "As I was telling you, Robineau is back," he continued, amid the crossfire of laughter and conversation that went on. "Oh, his affair is serious. Just fancy, he's been leading the saleswomen astray. Yes, and he gets them cravats to make." "Silence," muttered Favier. "They're just judging him." And with a wink he called attention to Boutmont, who was walking up and down the passage between Mouret and Bourdoncle, all three absorbed in an animated conversation, carried on in a low tone. The dining room of the managers and second hands happened to be just opposite, and so, on seeing Mouret pass, Boutmont, having finished his meal, had got up to relate the affair and explain the awkward position he was in. The other two listened, still refusing to sacrifice Robineau, a first-class salesman who dated from Madame Edouin's time. But when Boutmont came to the story of the neckties, Bourdoncle got angry. Was this fellow mad to interfere with the saleswomen and procure them extra work? The house paid dearly enough for the women's time. If they worked on their own account at night, they must work less during the daytime in the shop. That was certain. Therefore it was a robbery. They were risking their health, which did not belong to them. No, the night was intended for sleep. They must all sleep, or they would be sent to the right-about. "Things are getting rather warm," remarked Hutin. Each time the three principals passed the dining room, the shopmen watched them, commenting on their slightest gestures. The baked rice, in which a cashier had just found a brace button, was momentarily forgotten. "I just heard the word cravat," said Favier, and you saw how Bourdoncle's face turned pale all at once. Mouret shared his partner's indignation. That a saleswoman should be reduced to work at night seemed to him an attack on the very organization of the ladies' paradise. Who was the stupid that couldn't earn enough in the business? But when Boutmont named Denise, he softened down and invented excuses. "Ah, yes, that poor little girl. She wasn't very sharp, and had others dependent on her. It was sad." Bourdoncle interrupted him to declare they ought to send her packing immediately. They would never do anything with such an ugly creature. He had always said so, and he seemed to be indulging a spiteful feeling. Thereupon Mouret, in embarrassment, affected to laugh. Dear me, what a severe man! Couldn't they forgive her for once? They could call in the culprit and give her a scolding. In short, Robineau was the one to blame, for he ought to have dissuaded her, he, an old hand, knowing the ways of the house. "Well, there's the governor laughing now," resumed Favier in astonishment, as the group again passed the door. "Ah, by Jove!" exclaimed Hutin. "If they persist in shoving Robineau on our shoulders, we'll make it lively for them." Bourdoncle looked straight at Mouret, and then simply made a gesture of disdain, to intimate that he saw how it was and thought it idiotic. Boutmont, meantime, resumed his complaints. The salesmen threatened to leave, and there were some very good men amongst them. However, what appeared to have most effect on these gentlemen was the rumor of Robineau's friendly relations with Gaujean. The latter, it was said, was urging the former to set up for himself in the neighborhood, offering him any amount of credit to run in opposition to the ladies' paradise. There was a pause. Ah, Robineau thought of showing fight, did he? Mouret had become serious, though he affected a certain scorn, and avoided coming to a decision, as if it were a matter of no importance. They would see. They would speak to him. And he immediately began to joke with Boutemont, whose father, arriving from his little shop at Montpellier 2 days previously, had almost choked with stupefaction and rage on seeing the immense hall in which his son reigned. Everyone was still laughing about the old man, who, recovering his southern assurance, had immediately begun to run everything down, pretending that the drapery business would soon go to the dogs. "Ah, precisely. Here's Robineau," said Boutemont. "I sent him to attend to some matching so as to avoid any unpleasant occurrence. Excuse me if I insist, but things have come to such a pass that something must really be done." Robineau, who had just come in, passed by the group with a bow, on his way to the table. Mouret simply repeated, "All right, we'll see about it." Then all three went off. Hutin and Favier were still watching for them, but on seeing that they did not return, began to relieve their feelings. Did the governor mean to come down like that at every meal, to count their mouthfuls? A nice thing it would be if they could not even eat in peace. The truth was, they had just seen Robineau come in, and the governor's good humor made them anxious about the result of the struggle they were engaged in. They lowered their voices, trying to find fresh subjects for grumbling. "But I'm dying of hunger," contained Hutin aloud. "One is hungrier than ever on rising from table." And yet he had eaten 2 portions of jam, his own and the one which he had secured in exchange for his plate of rice. All at once he cried out, "Hang it, I'm going in for an extra. Victor, give me another jam." The waiter was finishing the serving of the desserts. He then brought in the coffee, and those who took it gave him their 3 sous there and then. A few had gone away, dawdling along the corridor and looking for a dark corner where they might smoke a cigarette. The others remained at table before the greasy plates, rolling pellets of breadcrumbs and recounting the same old stories amidst the sickly odor of victuals, which they could no longer smell, and the sweltering heat which was reddening their ears. The walls reeked with moisture. A slow asphyxia fell from the mouldy vaulted ceiling. Leaning against the wall was Deloche, stuffed with bread and digesting in silence, his eyes on the window. His daily recreation after luncheon was to watch the feet of the passers-by spinning along the street, a continual procession of living feet in big shoes, elegant boots, and ladies' tiny boots without either head or body. On rainy days, all were very dirty. "What? Already?" suddenly exclaimed Hutin. A bell had begun to ring at the end of the passage, and they had to make way for the third lunch. The waiters came in with pails of warm water and big sponges to clean the American cloth. Gradually the rooms emptied, and the salesmen returned to their departments, loitering as they went up the stairs. In the kitchen, the head cook had resumed his place at the wicket, between the pans of skate, beef, and sauce, again armed with his forks and spoons, and ready to fill the plates anew with the rhythmical movement of a well-regulated clock. As Hutin and Favier slowly withdrew, they saw Denise coming down. "Monsieur Robineau is back, mademoiselle," said the former with sneering politeness. "He's still at table," added the other, "but if you are in a very great hurry, you can go in." Denise continued on her way without replying or turning round, but when she passed the dining room of the managers and second hands, she could not help just looking in, and saw that Robineau was really there. She resolved that she would try to speak to him in the afternoon, and continued her journey along the corridor to her own dining room, which was at the other end. The women took their meals apart in 2 special rooms. Denise entered the first one. This also was an old cellar, transformed into a refectory, but it had been fitted up with more comfort. On the oval table in the middle of the apartment, the 15 places were set further apart, and the wine was in decanters, a dish of skate and a dish of beef with pungent sauce occupying the 2 ends of the table. Waiters in white aprons, moreover, attended to the young ladies, and spared them the trouble of fetching their portions from the wicket. The manager had thought this arrangement more seemly. "You went round, then?" asked Pauline, already seated and cutting herself some bread. "Yes," replied Denise, blushing. "I was accompanying a customer." But this was a fib. Clara nudged her neighbor. What was the matter with the unkempt girl? She was quite strange in her ways that day. One after the other she had received 2 letters from her lover, and then went running all over the shop like a madwoman, pretending she was going to the workroom, where she did not even put in an appearance. There was something up, that was certain. Then Clara, eating her skate without any show of disgust, with the indifference of a girl who'd been used to nothing better than rancid bacon, began speaking of a frightful drama, accounts of which filled the newspapers. "You've read about that man cutting his mistress' throat with a razor, haven't you?" "Well," said a little, quiet, delicate-looking girl belonging to the underlinen department, "she was unfaithful to him. Serve her right." But Pauline protested. "What? Just because you had ceased to love a man, he was allowed to cut your throat? Ah, no, never." And stopping all at once, she turned round to the waiter, saying, "Pierre, I can't get through this beef. Just tell them to do me an extra. An omelette, nice and soft if possible." Then, to while away the time, she took out some chocolate, which she began eating with her bread, for she always had her pockets full of sweetmeats. "It certainly isn't very amusing," resumed Clara, "and some people are fearfully jealous, you know. Only the other day there was a workman who pitched his wife into a well." She kept her eyes on Denise, thinking she had guessed her trouble on seeing her turn pale. Evidently that little prude was afraid of being beaten by her lover, whom she no doubt deceived. It would be a lark if he should come into the shop after her, and she seemed to fear he would. But the conversation took another turn, for one of the girls was giving a recipe for cleaning velvet. Then they went on to speak of a piece at the Gaiety, in which some lovely little children danced better than any grown-up persons. Pauline, saddened for a moment at the sight of her omelette, which was overdone, recovered her spirits on finding that it tasted fairly well. "Pass the wine," said she to Denise. "You should take an omelette." "Oh, the beef is enough for me," replied the young girl, who, in order to avoid expense, contented herself with the food provided by the house, no matter how repugnant it might be. When the waiter brought in the baked rice, the other young ladies protested. They had refused it the previous week, and had hoped it would not appear again. Denise, inattentive, worrying the more about Jean after Clara's stories, was the only one to eat it, and all the others looked at her with disgust. There was a great demand for extras. They gorged themselves with jam. Moreover, this was a sort of elegance. They considered it aristocratic to feed themselves at their own expense. "You know that the gentlemen have complained," said the delicate little girl from the under-linen department, "and the management has promised—" But the others interrupted her with a burst of laughter and began to rail at the management. Coffee was taken by all excepting Denise, who couldn't bear it, she said. And they lingered there before their cups, the young ladies from the under-linen department, all middle-class simplicity in their woolen dresses, and the young ladies from the mantle department arrayed in silk, their napkins tucked under their chins, in order not to stain their gowns, like ladies who might have come down to the servants' hall to dine with their chambermaids. Having opened the glazed sash of the air-hole to change the stifling, poisoned air, they were speedily obliged to close it, for the cab wheels seemed to be passing over the table. "Hush!" whispered Pauline. "Here's that old beast." It was Inspector Jouve, who was rather fond of prowling about at meal-times, when the young ladies were there. He was supposed, in fact, to look after their dining-rooms. With a smiling face he would come in and walk round the tables. Sometimes he would even indulge in a little gossip, and inquire if they'd made a good lunch. But as he annoyed them and made them feel uncomfortable, they all hastened to get away. Although the bell had not rung, Clara was the first to disappear. The others followed her, and soon only Denise and Pauline remained. The latter, after drinking her coffee, was finishing her chocolate drops. But all at once she got up, saying, "I'm going to send a messenger for some oranges. Are you coming?" "Presently," replied Denise, who was nibbling at a crust, determined to wait till the last so that she might be able to see Robineau on her way upstairs. However, when she found herself alone with Jouve, she felt uneasy and annoyed, and quitted the table. But as she was going towards the door, he stopped her, saying, "Mademoiselle Baudu?" Erect before her, he was smiling with a paternal air. His thick grey moustache and short cropped hair gave him a respectable military appearance, and he threw out his chest, on which was displayed the red ribbon of his decoration. "What is it, Monsieur Jouve?" asked she, feeling reassured. "I caught you again this morning talking upstairs behind the carpet department. You know it is not allowed, and if I reported you— She must be very fond of you, your friend Pauline." His moustache quivered, and his huge nose seemed all aflame. "What makes you so fond of each other, eh?" Denise had again been seized with an uneasy feeling. He was getting too close and was speaking in her face. "It's true we were talking, Monsieur Jouve," she stammered, "but there's no harm in talking a bit. You are very kind to me, and I'm very much obliged to you." "I ought not to be kind," said he. "Justice and nothing more is my motto. But when a pretty girl—" And thereupon he came closer still, and she felt really afraid. Pauline's words returned to her memory, and she recalled the stories which were told of old Jouve's goings-on. "Leave me alone," she murmured, drawing back. "Come," said he, "you're not going to play the savage with me, who always treat you so well. Be amiable. Come and take a cup of tea and a slice of bread and butter with me this evening. You're very welcome." She was struggling now. "No, no!" she exclaimed. The dining-room remained empty. The waiter had not come back. Jouve, listening for the sound of any footsteps, cast a rapid glance around him, and then, very excited, losing all control over himself, he attempted to kiss her on the neck. "What a spiteful, stupid little girl you are," he said. But she was quite shocked and terrified by the approach of his burning face, and all at once she gave him so rough a push that he staggered and nearly fell upon the table. Fortunately, a chair saved him, but in the shock some wine left in the glass spurted up to his white necktie and soaked his decoration, and he remained there without wiping himself, choked with anger at such brutality. "Ah, you will be sorry for this, on my word of honor," he growled between his teeth. Denise ran away. Just at that moment the bell rang, but sorely perturbed, still shuddering, she forgot Robineau and went straight up to her counter, and she did not dare to go down again. As the sun fell on the frontage of the Place Gaillon of an afternoon, they were soon all stifling in the first-floor rooms, notwithstanding the grey linen blinds. A few customers came, put the young ladies into perspiration, and went away without buying anything. Every one was yawning, even under Madame Aurélie's big sleepy eyes. At last, towards 3 o'clock, Denise, seeing the first hand falling asleep, quietly slipped off, and resumed her journey across the shop with a busy air. To put the curious ones, who might be watching her off the scent, she did not go straight to the silk department, pretending that she wanted something among the laces. She went up to Deloche and asked him a question, and then, on reaching the ground floor, she passed through the printed cottons department, and was just going into the cravat gallery, when she stopped short, startled and surprised. Jean was before her. This ends Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6, Part 3. "What? It's you!" she murmured, quite pale. He was wearing his working blouse and was bareheaded, with his hair in disorder, its curls falling over his girlish face. Standing before a showcase of narrow black neckties, he appeared to be thinking deeply. "What are you doing here?" resumed Denise. "What do you think?" replied he. "I was waiting for you. You won't let me come, so I came in all the same, but haven't said anything to anybody. You may be quite easy. Pretend not to know me if you like." Some salesmen were already looking at them in astonishment. Jean lowered his voice. "She wanted to come with me, you know. Yes, she's close by, opposite the fountain. Give me the 15 francs, quick, or we're done for as sure as the sun is shining on us." Denise then lost her head. The lookers-on were grinning, listening to this adventure. And as behind the cravat department there was a staircase leading to the basement, she hastily pushed her brother and made him go down. Once below, he resumed his story, embarrassed, inventing his facts as he went on, and fearing that he might not be believed. "The money is not for her. She's too respectable for that. And as for her husband, he does not care a straw for 15 francs. No, it's for a low fellow, one of her friends, who saw me kissing her. And if I don't give him this money this evening—" "Be quiet," murmured Denise. "Presently. Do get along." They were now in the parcels office. The dead season had steeped the vast basement in a sort of torpor, in the pale light falling from the air holes. It was cool as well, and a silence fell from the ceiling. However, there was a porter collecting from one of the compartments a few parcels for the neighborhood of the Madeleine, and on the large sorting table sat Campion, the chief clerk, his legs dangling and his eyes wandering. Jean began again. "The husband, who has a big knife—" "Get along," repeated Denise, still pushing him forward. They followed one of the narrow passages, where the gas was always kept burning. In the dark vaults to the right and the left were the reserve goods, shadowy behind the gratings. At last she stopped opposite one of these. Nobody was likely to pass that way, but the assistants were not allowed there, and she shuddered. "If this rascal says anything," resumed Jean, "the husband who has a big knife—" "But where do you expect me to find 15 francs?" exclaimed Denise in despair. "Can't you be more careful? You're always getting into some stupid scrape." He struck his chest. Amidst all his romantic inventions, he'd almost forgotten the exact truth. He dramatized his pecuniary wants, but there was always some immediate necessity behind his display. "By all that's sacred, it's really true this time," said he. She stopped him again and lost her temper, tortured and completely at a loss. "I don't want to know," she replied. "Keep your wicked conduct to yourself. It's too bad. You ought to know better. You're always tormenting me. I'm killing myself to keep you in money. Yes, I have to stay up all night at work. Not only that, but you're taking the bread out of your little brother's mouth." Jean stood there with his mouth agape and his face paling. What? It was wicked? He could not understand. From infancy he had always treated his sister like a comrade, and thought it quite a natural thing to open his heart to her. But what upset him above all else was to learn that she stopped up all night. The idea that he was killing her, and taking Pépé's share as well, affected him so much that he began to cry. "You're right. I'm a scamp," he exclaimed. "Really now, I'm quite furious with myself. I could slap my face." He had taken her hands and was kissing them and inundating them with tears. "Give me the 15 francs, and this shall be the last time. I swear it to you. Or rather, no, don't give me anything. I prefer to die. If the husband murders me, it will be a good riddance for you." And as she was now crying as well, he became stricken with remorse. "I say that, but of course I'm not sure. Perhaps he doesn't want to kill anyone. We'll manage. I promise you that, little sister. Goodbye, I'm off." However, a sound of footsteps at the end of the passage suddenly frightened them. She quickly drew him close to the grating in a dark corner For an instant they heard nothing but the hissing of a gas burner near them. Then the footsteps drew nearer, and on stretching out her neck she recognized Inspector Jouve, who had just entered the corridor with his stiff military walk. Was he there by chance, or had someone at the door warned him of Jean's presence? She was seized with such a fright that she quite lost her head, and, pushing Jean out of a dark spot where they were concealed, drove him before her, stammering out, "Be off! Be off!" Both galloped along, hearing Jouve behind them, for he also had began to run. And again they crossed the parcels office and reached the foot of the stairs leading out into the Rue de la Michaudière. "Be off," repeated Denise. "Be off! If I can, I'll send you the 15 francs all the same." Jean, bewildered, scampered away. The inspector, who came up panting, out of breath, could only distinguish a corner of his white blouse and his locks of fair hair flying in the wind. For a moment Jouve remained trying to get his breath back and resumed his dignified demeanor. He now wore a brand-new white necktie, which he'd purchased in the linen department, and the large bow of which glistened like snow. "Well, this is nice behavior, mademoiselle," said he, his lips trembling. "Yes, it's nice. Very nice. If you think I'm going to stand this sort of thing, you're mistaken." And with this remark he pursued her whilst she was returning to the shop, overcome with emotion and unable to find a word of defense. She was sorry now that she'd run away. Why hadn't she explained the matter and brought her brother forward? They would now imagine all sorts of villainies, and, say what she might, they would never believe her. Once more she forgot Robineau and went back to her counter, while Jouve repaired to the manager's office to report the matter. But the messenger on duty told him that Monsieur Mouret was with Monsieur Bourdoncle and Monsieur Robineau. They'd been talking together for the last quarter of an hour. In fact, the door was half open, and he could hear Mouret gaily asking Robineau if he'd spent a pleasant holiday. There was not the least question of a dismissal. On the contrary, the conversation fell on certain things to be done in the silk department. "Do you want anything, Monsieur Jouve?" exclaimed Mouret. "Come in." But a sudden instinct warned the inspector. As Bourdoncle had come out, he preferred to relate everything to him, and they slowly passed through the shawl department, walking side by side, the one leaning over and talking in a low tone, the other listening without a muscle of his severe face betraying his impressions. "All right," he said at last. And as they had arrived at the mantle department, he went in. Just at that moment, Madame Aurélie was scolding Denise. Where had she come from again? This time she couldn't say that she'd been to the workroom. Really, these continual absences could not be tolerated any longer. "Madame Aurélie!" cried Bourdoncle. He had decided on a bold stroke, not wishing to consult Mouret for fear of some weakness. The first hand came up, and the story was once more related in a low voice. All the girls were waiting in the expectation of some catastrophe. At last, Madame Aurélie turned round with a solemn air. "Mademoiselle Baudu," she called, and her puffy Caesarean countenance assumed the inexorable sternness of sovereign power. "Go and get paid." The terrible phrase rang out loudly in the empty department. Denise stood there, pale as a ghost, without saying a word. At last she was able to ask in broken sentences, "Me? Me? What for? What have I done?" Bourdoncle harshly replied that she knew very well that she'd better not provoke any explanation, and he spoke of the cravats, and added that it would be a fine thing if all the young ladies were to receive men down in the basement. "But it was my brother!" she cried, with the grievous anger of an outraged virgin. Marguerite and Clara began to laugh. Madame Frédéric, usually so discreet, shook her head with an incredulous air. Always her brother! Really, it was very stupid. Denise looked round at all of them, at Bourdoncle, who had taken a dislike to her from the first, Jouve, who had stopped to serve as a witness, and from whom she expected no justice, and then at those girls whom she had not been able to soften by 9 months of smiling courage, who were happy, in fact, to help in turning her out of doors. What was the use of struggling? What was the use of trying to impose herself on them when none of them liked her? And she went away without a word, not even casting another look at the room where she had so long battled. But as soon as she was alone, before the hall staircase, a deeper sense of suffering filled her heart. No one cared for her, and the sudden thought of Mouret had just deprived her of all resignation. No, she could not accept such a dismissal. Perhaps he would believe that villainous story of a rendezvous with a man down in the cellars. At this thought, a feeling of shame tortured her, an anguish with which she had never before been afflicted. She wished to go and see him, to explain the matter to him, simply in order to let him know the truth, for she was quite ready to go away as soon as he should know it. And her old fear, the shiver which chilled her whenever she was in his presence, suddenly developed into an ardent desire to see him, not to leave the house, in fact, without telling him that she'd never belonged to another. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and the shop was waking into life again in the cool evening air. She quickly started off for Mouret's office. But when she reached the door, a hopeless, melancholy feeling again took possession of her. Her tongue refused its office. The intolerable burden of existence again fell on her shoulders. He would not believe her. He would laugh like the others, she thought. And this idea made her almost faint away. All was over. She would be better alone, out of the way, dead. And thereupon, without informing either Pauline or Deloche, she at once went for her money. "You have 22 days, mademoiselle," said the clerk. "That makes 18 francs and 14 sous, to which must be added 7 francs for commission. That's right, isn't it?" "Yes, sir. Thanks." And Denise was about to go off with her money when she at last met Robineau. He had already heard of her dismissal and promised to find the necktie dealer. Then in a lower tone he tried to console her, but lost his temper. What an existence, to be at the continual mercy of a whim, to be thrown onto the pavement at an hour's notice without even being able to claim a full month's salary. Denise went up to inform Madame Cabin that she would endeavor to send for her box during the evening. It was just striking 5 when she found herself on the pavement of the Place Gaillon, bewildered, in the midst of the crowd of people and vehicles. That same evening, when Robineau got home, he received a letter from the management informing him, in a few lines, that for certain reasons relating to internal arrangements, they were obliged to deprive themselves of his services. He'd been at the Paradise for 7 years, and only that afternoon had been talking to the principals. Thus it was a heavy blow for him. Houtin and Favier, however, were crowing in the silk department, as loudly as Clara and Marguerite in the other one. A jolly good riddance! Such clean sweeps made room for others. Deloche and Pauline were the only ones who, when they met amidst the crush of the galleries, exchanged distressful words in their regret of the departure of Denise, so virtuous and gentle. "Ah," said the young man, "if ever she succeeds anywhere else, I should like to see her come back here and trample on all those good-for-nothing creatures." It was Bourdoncle who in this affair had to bear the brunt of Mouret's anger. When the latter heard of Denise's dismissal, he was exceedingly annoyed. As a rule, he never interfered with the staff, but this time he affected to see an encroachment on his attributions, an attempt to override his authority. Was he no longer master in the place, that they dared to give orders? Everything must pass through his hands, absolutely everything, and he would immediately crush anyone who should resist. Then, after making personal inquiries, all the while in a nervous torment which he could not conceal, he again lost his temper. The poor girl had not lied. It was really her brother. Campion had fully recognized him. Why had she been sent away then? He even spoke of taking her back. However, Bourdoncle, strong in his passive resistance, bent before the storm. He studied Mouret, And one day when he saw him a little calmer, he ventured to say in a meaning voice, "It's better for everybody that she's gone." Mouret stood there looking very awkward, the blood rushing to his face. "Well," he replied, laughing, "perhaps you're right. Let's go and take a turn downstairs. Things are looking better. The receipts rose to nearly 100,000 francs yesterday." This ends Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 1 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 1. For a moment Denise stood bewildered on the pavement, in the sun which still shone fiercely at 5 o'clock. The July heat warmed the gutters. Paris was blazing with that white, chalky light of summertime, whose reverberations were so blinding. And the catastrophe had fallen on her so suddenly, they had turned her out so roughly, that she stood there turning her money over in her pocket in a mechanical way, while she wondered where she could go and what she could do. The long line of cabs prevented her from quitting the pavement alongside the Lady's Paradise. When she had at last ventured amongst the wheels, she crossed the Place Gaillon, as if intending to take the Rue Louis-le-Grand. Then, altering her mind, she walked towards the Rue Saint-Roch. But she still had no plan, for she stopped at the corner of the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs, into which she finally turned, after looking around her with an undecided air. The Passage Choiseul opening before her, she passed through it and found herself in the Rue Monsigny, without knowing how, and ultimately came into the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin again. Her head was full of a fearful buzzing. She thought of her box on seeing a commissionaire, but where could she have it sent? And why all this trouble, when but an hour ago she had still had a bed in which to sleep that night? Then, with her eyes fixed on the houses, she began examining the windows. There were any number of bills announcing apartments to let, but repeatedly overcome by the emotion which was agitating her whole being, she saw them confusedly. Was it possible? Thrown into solitude so suddenly, lost in this immense city in which she was a stranger, without support, without resources. She must contrive to eat and sleep, however. The streets succeeded one another. After the Rue des Moulins came the Rue Sainte-Anne. She wandered about the neighborhood, frequently retracing her steps, indeed always coming back to the only spot she knew really well. And suddenly she felt quite astonished, for she was again standing before the Lady's Paradise. To escape this obsession, she hurried into the Rue de la Michaudière. Fortunately, Baudu was not at his door. The old Elbeuf appeared lifeless behind its murky windows. She would never have dared to show herself at her uncle's, for he now always pretended not to recognize her, and she did not wish to become a burden to him in the misfortune which he had predicted to her. However, on the other side of the street, a yellow bill attracted her attention. Furnished room to let. It was the first that did not frighten her, so poor was the aspect of the house. She soon recognized it, with its 2 low stories and rusty-colored front, squeezed between the Lady's Paradise and the old Hôtel du Vieillard. On the threshold of the umbrella shop, old Barras, hairy and bearded like a prophet, and with spectacles on his nose, stood studying the ivory handle of a walking-stick. Tenanting the whole house, he underlet the 2 upper floors furnished, in order to lighten the rent. "You have a room to let, sir?" said Denise, approaching him in obedience to an instinctive impulse. He raised his big, bushy eyes, surprised to see her, for he knew all the young persons at the Lady's Paradise. And after noticing her clean little gown and respectable appearance, he replied, "It won't suit you." "How much is it, then?" replied Denise. 15 francs a month." She asked to see it. Then, on entering the narrow shop, and observing that he still eyed her with an astonished air, she told him of her departure from the paradise, and of her desire not to trouble her uncle. The old man thereupon fetched a key from a shelf in the back shop, a small dark room where he did his cooking and had his bed. Beyond it, through a dirty window, you could espy a backyard about 6 feet square. "I'll walk in front to prevent you from falling," said Bourras, entering the damp corridor on one side of the shop. He stumbled against a stair, and then commenced the ascent, reiterating his warning to be careful. The rails said he was close against the wall. There was a hole at the corner. Sometimes the lodgers left their dust boxes there. So complete was the obscurity that Denise could distinguish nothing, but simply felt how chilly the old damp plaster was. On the first floor, however, a small window overlooking the yard enabled her to obtain a vague glimpse of the rotten staircase, the walls black with dirt, and the cracked, discolored doors. "If only one of these rooms were vacant," resumed Bourras, "you would be very comfortable there. But they are always occupied." On the second floor the light increased, illuming with a raw pallor the distressful aspect of the house. A journeyman baker occupied the first room, and it was the other, the further one, that was vacant. When Bourras had opened the door, he was obliged to remain on the landing in order that Denise might enter with ease. The bed, placed in the corner nearest the door, left just sufficient room for one person to pass. At the other end there was a small walnut wood chest of drawers, a deal table stained black, and 2 chairs. Such lodgers as did any cooking were obliged to kneel before the fireplace, where there was an earthenware stove. "Oh, it's not luxurious," said the old man, "but the view from the window is gay. You can see the people passing in the street." And as Denise gazed with surprise at the ceiling just above the bed, where a chance lady lodger had written her name, Ernestine, by drawing the flame of a candle over the plaster, he added with a smile, "If I did a lot of repairs, I should never make both ends meet. There you are. It's all I have to offer." "I shall be very well here," declared the young girl. She paid a month in advance, asked for the linen, a pair of sheets and 2 towels, and made her bed without delay, happy and relieved to know where she would sleep that night. An hour later she had sent a commissionaire to fetch her box, and was quite at home. During the first 2 months she had a terribly hard time of it. Being unable to pay for Pépé's board, she'd taken him away and slept him on an old couch lent by Bourras. She could not do with less than 30 sous a day, including the rent, even by living on dry bread herself, in order to procure a bit of meat for the little one. During the first fortnight she got on fairly well, having begun her housekeeping with about 10 francs. And then, too, she was fortunate enough to find the cravat dealer, who paid her the 18 francs 6 sous which were due to her. But after that she became completely destitute. In vain did she apply to the various large shops, the Place Clichy, the Bon Marché, and the Louvre. The dead season had stopped business everywhere, and she was told to apply again in the autumn. More than 5,000 drapery employees, dismissed like herself, were wandering about Paris in want of situations. She then tried to obtain work elsewhere, but in her ignorance of Paris she did not know where to apply, and often accepted most ungrateful tasks, sometimes not even getting paid. On certain evenings she merely gave Pépé his dinner, a plate of soup, telling him that she had dined out, and she would go to bed with her head in a whirl, nourished by the fever which was burning her hands. When Jean suddenly dropped into the midst of this poverty, he called himself a scoundrel with such despairing violence that she was obliged to tell some falsehood to reassure him, and she even occasionally found the means to slip a 2-franc piece into his hand, by way of proving that she still had money. She never wept before the children. On Sundays, when she was able to cook a piece of veal in the stove, on her knees before the fire, her tiny room re-echoed with the gaiety of children, careless about existence. Then, When Jean had returned to his masters and Pépé was asleep, she spent a frightful night, in anguish how to provide for the coming day. Other fears kept her awake. 2 women lodging on the first floor received visitors, and sometimes these visitors mistook the floor and came banging at Denise's door. Barras having quietly told her not to answer, she buried her face under her pillow to escape hearing their oaths. Then, too, her neighbor, the baker, who never came home till morning, had shown a disposition to annoy her. But she suffered still more from the annoyances of the street, the continual persecution of passers-by. She could not go downstairs to buy a candle, in those streets swarming with debauchees, without feeling a man's hot breath behind her, and hearing crude, insulting remarks. And some individuals pursued her to the very end of a dark passage, encouraged by the sordid appearance of the house. Why had she no lover? It astonished people and seemed ridiculous. She herself could not have explained why she resisted, menaced as she was by hunger, and perturbed by all the sexuality in the air around her. One evening, when Denise had not even any bread for Pépé's soup, a well-dressed man, wearing a decoration, commenced to follow her. On reaching the passage he became brutal, and it was with loathing and revolt that she banged the door in his face. Then, once more upstairs, she sat down with her hands trembling. The little one was sleeping. What should she say if he woke up and asked her for bread? And yet, had she chosen, her misery would have ceased. She could have had money, dresses, and a fine room. It was very simple. Everyone came to that, it was said, for a woman alone in Paris could not live by her labor. But her whole being rose up in protest against the disgrace of the thing. She considered life a matter of logic, good conduct, and courage. Denise frequently questioned herself in this way. An old love story floated in her memory, the story of a sailor's betrothed, whom her love guarded from all perils. At Valognes she had often hummed this sentimental ballad whilst gazing into the deserted street. Had she likewise some tender affection in her heart that she proved so brave? She still thought of Houtin, full of uneasiness. Morning and evening she saw him pass under her window. Now that he was second-hand, he walked by himself, saluted with respect by the mere salesman. He never raised his head, and she thought she suffered from his vanity. Still, she watched him without fear of being discovered, whereas, as soon as she saw Mouret, who also passed every day, she began to tremble and quickly concealed herself, her bosom heaving. He had no need to know where she was lodging. And then she would feel ashamed of the house, and suffer at the idea of what he must think of her, although perhaps they would never meet again. Denise still lived amidst all the hubbub of the ladies' paradise. A mere wall separated her room from her old apartment, and from early morning she lived her old days afresh, divining and hearing the arrival of the crowd and the increasing bustle of business. The slightest noise shook the old hovel which clung to the side of the Colossus, and shared in its pulsations. Moreover, she could not avoid certain meetings. She twice had found herself face to face with Pauline, who had offered her services, grieved to see her so unfortunate. And she had even been obliged to tell a falsehood to avoid receiving her friend or paying her a visit, one Sunday at Baugé's. But it was more difficult still for her to defend herself against Deloche's desperate affection. Aware of all her troubles, he watched her, waited for her in the doorways. One day he wanted to lend her 30 francs, a brother's savings, he said, with a blush. And these meetings made her regret the shop, and continually brought her back to thoughts of a life the others led there, as if she herself had not quitted it. No one had ever called upon her till one afternoon when she was surprised by a knock. It was Colombin. She received him standing. For his part he seemed greatly embarrassed and began stammering, asking how she was getting on, and speaking of the old Elbeuf. Perhaps, thought she, it was Uncle Baudu who had sent him, regretting his rigor, for he continued to pass her without taking any notice of her, although he was well aware of her miserable position. However, when she plainly questioned her visitor, he appeared more embarrassed than ever. No, it was not the governor who had sent him, and he finished by naming Clara. He simply wanted to talk about Clara. Then, little by little, he grew bolder and asked Denise's advice, imagining, no doubt, that she might be willing to play the part of a go-between. And it was in vain that she tried to dishearten him by reproaching him with the pain he was causing Geneviève for such a heartless girl. He came up another day, indeed got into the habit of coming to see her. This seemed to suffice for his timid passion. He continually began the same conversation afresh, unable to resist the impulse, and trembling with joy at finding himself with one who had approached Clara. And all this caused Denise to live more than ever at the Ladies' Paradise. Towards the end of September, the poor girl experienced the blackest misery. Pépé had fallen ill, having caught a severe cold. He ought to have had plenty of good broth, and she'd not even a piece of bread to give him. One evening, completely conquered, she was sobbing in one of those despairing straits which drive women onto the streets or into the Seine, when old Bourras gently knocked at the door. He'd brought with him a loaf and a milk can full of broth. There's something for the youngsters," said he in his abrupt way. "Don't cry like that. It annoys my lodgers." And as she thanked him with a fresh outburst of tears, he resumed, "Do keep quiet. Come and see me tomorrow. I've some work for you." Since the terrible blow which the Ladies' Paradise had dealt him by opening an umbrella department, Bourras had ceased to employ any workwomen. In order to save expenses, he did everything himself, cleaning, mending, and sewing. His trade, moreover, was diminishing to such a point that he sometimes remained without work. And so he was obliged to invent some occupation on the following day, when he installed Denise in a corner of his shop. He felt, however, that he could not allow anyone to die of hunger in his house. "You'll have 2 francs a day," said he. "When you find something better, you can leave me." She was afraid of him, and did the work so quickly that he was embarrassed to find her more. He'd given her some silk to stitch, some lace to repair. During the first few days she did not dare to raise her head, uneasy at feeling him near her, with his lion-like mane, hooked nose, and piercing eyes, shaded by bushy brows. His voice was harsh, his gestures were extravagant, and the mothers of the neighborhood often frightened their youngsters by threatening to send for him, as they would for a policeman. However, the boys never passed his door without calling out some insulting words, which she did not even seem to hear. All his maniacal anger was directed against the scoundrels who dishonored his trade by selling cheap, trashy articles, which dogs, said he, would not consent to use. Denise trembled whenever he burst out thus. "Art is done for, I tell you. There's not a single respectable handle made nowadays. They make sticks, but as for handles, it's all up. Bring me a proper handle, and I'll give you 20 francs. He had a real artist's pride. Not a workman in Paris was capable of turning out a handle like his, as light and as strong. He carved the knobs with charming ingenuity, continually inventing fresh designs, flowers, fruit, animals, and heads, all executed in a free and lifelike style. A little pocket-knife sufficed him, and, with his spectacles on his nose, he would spend whole days in chipping bits of boxwood and ebony. "A pack of ignorant beggars," said he, "who are satisfied with sticking a certain quantity of silk on so much whalebone. They buy their handles by the gross, handles ready-made, and they sell just what they like. I tell you, art is done for." At last Denise began to feel easier. He had desired that Pépé should come down into the shop to play, for he was wonderfully fond of children. When the little one was crawling about on all fours, Neither of them had room to move. She sat in her corner doing the mending, he near the window, carving away with his little knife. Every day now brought round the same work and the same conversation. Whilst working, he would continually assail the lady's paradise, never weary of explaining how affairs stood in the terrible duel between that bazaar and himself. He had occupied his house since 1845, and had a 30 years' lease of it at a rent of 1,800 francs a year. And as he had made 1,000 francs out of his 4 furnished rooms, he only paid 800 for the shop. It was a mere trifle. He had no expenses, and could thus hold out for a long time still. To hear him, there was no doubt about his eventual triumph. He would certainly swallow up the monster. Then suddenly he would break off to ask, "Have they got any dogs' heads like that?" And he would blink his eyes behind his glasses, whilst judging the dog's head which he was carving, with its lip turned up and its fangs displayed, in a lifelike growl. Pepe, delighted with the dog, would thereupon get up, resting his 2 little arms on the old man's knee. "As long as I make both ends meet, I don't care a hang about the rest," the latter resumed, whilst delicately shaping the dog's tongue with the point of his knife. "The scoundrels have taken away my profits, but if I'm making nothing, I'm not losing anything yet, or at least only a trifle. And you see, I'm ready to sacrifice everything rather than yield." Thereupon he would brandish his knife, and his white hair would blow about in a storm of anger. This ends Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola. Translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 2. "But if they made you a reasonable offer," Denise would mildly observe, without raising her eyes from her needle, "it would be wiser to accept it." This suggestion, however, only produced an outburst of ferocious obstinacy. "Never! If my head were under the knife, I should still say no. By heavens, I would! I've another 10 years' lease, and they shan't have the house before then, even if I should have to die of hunger within the 4 bare walls. Twice already they've tried to get over me. They offered me 12,000 francs for my good will, and 18,000 francs for the last 10 years of my lease, in all 30,000, but no, not for 50,000 even. I have them in my power, and intend to see them licking the dust before me." 30,000 francs! It's a good sum, thereupon resumed Denise. "You could go and establish yourself elsewhere, and suppose they were to buy the house." Porras, now putting the finishing touches to his dog's tongue, appeared absorbed for a moment, a childish laugh pervading his venerable prophet's face. Then he continued, "The house? No fear. They spoke of buying it last year, and offered 80,000 francs, twice as much as it's worth. But the landlord, a retired fruiterer, as big a scoundrel as they, wanted to make them shell out more. Besides, they are suspicious about me. They know I should then be even less inclined to give way. No, here I am, and here I intend to stay. The emperor with all his cannon cannot turn me out." Denise did not dare to say any more, but went on with her work, whilst the old man continued to vent short sentences between 2 cuts of his knife, now muttering something to the effect that the game had hardly begun, and then that they would see wonderful things later on, for he had certain plans which would sweep their umbrella counter away, and, deeply blended with his obstinacy, you detected the personal revolt of the skilled manufacturer against the growing invasion of commonplace rubbish. Pepe, however, at last climbed on his knees, and impatiently stretched out his hands towards the dog's head. "Give it me, sir." "Presently, youngster," the old man replied, in a voice that suddenly became softer. He hasn't any eyes as yet. We must make his eyes now." And whilst carving the eyes, he continued talking to Denise. "Do you hear them? Isn't there a roar next door? That's what exasperates me more than anything, my word of honor, to have them always on my back like this with their infernal locomotive-like noise." It made his little table tremble, he asserted. The whole shop was shaken, and he would spend the entire afternoon without a customer of his own, but amidst all the trepidation of the jostling multitude in Milady's paradise. From morning to night this was a subject for eternal grumbling. Another good day's work. They were knocking against the wall. The silk department must have cleared 10,000 francs. Or else he made merry. Not a sound came from behind the wall. A showery day had killed the receipts. And the slightest stir, the faintest vibration, thus furnished him with matter for endless comment. "Did you hear? Someone has slipped down. Ah, if they could only all fall and break their backs! That, my dear, is a dispute between some ladies. So much the better, so much the better. Ah, you hear the parcels falling into the basement? What a row they make! It's disgusting." It did not do for Denise to discuss his remarks, for he bitterly retorted by reminding her of the shameful way in which he had been dismissed. For the 100th time she was obliged to relate her life in the jacket and mantle department, the hardship she had at first endured, the small unhealthy bedrooms, the bad food, and the continual battle between the salesmen. And thus they would talk about the shop from morning to night, absorbing it hourly in the very air they breathed. But with eager outstretched hands, Pepe repeated, "Give it me, sir, give it me." The dog's head was finished, and Bourras held it at a distance, then examined it closely with noisy glee. "Take care, it'll bite you," he said. "There, go and play, and don't break it if you can help it." Then, speedily reverting to his fixed idea, he shook his fist at the wall. "You may do all you can to knock the house down," he exclaimed. "You shan't have it, even if you invade the whole street." Denise now had something to eat each day, and she was extremely grateful to the old umbrella dealer, realizing that he had a good heart beneath his strange, violent ways. Nevertheless, she felt a strong desire to find some work elsewhere, for she often saw him inventing some trifle for her to do, and fully understood that he did not require a workwoman in the present collapse of his business, and was merely employing her out of charity. 6 months had passed thus, and the dull winter season having again returned, she was despairing of finding a situation before March, when, one evening in January, Deloche, who was watching for her in the doorway, gave her a bit of advice. Why did she not call on Robineau? Perhaps he might want someone. During the previous September, Robineau, though fearing to jeopardize his wife's 60,000 francs, had made up his mind to buy Vancard's silk business. He paid 40,000 for the goodwill and stock, and was starting with the remaining 20,000. It was not much, but he had Gaujean behind him to back him up with any amount of credit. Gaujean, ever since his quarrel with the Ladies' Paradise, had been longing to stir up competitors against the Colossus, and he thought victory certain by creating special shops in the neighborhood, where the public would find a large and varied choice of articles. Only the very rich Lyon manufacturers, such as Dumontet, could accept the big shop's terms, satisfied to keep their looms going with them, and seeking their profits in their sales to less important establishments. But Gaujean was far from having the solidarity and staying power possessed by Dumontet. For a long time a mere commission agent, it was only during the last 5 or 6 years that he had possessed looms of his own, and he still had a lot of his work done by pieceworkers, furnishing them with the raw material and paying them by the yard. It was precisely this system which, increasing his manufacturing expenses, had prevented him from competing with Dumontet for the supply of the Paris delight. This had filled him with rancor, and he saw in Robineau the instrument of a decisive battle with those drapery bazaars which he accused of ruining French manufactures. When Denise called, she found Madame Robineau alone. Daughter of an overseer in the Highways and Bridges Service, entirely ignorant of business matters, the young wife still retained the charming awkwardness of a girl educated in a convent. She was dark, very pretty, with a gentle, cheerful manner which made her extremely charming. Moreover, she adored her husband, living solely by his love. Just as Denise was about to leave her name, Robineau himself came in and at once engaged her, one of his 2 saleswomen having left him on the previous day to go to the Ladies' Paradise. "They don't leave us a single good hand," said he. "However, I shall feel quite easy with you, for you are like me, you can't be very fond of them. Come tomorrow." In the evening, Denise hardly knew how to announce her departure to Bourras. In fact, he called her an ungrateful girl and lost his temper. And when, with tears in her eyes, she tried to defend herself by intimating that she could see through his charitable conduct, he softened down, stammered that he had plenty of work, that she was leaving him indeed just as he was about to bring out a new umbrella of his invention. "And Pépé?" he asked. This was Denise's great trouble. She dared not take him back to Madame Grâce, and could not leave him alone in the bedroom, shut up from morning to night. "Very good, I'll keep him," said the old man. "He'll be all right in my shop. We'll do the cooking together." And then, as she refused the offer, fearing that it might inconvenience him, he thundered out, "Great heavens! Have you no confidence in me? I shan't eat your child." Denise was much happier at Robineau's. He only paid her 60 francs a month, with her board, without giving her any commission on the sales, that not being the rule in the old-fashioned houses. But she was treated with great kindness, especially by Madame Robineau, who was always smiling at her counter. He, nervous and worried, was sometimes rather abrupt. At the expiration of the first month, Denise had become quite one of the family, like the other saleswoman, a silent, consumptive little body. The Robineaus were not at all particular before them, but freely talked of the business whilst at table in the back shop, which looked on to a large yard. And it was there they decided one evening to start the campaign against the Ladies' Paradise. Gaujean had come to dinner, and, after the roast leg of mutton, had broached the subject in his Leonese voice, thickened by the Rhone fogs. "It's getting unbearable," said he. "They go to Dumontet, purchase the sole right to a design, and take 300 pieces straight off, insisting on a reduction of half a franc a yard. And, as they pay ready money, they also secure the profit of 18% discount. Very often Dumontet barely makes 4 sous a yard out of it. He simply works to keep his looms going, for a loom that stands still is a dead loss. Under these circumstances, how can you expect that we, with our limited plant and our piece workers, can keep up the struggle?" Robineau, pensive, forgot his dinner. 300 pieces, he murmured. "I tremble when I take a dozen, and at 90 days, too. They can sell at a franc or 2 francs cheaper than we can. I have calculated that their catalogued articles are offered at 15% less than our own prices. That's what kills the small houses." He was passing through a period of discouragement. His wife, full of anxiety, looked at him with a loving air. She understood very little about the business. All these figures confused her, but she could not understand why people worried over things so much when it was so easy to be gay and love one another. However, it sufficed that her husband desired to conquer, and she became as impassioned as he himself, and would have stood to her counter till death. "But why don't all the manufacturers come to an understanding together?" resumed Robineau, violently. "They could then lay down the law instead of submitting to it." Gaujean, who had asked for another slice of mutton, was slowly chewing. "Ah, why? The looms must be kept going, I tell you. When you have weavers a little bit everywhere, in the neighborhood of Lyon, in the Gare, in the Isère, you can't stand still a day without an enormous loss. Then we, who sometimes employ piece-workers with 10 or 15 looms of their own, are better able to control our output, whereas the big manufacturers are obliged to have continual outlets, the quickest and most extensive possible.
and so they are on their knees before the big shops. I know 3 or 4 who outbid each other, and who would sooner work at a loss than not obtain the orders. But they make up for it with the small establishments like yours. Yes, if they manage to live through the big places, they make their profit out of you little fellows. Heaven knows how the crisis will end." "It's odious," exclaimed Robineau, relieved by this cry of anger. Denise was quietly listening. With her instinctive love of logic and life, she was secretly in favor of the big shops. They had relapsed into silence, and were eating some preserved French beans, when at last she ventured to remark in a cheerful tone, "The public does not complain." At this Madame Robineau could not restrain a little laugh, which annoyed both her husband and Gaujean. No doubt the customer was satisfied, for in the end it was the customer who profited by the fall in prices. But everybody must live. Where would they all be if, under the pretext of conducing to the general welfare, the consumer was fattened at the expense of the producer? And then began a long discussion. Denise affected to be joking, though all the while producing solid arguments. By the new system, the middlemen disappeared, and this greatly contributed to cheapen the articles. Besides, the manufacturers could no longer live without the big shops, for as soon as one of them lost their custom, failure became a certainty. In short, it was a natural commercial evolution. It would be impossible to prevent things from going on as they ought to when everybody was working towards that result, whether they liked it or not. "So you are for those who turned you out into the street?" thereupon asked Gaujean. Denise became very red. She herself was surprised at the vivacity of her defense. What had she at heart that such a flame should have risen in her breast? "Dear me, no," she replied. "Perhaps I'm wrong, for you are more competent to judge than I. I simply express my opinion. The prices, instead of being settled by 50 houses as they formerly used to be, are now fixed by 4 or 5, which have lowered them, thanks to the power of their capital and the strength of their immense custom. So much the better for the public, that's all." Robineau was not angry, but had become grave, and had fixed his eyes on the tablecloth. He had often felt the force of a new style of business, the evolution which the young girl spoke about, and in his clear, quiet moments he would ask himself why he should try to resist such a powerful current which must carry everything before it. Madame Robineau herself, on seeing her husband deep in thought, glanced with approval at Denise, who had modestly resumed her silent attitude. "Come," resumed Gaujean, to cut short the argument, "all that is simply theory. Let's talk of our matter." After the cheese, the servant brought in some jam and some pears. He took some jam and ate it with a spoon, with the unconscious greediness of a big man very fond of sweet things. "This is it," he resumed. "You must attack their Paris delight, which has been their success of the year. I've come to an understanding with several of my brother manufacturers at Lyon, and have brought you an exceptional offer. A black silk, a faille which you can sell at 5 francs 50 centimes a meter. They sell them at 5 francs 60, don't they? Well, this will be 2 sous cheaper, and that will suffice to upset them." At this Robineau's eyes lighted up again. In his continual nervous torment he often skipped like this from despair to hope. "Have you got a sample?" he asked. And when Gaujean drew from his pocketbook a little square of silk, he went into raptures, exclaiming, "Why, this is a handsomer silk than the Paris delight. At all events it produces a better effect. The grain is coarser. You are right. We must make the attempt. I'll bring them to my feet or give up for good." Madame Robineau, sharing the enthusiasm, declared the silk superb, and even Denise herself thought they might succeed. The latter part of the dinner thus proved very gay. They talked in a loud tone. It seemed as if the lady's paradise was at its last gasp. Gaujean, who was finishing the pot of jam, explained what enormous sacrifices he and his colleagues would be obliged to make to deliver an article of such quality at so low a price. But they would ruin themselves rather than yield. They'd sworn to kill the big shops. As the coffee came in, the gaiety was still further increased by the arrival of Vancard, who called on his way past just to see how his successor was getting on. "Famous," he cried, feeling the silk. "You'll floor them. I stake my life. Ah, you owe me a rare good thing. I told you that this was a golden affair." He had just taken a restaurant at Vincennes. It was an old, cherished idea of his, slyly nurtured while he was struggling with his silk business, trembling with fear lest he should not sell it before the crash came, and vowing that he would afterwards put his money into some undertaking where he could rob folks at his ease. The idea of a restaurant had struck him at the wedding of a cousin, who'd been made to pay 10 francs for a tureen of dishwater in which floated some Italian paste. And, in presence of the Robineaus, the joy he felt at having saddled them with an unremunerative business which he had despaired of getting rid of, made his face with its round eyes and large, loyal-looking mouth, a face beaming with health, expanded as it had never done before. "And your pains?" asked Madame Robineau good-naturedly. "My pains?" he murmured in astonishment. "Yes, those rheumatic pains which tormented you so much when you were here." He then recollected the fibs he had told, and slightly colored. "Oh, I suffer from them still," said he. "But the country air, you know, has done me a deal of good. Never mind. On your side you've done a good stroke of business. Had it not been for my rheumatics, I could soon have retired with 10,000 francs a year. Yes, on my word of honor." This ends Chapter 7, Part 2.
Chapter 7, Part 3 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 3. A fortnight later, the battle between Robineau and Milady's Paradise began. It became celebrated, and for a time occupied the whole Parisian market. Robineau, using his adversary's weapons, had advertised extensively in the newspapers. Besides that, he made a fine display, piling huge bales of the famous silk in his windows and displaying immense white tickets, on which the price, 5 francs and a half per meter, appeared in gigantic figures. It was this price that caused a revolution among the women. It was 2 sous less than that charged at the Lady's Paradise, and the silk appeared more substantial. From the first day, a crowd of customers flocked in. Madame Marty bought a dress she did not need, pretending it to be a bargain. Madame Bourdelais also thought the silk very fine, but preferred waiting, guessing no doubt what would happen. And, indeed, during the following week, Mouret boldly reduced the price of the Paris Delight by 4 sous, after a lively discussion with Bourdoncle and the other managers, in which he had succeeded in convincing them that they must accept the challenge, even at a sacrifice, for these 4 sous represented a dead loss, the silk being already sold at strict cost price. It was a heavy blow to Robineau, who had not imagined that his rival would lower his price, for this suicidal style of competition, this practice of selling at a loss, was then unknown. However, the tide of customers, attracted by Mouret's cheapness, had immediately flown back towards the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, whilst the shop in the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs gradually emptied. Cogent then hastened from Lyons. There were hurried confabulations, and they finished by coming to a heroic resolution. The silk should be lowered in price. They would sell it at 5 francs 6 sous, and lower than that no one could go without acting madly. But the next day Mouret marked his material at 5 francs 4 sous. Then the struggle became rageful. Robineau replied by 5 francs 3 sous, whereupon Mouret at once ticketed the Paris Delight at 5 francs and 2 sous. Neither lowered more than a sou at a time now, for both lost considerable sums as often as they made this present to the public. The customers laughed, delighted with this duel, quite stirred by the terrible thrusts which the rivals dealt one another in order to please them. At last Mouret ventured as low as 5 francs, and his staff paled and shuddered at such a challenge to fortune. Robineau, utterly beaten, out of breath, also stopped at 5 francs, not having the courage to go any lower. And thus they rested on their positions, face to face, with the massacre of their goods around them. But if honor was saved on both sides, the situation was becoming fatal for Robineau. The Ladies' Paradise had money at its disposal and a patronage which enabled it to balance its profits, whereas he, sustained by Gaujean alone, unable to recoup his losses by gaining on other articles, found himself nearing the end of his tether, slipping further and further down the slope toward bankruptcy. He was dying from his hardihood, despite the numerous customers whom the hazards of a struggle had brought him. One of his secret worries was to see these customers slowly quitting him, returning to the Ladies' Paradise after all the money he'd lost in the efforts he'd made to secure them. One day he quite lost patience. A customer, Madame de Beauve, had called at his shop for some mantles, for he had added a ready-made department to his business. She would not come to a decision, however, but complained of the quality of the material, and at last exclaimed, "Their Paris Delight is a great deal stronger." Robineau restrained himself, assuring her that she was mistaken with the tradesman's politeness, all the more respectful, moreover, as he feared to reveal his inward revolt. "But just look at the silk of this cloak," she resumed. "One would really take it for so much cobweb. You may say what you like, sir, but their silk at 5 francs is like leather compared with this." He did not reply. With the blood rushing to his face, he kept his lips tightly closed. In point of fact, he had ingeniously thought of buying some of his rival's silk for these mantles, so that it was Mouret, not he, who lost on the material, and to conceal his practice he simply cut off the selvage. "Really," he murmured at last, "you think the Paris Delight thicker?" "Oh, 100 times," said Madame de Beauve. "There's no comparison." This injustice on her part, this fixed determination to run down the goods in spite of all evidence, filled him with indignation, and, as she was still turning the mantle over with a disgusted air, a little bit of the blue and silver selvage, which through carelessness had not been cut off, appeared under the lining. Thereupon he could not restrain himself any longer, but confessed the truth at all hazards. "Well, madame, this is Paris Delight. I bought it myself. Look at the selvage." Madame de Beauve went away greatly annoyed, and a number of customers quitted him, for the affair became known. And he, amid this ruin, when fear for the future came upon him, only trembled for his wife, who had been brought up in a happy, peaceful home and would never be able to endure a life of poverty. What would become of her if a catastrophe should throw them into the street with a load of debts? It was his fault. He ought never to have touched her money. She was obliged to comfort him. Wasn't the money as much his as hers? He loved her dearly, and she wanted nothing more. She gave him everything, her heart and her life. They could be heard embracing one another in the back shop. Then, little by little, the affairs of the house got into a regular groove. Each month the losses increased, but with a slowness which postponed the fatal issue. A tenacious hope sustained them, and they still predicted the approaching discomfiture of a Ladies' Paradise. "Pooh," he would say, "we are young yet. The future is ours." "And besides, what matters if you have done what you wanted to do?" she resumed. "As long as you are satisfied, I am as well, darling." Denise's affection for them increased on seeing their tenderness. She trembled, divining their inevitable fall. However, she dared not interfere, and it was here that she ended by fully understanding the power of the new system of business, and became impassioned for this force which was transforming Paris.
Her ideas were ripening. A woman's grace was being evolved from the wildness of a child freshly arrived from Valognes. Her life, too, was a pretty, pleasant one, notwithstanding its fatigue and the little money she earned. When she had spent all the day on her feet, she had to go straight home and look after Pépé, whom old Bourras fortunately insisted on feeding. But there was still a lot to do. A shirt to wash, a blouse to mend, without mentioning the noise made by the youngster, which made her head ache fit to split. She never went to bed before midnight. Sunday was her hardest day, for she then cleaned her room and mended her own things, so busy that it was often 5 o'clock before she could comb her hair. However, she sometimes went out for health's sake, taking the little one for a long walk, out towards Neuilly, and their treat over there was to drink a cup of milk at a dairyman's, who allowed them to sit down in his yard. Jean disdained these excursions. He put in an appearance now and again on weekday evenings, and then disappeared, pretending he had other visits to pay. He asked for no more money, but he arrived with such a melancholy countenance that his anxious sister always managed to keep a 5-franc piece for him. That was her sole luxury. 5 francs, he would exclaim each time. My stars, you're too good. It just happened there's the... Not another word, Denise would say. I don't want to know. 3 months passed away. Spring was coming back. However, Denise refused to return to Joinville with Pauline and Barger. She sometimes met them in the Rue Saint-Roch on leaving the shop in the evening. Pauline, on one occasion when she was alone, confided to her that she was perhaps going to marry her lover. It was she who was hesitating, for they did not care for married saleswomen at the Ladies' Paradise. This idea of marriage surprised Denise, and she did not dare to advise her friend. Then one day, just as Colombin had stopped her near the fountain to talk about Clara, the latter tripped across the road, and Denise was obliged to run away, for he implored her to ask her old comrade if she would marry him. What was the matter with them all? Why were they tormenting themselves like this? She thought herself very fortunate not to be in love with anybody. "You've heard the news?" the umbrella dealer said to her one evening on her return from business. "No, Monsieur Bourras." "Well, the scoundrels have bought the Hôtel Duvillard. I'm hemmed in on all sides." He was waving his long arms about in a burst of fury which made his white mane stand up on end. "A regular underhand affair," he resumed. "But it seems that the hotel belonged to the Crédit Immobilier, whose president, Baron Hartmann, had just sold it to our famous Mouret. And now they've got me on the right, on the left, and at the back, just in the way that I'm holding the knob of this stick in my hand." It was true. The sale must have been concluded on the previous day. Bourras's small house, hemmed in between the Ladies' Paradise and the Hôtel Duvillard, clinging there like a swallow's nest in the crack of a wall, seemed certain to be crushed as soon as a shop gallery should invade the hotel. And the time had now arrived. The Colossus had outflanked the feeble obstacle, and was investing it with its piles of goods, threatening to swallow it up, absorb it by the sole force of its giant aspiratory powers. Bourras could well feel the close embrace which was making his shop creak. He thought he could see the place getting smaller. He was afraid of being absorbed himself, of being carried off into kingdom come with his sticks and umbrellas, so loudly was the terrible machine now roaring. "Do you hear them?" he asked. "One would think they were eating the very walls. And in my cellar and in the attic, everywhere, there's the same noise, like that of a saw cutting through the plaster. But never mind, they won't flatten me as easily as they might a sheet of paper. I shall stick here, even if they blow up my roof and the rain falls in bucketfuls on my bed." It was just at this moment that Mouret caused fresh proposals to be made to Bourras. They would increase the figure of their offer. They would give him 50,000 francs for his goodwill and the remainder of his lease. But this offer redoubled the old man's anger. He refused in an insulting manner. How those scoundrels must rob people to be able to pay 50,000 francs for a thing which wasn't worth 10,000. And he defended his shop as a young girl defends her virtue, for honor's sake. Denise noticed that Bourras was preoccupied during the next fortnight. He wandered about in a feverish manner, measuring the walls of his house, surveying it from the middle of the street with the air of an architect. Then, one morning, some workmen arrived. This was the decisive blow. He'd conceived the bold idea of beating the Ladies' Paradise on its own ground by making certain concessions to modern luxury. Customers who had often reproached him for the darkness of his shop would certainly come back to it again when they saw it all bright and new. In the first place, the workmen stopped up the crevices and whitewashed the frontage. Then they painted the woodwork a light green, and even carried the splendor so far as to gild the signboard. A sum of 3,000 francs, held in reserve by Bourras as a last resort, was swallowed up in this way. Moreover, the whole neighborhood was revolutionized by it all. People came to look at him losing his head amid all these riches, and no longer able to find the things he was accustomed to. He did not seem to be at home in that bright frame, that tender setting. He looked quite scared with his long beard and white hair. On the opposite side of the street, passers-by lingered in astonishment at seeing him waving his arms about while he carved his handles. And he was in a state of fever, perpetually afraid of dirtying his shop, more and more at sea amidst this luxury which he did not at all understand. Meantime, as at Robineau's, so at Bourras's was the campaign against the Ladies' Paradise carried on. Bourras had just brought out his invention, the automatic umbrella, which later on was to become popular. But the Paradise people immediately improved on the invention, and a struggle of prices began. Bourras had an article at 1 franc and 19 sous in Zanella with a steel mounting, an everlasting article, said the ticket. But he was especially anxious to vanquish his competitors with his handles of bamboo, dogwood, olive, myrtle, rattan, indeed every imaginable sort of handle. The Paradise people, less artistic, paid more attention to the material, extolling their alpacas and mohairs, twills and sarcenets. And they came out victorious. Bourras, in despair, repeated that art was done for, that he was reduced to carving his handles for the pleasure of doing so, without any hope of selling them. "It's my fault," he cried to Denise. "I never ought to have kept a lot of rotten articles at 1 franc 19 sous. That's where these new notions lead one to. I wanted to follow the example of those brigands. So much the better if I'm ruined by it." The month of July proved very warm, and Denise suffered greatly in her tiny room under the roof. So after leaving the shop, she sometimes went to fetch Pépé, and instead of going upstairs at once, took a stroll in the Tuileries gardens until the gates closed. One evening, as she was walking towards the chestnut trees, she suddenly stopped short with surprise. For a few yards off, coming straight towards her, she fancied she recognized Hutin. But her heart commenced to beat violently. It was Mouret, who had dined on the other side of the river and was hurrying along on foot to call on Madame Desforges. At the abrupt movement which she made to escape him, he caught sight of her. The night was coming on, but still he recognized her clearly. "Ah, it's you, mademoiselle," he said. She did not reply, astonished that he should deign to stop. He, smiling, concealed his constraint beneath an air of amiable protection. "You are still in Paris?" he inquired. "Yes, sir," said she at last. She was slowly drawing back, desirous of making a bow and continuing her walk. But he abruptly turned and followed her under the dark shadows of the chestnut trees. The air was getting cooler. Some children were laughing in the distance, while trundling their hoops. "This is your brother, is it not?" he resumed, looking at Pépé. The little boy, frightened by the unusual presence of a gentleman, was walking gravely by his sister's side, holding her tightly by the hand. "Yes, sir," she replied once more, and as she did so she blushed, thinking of the abominable invention circulated by Marguerite and Clara. No doubt Mouret understood why she was blushing, for he quickly added, "Listen, mademoiselle, I have to apologize to you. Yes, I should have been happy to have told you sooner how much I regret the error that was made. You were accused too lightly of a fault. However, the evil is done. I simply wanted to assure you that everyone in our establishment now knows of your affection for your brothers." Then he went on speaking with a respectful politeness to which the saleswomen of the Ladies' Paradise were little accustomed. Denise's confusion had increased, but her heart was full of joy. He knew then that she had ever remained virtuous. Both remained silent. He still lingered beside her, regulating his walk to the child's short steps, and the distant murmurs of the city died away under the black shadows of the spreading chestnut trees. "I have only one reparation to offer you," he resumed. "Naturally, if you would like to come back to us—" But she interrupted him, refusing his offer with a feverish haste. "No, sir, I cannot. Thank you all the same, but I have found another situation." He knew it. They had informed him she was with Robineau. And leisurely, putting himself on a footing of amiable equality, he spoke of the latter, rendering him full justice. He was a very intelligent fellow, no doubt, but too nervous. He would certainly come to grief. Gaujean had burdened him with a very heavy business, in which they would both suffer. Thereupon Denise, subjugated by this familiarity, opened her mind further, and allowed it to be seen that she was on the side of the big shops in the war between them and the small traders. She grew animated, citing examples, showing herself well up in the question, and even expressing new and enlightened ideas. He, quite charmed, listened to her in surprise, and turned round, trying to distinguish her features in the growing darkness. She appeared to be still the same with her simple dress and sweet face, but from amidst her modest bashfulness there seemed to ascend a penetrating perfume of which he felt the powerful influence. Doubtless this little girl had got used to the atmosphere of Paris. She was becoming quite a woman, and was really perturbing with her sound common sense and her beautiful sweet-scented hair. "As you are on our side," said he, laughing, "why do you stay with our adversaries? I was told, too, that you lodged with Barras." "A very worthy man," he murmured. "No, not a bit of it. He's an old idiot, a madman who will force me to ruin him, though I should be glad to get rid of him with a fortune. Besides, your place is not in his house, which has a bad reputation. He lets to certain women." But realizing that the young girl was confused, he hastened to add, "Oh, one can be respectable anywhere, and there's even more merit in remaining so when one is so poor." They took a few steps in silence. Pépé seemed to be listening with the attentive air of a precocious child. Now and again he raised his eyes to his sister, whose burning hand, quivering with sudden starts, astonished him. "Look here," resumed Mouret gaily, "will you be my ambassador? I intended increasing my offer tomorrow, of proposing 80,000 francs to Barras. Will you speak to him first about it? Tell him he's cutting his own throat. Perhaps he'll listen to you, as he has a liking for you, and you'll be doing him a real service." "Very well," said Denise, smiling also. "I will deliver your message, but I am afraid I shall not succeed." Then a fresh silence ensued, neither of them having anything more to say. For a moment he attempted to talk of her Uncle Baudu, but had to give it up on seeing how uncomfortable this made the girl. Nevertheless, they continued walking side by side, and at last found themselves near the Rue de Rivoli, in a path where it was still light. On emerging from the darkness of the trees, this was like a sudden awakening. He understood that he could not detain her any longer. "Good night, mademoiselle," he said. "Good night, sir." Nevertheless, he did not go away. On raising his eyes, he had perceived in front of him, at the corner of the Rue d'Alger, the lighted windows of Madame Deforge's flat, whither he was bound. And looking at Denise, whom he could now see in the pale twilight, she appeared to him very puny compared to Henriette. Why was it then that she touched his heart in this manner? It was a stupid caprice. "This little man is getting tired," he resumed, by way of saying something. "Remember, mind, that our house will always be open to you. You've only to knock, and I'll give you every compensation possible. Good night, mademoiselle."
"Good night, sir."
When Mouret had quitted her, Denise went back under the chestnut trees into the black gloom. For a long time she walked on at random between the huge trunks, her face burning, her head in a whirl of confused ideas. Pépé still held her hand and was stretching out his short legs to keep pace with her. She had forgotten him. But at last he said, "You go too quick, little mother." At this she sat down on a bench, and as he was tired, the child went to sleep on her lap. She held him there, pressing him to her virgin bosom, her eyes wandering far away into the darkness. When, an hour later, they slowly returned to the Rue de la Michodière, she'd regained her usual quiet, sensible expression. "Hell and thunder!" shouted Bourras, when he saw her coming. "The blow is struck. That rascal of a Mouret has just bought my house." He was half mad, and was striking himself in the middle of the shop with such outrageous gestures that he almost broke the windows. "Ah, the scoundrel! It's the fruiterer who's written to tell me of it. And how much do you think the rogue has got for the house? 150,000 francs, 4 times its value. There's another thief, if you like. Just fancy, he's taken advantage of my embellishments, making capital out of the fact that the house has been done up. How much longer are they going to make a fool of me?" The thought that his money spent on paint and whitewash had brought the fruiterer a profit exasperated him. And now Mouret would be his landlord. He would have to pay him. It was beneath this detested competitor's roof that he must in future live. Such a thought raised his fury to the highest pitch. "Ah, I could hear them digging a hole through the wall. At this moment they are here, eating out of my very plate, so to say." And the shop shook under his heavy fist as he banged it on the counter, making the umbrellas and the parasols dance again. Denise, bewildered, could not get in a word. She stood there motionless, waiting for the end of this fit, whilst Pépé, very tired, fell asleep again, this time on a chair. At last, when Bourras became a little calmer, she resolved to deliver Mouret's message. No doubt the old man was irritated, but the excess even of his anger, the blind alley, as it were, in which he found himself, might determine an abrupt acceptance on his part. "I've just met someone," she commenced. "Yes, a person from the paradise who's very well informed. It appears they are going to offer you 80,000 francs tomorrow." 80,000 francs, he interrupted, in a terrible voice. 80,000 francs? Not for 1,000,000 now. She tried to reason with him, but at that moment the shop door opened, and she suddenly drew back, pale and silent. It was her uncle Baudu, with his yellow face and aged look. Bourras caught his neighbor by the buttonhole, and without allowing him to say a word, as if goaded on by his presence, roared in his face, "What do you think they have the cheek to offer me? 80,000 francs! They've got to that point, the brigands. They think I'm going to sell myself like a prostitute. Ah, they've bought the house, and they think they've got me now. Well, it's all over. They shan't have it. I might have given way, perhaps, but now it belongs to them. Let them try to take it." "So, the news is true," said Baudu, in his slow voice. "I had heard of it, and came over to know if it was so." 80,000 francs, repeated Bourras. "Why not 100,000 at once? It's this immense sum of money that makes me so indignant. Do they think they can make me commit a knavish trick with their money? They shan't have it, by heavens! Never, never, you hear me?" Then Denise broke her silence to remark, in her calm, quiet way, "They'll have it in 9 years' time, when your lease expires." And notwithstanding her uncle's presence, she begged the old man to accept. The struggle was becoming impossible. He was fighting against a superior force. It would be madness to refuse the fortune offered him. But he still replied no. In 9 years' time he hoped to be dead, so as not to see it. "You hear, Monsieur Baudu," he resumed. "Your niece is on their side. It's she whom they have commissioned to corrupt me. She's with the brigands, my word of honor." Baudu, who had so far appeared not to notice Denise, now raised his head, with the surly movement that he affected when standing at his shop door every time she passed. But slowly he turned round and looked at her, and his thick lips trembled. "I know it," he replied in an undertone, and he continued looking at her. Denise, affected almost to tears, thought him greatly changed by worry. Perhaps, too, he was stricken with remorse at not having assisted her during the time of misery through which she had lately passed. Then the sight of Pépé sleeping on the chair, amidst the hubbub of the discussion, seemed to suddenly inspire him with compassion. "Denise," said he simply, "come tomorrow and have dinner with us, and bring the little one. My wife and Geneviève asked me to invite you if I met you." She turned very red, went up to him and kissed him, and as he was going away, Bourras, delighted at this reconciliation, again cried out to him, "Just give her a lecture. She isn't a bad sort. As for me, the house may fall. I shall be found in the ruins." "Our houses are already falling, neighbor," said Baudu with a gloomy air. "We shall all of us be crushed under them." This ends Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 8, Part 1 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 1. At this time, the whole neighborhood was talking of the great thoroughfare which was to be opened between the Bourse and the new Opera House, under the name of the Rue du 10 Décembre. Footnote: This is, at the present day, the Rue du 4 Septembre. Napoleon III gave as the name of the new thoroughfare the date of his coronation, December 10th, and after Sedan, the Republican government ironically retorted by altering the name to the date of his downfall, September 4th. End of footnote. The expropriation judgments had been delivered, and 2 gangs of demolishers were already beginning operations at either end, the first pulling down the old mansions in the Rue Louis-le-Grand, and the other destroying the thin walls of the old Vaudeville. You could hear the picks getting closer, and the Rue de Choiseul and the Rue de la Michaudière waxing quite excited over their condemned houses. Before a fortnight passed, the opening would leave in both these streets a great gap full of sunlight and uproar. But what stirred up the district still more was the work undertaken at the Lady's Paradise. People talked of considerable enlargements, of gigantic shops with frontages on the Rue de la Michaudière, the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, and the Rue Monsigny. Mouret, it was said, had made arrangements with Baron Hartmann, the chairman of the Crédit Immobilier, and would occupy the whole block, excepting the future frontage in the Rue du 10 Décembre, where the Baron wished to erect a rival establishment to the Grand Hotel. The Paradise people were buying up leases on all sides, shops were closing and tenants moving, and in the empty buildings an army of workmen was commencing the various alterations amidst a cloud of plaster. And alone in all this disorder, old Bourras' narrow hovel remained intact, still obstinately clinging between the high walls covered with masons. When, on the following day, Denise went with Pépé to her uncle Baudu's,
The street was blocked up by a line of carts discharging bricks outside the Hôtel du Villard. Baudu was standing at his shop door, looking on with a gloomy air. In proportion as the ladies' paradise became larger, the old Elbeuf seemed to grow smaller. The young girl thought that the windows looked blacker than ever, lower and lower still beneath the first story, with its rounded, prison-like windows. The damp, moreover, had still further discolored the old green signboard. Woefulness appeared on the whole frontage, livid in hue, and, as it were, shrunken. "Here you are, then," said Baudu. "Take care, they would run right over you." Inside the shop, Denise experienced the same heart-pang. She found it darker, steeped more deeply than ever in the somnolence of approaching ruin. Empty corners formed dark cavities. Dust was covering the counters and filling the drawers, whilst a cellar-like odor of saltpetre rose from the bales of cloth that were no longer moved about. At the desk, Madame Baudu and Geneviève stood mute and motionless, as in some solitary spot where no one would come to disturb them. The mother was hemming some dusters. The daughter, her hands resting on her knees, was gazing at the emptiness before her. "Good evening, Aunt," said Denise. "I'm delighted to see you again, and if I have hurt your feelings, I hope you will forgive me." Madame Baudu kissed her, greatly affected. "My poor child," said she, "if I had no other troubles, you would see me gayer than this." "Good evening, cousin," resumed Denise, kissing Geneviève on the cheeks. The latter woke with a sort of start, and returned her kisses, but without finding a word to say. Then the two women took up Pépé, who was holding out his little arms, and the reconciliation was complete. "Well, it's 6 o'clock. Let's go to dinner," said Baudu. "Why haven't you brought Jean?" "Well, he was to have come," murmured Denise in embarrassment. "I saw him this morning, and he faithfully promised me." "Oh, we must not wait for him. His master has kept him, I dare say." In reality, she suspected some extraordinary adventure, and wished to apologize for him in advance. "In that case, we will commence," said her uncle, and turning towards the dim depths of the shop, he added, "You may as well dine with us, Colombin. No one will come." Denise had not noticed the assistant. Her aunt explained to her that they'd been obliged to get rid of the other salesman and the young lady. Business was getting so bad that Colombin sufficed, and even he spent many idle hours, drowsy, falling asleep with his eyes open. The gas was burning in the dining room, although they were now in the long days of summer. Denise shivered slightly as she went in, chilled by the dampness oozing from the walls. She once more beheld the round table, the places laid on the American cloth, the window deriving its air and light from the dark and fetid backyard. And all these things appeared to her to be gloomier than ever, and tearful like the shop. "Father," said Geneviève, uncomfortable for Denise's sake, "shall I close the window? There's rather a bad smell." He himself smelt nothing, and seemed surprised. "Shut the window if you like," he replied at last, "but we shan't get any air then." And indeed they were almost stifled. It was a very simple family dinner. After the soup, as soon as the servant had served the boiled beef, the old man as usual began talking about the people opposite. At first he showed himself very tolerant, allowing his niece to have a different opinion. "Dear me," said he, "you are quite free to support those big tricky shows. Each person has his ideas, my girl. If you were not disgusted at being so disgracefully chucked out, you must have strong reasons for liking them. And even if you went back again, I should think none the worse of you. No one here would be offended, would they?" "Oh, no," murmured Madame Baudu. Thereupon Denise quietly gave her reasons for her preference, just as she had at Robineau's, explaining the logical evolution in business, the necessities of modern times, the greatness of these new creations, in short, the growing well-being of the public. Baudu, his eyes dilated and his mouth clammy, listened with a visible mental strain. Then, when she had finished, he shook his head. "That's all phantasmagoria, you know. Business is business. There's no getting over that. Oh, I own that they succeed, but that's all. For a long time I thought they would smash up. Yes, I expected that, waiting patiently. You remember? Well, no, it appears that nowadays thieves make fortunes, whilst honest people die of hunger. That's what we've come to. I'm obliged to bow to facts, and I do bow, on my word, I do bow to them." A deep anger was gradually rising within him. All at once he flourished his fork. "But the old Elbeuf will never give way. I said as much to Barras, you know. 'Neighbor,' said I, 'you're going over to the cheapjacks. Your paint and your varnish are a disgrace to you.'" "Eat your dinner," interrupted Madame Baudu, feeling anxious on seeing him so excited. "Wait a bit. I want my niece thoroughly to understand my motto. Just listen, my girl. I'm like this decanter. I don't budge. They succeed, so much the worse for them. As for me, I protest. That's all." The servant brought in a piece of roast veal. He cut it up with trembling hands, and no longer showed his accurate glance, his deft skill in weighing the portions. The consciousness of his defeat deprived him of the confidence he had formerly possessed as a respected employer. Pepe had thought that his uncle was getting angry, and they had to pacify him by giving him some dessert, some biscuits which were near his plate. Then Baudu, lowering his voice, tried to talk of something else. For a moment he spoke of the demolitions going on, approving of the Rue du 10 Décembre, the piercing of which would certainly increase the business of the neighborhood. But then he again returned to the lady's paradise. Everything brought him back to it, as to a chronic complaint. They were being covered with plaster, and business had quite ceased since the builders' carts had commenced to block up the street. Moreover, the place would soon be really ridiculous in its immensity. The customers would lose themselves in it. Why not have the central markets at once? And in spite of his wife's supplicating looks, notwithstanding his own effort, he went on from the works to the amount of business done in the big shop. Was it not inconceivable? In less than 4 years they had increased their figures 5-fold. The annual receipts, formerly some 8 million francs, now attained the sum of 40 millions, according to the last balance sheet. In fact, it was a piece of folly, a thing that had never been seen before, and against which it was perfectly useless to struggle. They were always swelling and growing. They now had 1,000 employees and 28 departments. Those 28 departments enraged him more than anything else. No doubt they had duplicated a few, but others were quite new. For instance, a furniture department and a department for fancy goods. The idea! Fancy goods! Really, those people had no pride whatever. They would even end by selling fish. Then Baudu, though still affecting to respect Denise's opinions, attempted to convert her. "Frankly, you can't defend them. What would you say if I were to add an ironmongery department to my cloth business? You would say I was mad, eh? Confess, at least, that you don't esteem them." And as the young girl simply smiled, feeling uncomfortable and realizing how futile the best of reasons would be, he resumed. "In short, you are on their side. We won't talk about it any more, for it's useless to let that part us again. That would be the climax, to see them come between me and my family. Go back with them if you like, but pray don't worry me with any more of their stories." A silence ensued. His previous violence fell to this feverish resignation. As they were suffocating in the narrow room, heated by the gas burner, the servant had to open the window again, and the damp, pestilential air from the yard blew into the apartment. A dish of sautéed potatoes had appeared, and they helped themselves slowly, without a word. "Look at those two," began Baudu again,
pointing with his knife to Geneviève and Colomban. "Ask them if they like your lady's paradise." Side by side, in the places where they had found themselves twice a day for the last 12 years, Colomban and Geneviève were eating slowly, without uttering a word. He, exaggerating the coarse good nature of his face, seemed to be concealing, behind his drooping eyelashes, the inward flame which was consuming him, whilst she, her head bowed lower beneath her heavy hair, appeared to be giving way entirely, as if a prey to some secret grief. "Last year was very disastrous," explained Baudu, "and we've been obliged to postpone the marriage. Just to please them, ask them what they think of your friends." In order to pacify him, Denise interrogated the young people. "Naturally, I can't be very fond of them, cousin," replied Geneviève. "But never fear, everyone doesn't detest them." And so speaking, she looked at Colomban, who was rolling up some breadcrumbs with an absorbed air. But when he felt that the young girl's gaze was turned upon him, he broke out into a series of violent exclamations. "A rotten shop! A lot of rogues, every man jack of them! In fact, a regular pest in the neighborhood!" "You hear him? You hear him!" exclaimed Baudu, delighted. "There's one whom they'll never get hold of. Ah, my boy, you're the last of the old stock. We shan't see any more." But Geneviève, with her severe and suffering look, did not take her eyes off Colomban, but dived into the depths of his heart. And he felt troubled, and again launched out into invective. Madame Baudu was watching them in silence with an anxious air, as if she foresaw another misfortune in this direction. For some time past, her daughter's sadness had frightened her. She felt her to be dying. "The shop is left to take care of itself," she said at last, rising from table, in order to put an end to the scene. "Go and see, Colomban. I fancy I heard someone." They'd finished and got up. Baudu and Colomban went to speak to a traveler who'd come for orders. Madame Baudu carried Pépé off to show him some pictures. The servant had quickly cleared the table, and Denise was lingering by the window, looking curiously into the little backyard, when on turning round she saw Geneviève still in her place, her eyes fixed on the American cloth, which was still damp from the sponge that had been passed over it.
"And are you suffering, cousin?" she asked.
The young girl did not reply, but seemed to be obstinately studying a rent in the cloth, though really absorbed in the reflections passing through her mind. But after a while she raised her head with difficulty and looked at the sympathizing face bent over hers. The others had gone, then? What was she doing on that chair? And suddenly sobs stifled her. Her head fell forward on the edge of the table. She wept on, wetting her sleeve with her tears. "Good heavens! What's the matter with you?" cried Denise in dismay. "Shall I call someone?" But Geneviève nervously caught her by the arm and held her back, stammering, "No, no, stay here. Don't let Mamma know. With you I don't mind, but not the others. Not the others. It's not my fault, I assure you. It was on finding myself all alone. Wait a bit. I'm better. I'm not crying now." Nevertheless, sudden attacks kept on seizing her, sending shudders through her frail body. It seemed as though her pile of hair was weighing down her neck. While she was rolling her head on her folded arms, a hairpin slipped out, and then her hair fell over her neck, burying it beneath gloomy tresses. Denise, as quietly as possible for fear of attracting attention, sought to console her. She undid her dress, and was heartrent on seeing how fearfully thin she had become. The poor girl's bosom was as hollow as a child's. Then Denise took hold of her hair by the handful, that superb hair, which seemed to be absorbing all her life, and twisted it up tightly to clear her neck and make her cooler. "Thanks, you are very kind," said Geneviève. "I'm not stout, am I? I used to be stouter, but it's all gone away.
Do up my dress, or Mamma might see my shoulders. I hide them as much as I can. Good heavens, I'm not at all well. I'm not at all well." However, the attack passed away, and she sat there completely exhausted and looking fixedly at her cousin. After a pause, she abruptly inquired, "Tell me the truth. Does he love her?" Denise felt a blush rising to her cheeks. She was perfectly well aware that Geneviève referred to Colombin and Clara, but she pretended to be surprised. "Who, dear?" Geneviève shook her head with an incredulous air. "Don't tell falsehoods, I beg of you. Do me the favor of setting my doubts at rest. You must know, I feel it. Yes, you were that girl's comrade, and I've seen Colombin run after you and talk to you in a low voice. He was giving you messages for her, wasn't he? Oh, for pity's sake, tell me the truth. I assure you it will do me good." Never before had Denise been in such an awkward position. She lowered her eyes before this girl, who was ever silent and yet guessed all. However, she had the strength to deceive her still. "But it's you he loves," she said. Geneviève made a gesture of despair. "Very well, you won't tell me anything. However, I don't care. I've seen them. He's continually going outside to look at her. She upstairs laughs like a bad woman. Of course they meet out of doors." "As for that, no, I assure you," exclaimed Denise, forgetting herself and carried away by the desire to give her cousin at least that consolation. Geneviève drew a long breath and smiled feebly. Then, in the weak voice of a convalescent, she said, "I should like a glass of water. Excuse me if I trouble you. Look, over there in the sideboard." When she got hold of the bottle, she drank a large glassful right off, keeping Denise away with one hand. The young saleswoman was afraid that she might do herself harm. "No, no," said she. "Let me be. I'm always thirsty. In the night I get up to drink." Silence again fell. Then Geneviève once more began in a gentle voice. "If you only knew, I've been accustomed to the idea of this marriage for the last 10 years. I was still wearing short dresses when Colombin began courting me. I can hardly remember how things came about. By always living together, shut up here together, without any other distractions between us, I must have ended by believing him to be my husband before he really was. I didn't know whether I loved him. I was his wife, that was all. And now he wants to go off with another girl. Oh, heavens, my heart is breaking. You see, it's a grief that I never felt before. It hurts me in the bosom and in the head. Then it spreads everywhere. It's killing me." Her eyes filled with tears. Denise, whose eyelids were also moistening with pity, asked her, "Does my aunt suspect anything?" "Yes, Mamma has her suspicions, I think. As for Papa, he's too much worried, and does not know the pain he's causing me by postponing the marriage. Mamma has questioned me several times, greatly alarmed to see me pining away. She's never been very strong herself, and has often said to me, 'My poor child, you're like myself, by no means strong. Besides, one doesn't grow much in these shops. But she must find me getting really too thin now. Look at my arms. Would you believe it?" Then with a trembling hand she again took up the water bottle. Her cousin tried to prevent her from drinking. "But I'm so thirsty," said she. "Let me drink." They could hear Baudu calling in a loud voice. Then, suddenly yielding to an inspiration of her heart, Denise knelt down before Geneviève, and throwing her sisterly arms round her neck, kissed her, and assured her that everything would yet turn out all right, that she would marry Colombin, would get well, and live happily. And then she got up quickly, for her uncle was calling her. "Jean is here. Come along." It was indeed Jean, who, looking rather scared, had just arrived for dinner.
When they told him it was striking 8, he seemed amazed. Impossible! He'd only just left his master's. They chaffed him. No doubt he'd come by way of the Bois de Vincennes. But as soon as he could get near his sister, he whispered to her, "It's all the fault of a little laundry girl. I've got a cab outside by the hour. Give me 5 francs. He went out for a minute, and then returned to dinner, for Madame Baudu would not hear of his going away without taking, at least, a plate of soup. Geneviève had returned to the shop in her usual silent and retiring manner. Colombin was now half asleep behind the counter, and the evening passed away, slow and melancholy, only animated by Baudu's tramp as he walked from one end of the empty shop to the other. A single gas burner was alight. The shadows of the low ceiling fell in large masses, like black earth from a ditch. Several months passed away. Denise came in nearly every evening to cheer up Geneviève a bit. But the Baudus' home became more melancholy than ever. The works opposite were a continual torment which made them feel their bad luck more and more keenly. Even when they had an hour of hope, some unexpected joy, the uproar of a tumbrel load of bricks, the sound of a stone-cutter's saw, or the simple call of a mason would at once suffice to mar their pleasure. In fact, the whole neighborhood was stirred by it all. From behind the hoarding, edging and obstructing the 3 streets, there issued a movement of feverish activity. Although the architect was utilizing the existing buildings, he was opening them in various ways to adapt them to their new uses, and right in the center of the vacant space supplied by the courtyards, he was building a central gallery as vast as a church, which would be reached by a grand entrance in the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, in the very middle of the frontage. They had at first experienced great difficulty in laying the foundations, for they'd come upon sewer deposits in loose earth, full of human bones. Besides which, the boring of the well, a well 300 feet deep, destined to yield 200 gallons a minute, had made the neighbors very anxious. They'd now got the wall up to the 1st story, and the entire block was surrounded by scaffoldings, regular towers of timber. There was an incessant noise from the grinding of the windlasses hoisting up the freestone, the abrupt unloading of iron bars, the clamor of the army of workmen, accompanied by the noise of picks and hammers. But above all else, what most deafened you was the sound of the machinery. Everything went by steam, screeching whistles rent the air, and then, too, at the slightest gust of wind, clouds of plaster flew about and covered the neighboring roofs like a fall of snow. The despairing Baudus looked on at this implacable dust penetrating everywhere, filtering through the closest woodwork, soiling the goods in their shop, even gliding into their beds. And the idea that they must continue to breathe it, that it would end by killing them, empoisoned their existence. The situation, however, was destined to become worse still, for in September the architect, afraid of not being ready in time, decided to carry on the work at night also. Powerful electric lamps were established, and then the uproar became continuous. Gangs of men relieved each other, the hammers never stopped, the engines whistled night and day, and again the everlasting clamor seemed to raise and scatter the white dust. The exasperated Baudus now had to give up the idea of sleeping even. They were shaken in their alcove. The noises changed into nightmare whenever they managed to doze off. Then, if they got up to calm their fever, and went with bare feet to pull back the curtains and look out of the window, they were frightened by the vision of the lady's paradise flaring in the darkness like a colossal forge where their ruin was being forged. Along the half-built walls, pierced with empty bays, the electric lamps threw broad, bluey rays of blinding intensity. 2 o'clock struck, then 3, then 4, and during the painful sleep of the neighborhood, the works, expanding in the lunar-like brightness, became colossal and fantastic, swarming with black shadows, noisy workmen whose silhouettes gesticulated against the crude whiteness of the new walls. Baudu had spoken correctly. The small traders of the adjacent streets were receiving another mortal blow. Every time Milady's Paradise created new departments, there were fresh failures among the shopkeepers of a district. The disaster spread. One could hear the oldest houses cracking. Mademoiselle Tatin, of the underlinen shop in the Passage Choiseul, had just been declared bankrupt. Quinette, the glover, could hardly hold out another 6 months. The furriers, Van Puy, were obliged to sublet a part of their premises. And if the Bédoré, brother and sister, still kept on as hosiers in the Rue Gaillon, they were evidently living on the money they had formerly saved. And now more smashes were on the point of being added to those long since foreseen. The fancy goods department threatened a dealer in the Rue Saint-Roch, Deslignières, a big, full-blooded man, whilst the furniture department was injuring Messieurs Piot and Rivoire, whose shops slumbered in the gloom of the Passage Sainte-Anne. It was even feared that an attack of apoplexy would carry off Deslignières, who'd been in a terrible rage ever since the Ladies' Paradise had marked up purses at 30% reduction. The furniture dealers, who were much calmer, affected to joke at these counter-jumpers who wanted to meddle with such articles as chairs and tables. But customers were already leaving them, and the success of Mouret's department threatened to be a formidable one. It was all over. They must bow their heads. After these, others would be swept off in their turn, and there was no reason why every business should not be driven away. Some day the Ladies' Paradise alone would cover the neighborhood with its roof. At present, when the 1,000 employees went in and came out, morning and evening, they formed such a long procession on the Place Gaillon that people stopped to look at them as they might at a passing regiment. For 10 minutes they blocked up all the streets, and the shopkeepers standing at their doors thought bitterly of their one assistant, whom they hardly knew how to find food for. The last balance sheet of the big bazaar, the turnover of 40 millions, had also revolutionized the neighborhood. The figure passed from house to house amid cries of surprise and anger. 40 millions! Think of that! No doubt the net profit did not exceed more than 4%, given the heavy general expenses and the system of low prices. But 1,600,000 francs was still a handsome sum. One could well be satisfied with 4% when one operated on such a scale as that. It was said that Mouret's starting capital of 500,000 francs each year increased by the total profits of the house, a capital which must at that moment have amounted to 4 millions, had in one 12-month passed 10 times over the counters in the form of goods. Robineau, when he made this calculation in Denise's presence one evening after dinner, was quite overcome for a moment, and remained staring at his empty plate. She was right. It was this incessant renewal of capital that constituted the invincible power of a new system of business. Bourras alone denied the facts, refusing to understand, superb and stupid as a milestone. To him the Paradise people were a pack of thieves and nothing more, a lying set, cheapjacks who would be picked out of the gutter some fine morning. This ends Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Ladies' Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 2. The Baudus, however, despite their determination not to change anything in the system of the old Elbeuf, tried to sustain the competition. Customers no longer coming to them, they sought to reach the customers through the agency of travelers. There was at that time in the Paris market a traveler connected with all the leading tailors, who saved the little cloth and flannel houses when he condescended to represent them.
Naturally, they all tried to get hold of him. He was quite a personage, and Baudu, having haggled with him, had the misfortune to see him come to terms with the Matignon of the Rue Croix des Petits Champs. Then one after the other, 2 other travelers robbed him. A third, an honest man, did no business. It was a slow death, exempt from shocks, a continual decrease of business, customers falling away one by one. A day came when the bills to be met fell on the Baudus very heavily. Until that time they had lived on their former savings, but now they began to contract debts. In December, Baudu, terrified by the amount of his acceptances, resigned himself to a most cruel sacrifice. He sold his country house at Rambouillet, a house which cost him a lot of money in continual repairs, and whose tenants had not even paid the rent when he decided to get rid of it. This sale killed the sole dream of his life. His heart bled as for the loss of some dear one. And for 70,000 francs he had to part with what had cost him more than 200,000, considering himself fortunate even in meeting the Lums, his neighbors, who were desirous of adding to their property. Those 70,000 francs would keep the business going a little longer, for in spite of all the repulses, the idea of struggling on ever sprang up again. Perhaps with great care they might conquer even now. On the Sunday on which the Lums paid the money, they condescended to dine at the Old Elbeuf. Madame Aurélie was the first to arrive. They had to wait for the cashier, who came late, scared by a whole afternoon's music. As for young Albert, he had accepted the invitation, but did not put in an appearance. It was, moreover, a painful evening. The Baudus, living without air in their tiny dining-room, suffered from the breeze which the Lums, with their lack of family ties and their taste for a free life, brought in with them. Geneviève, wounded by Madame Aurélie's imperial airs, did not open her mouth, but Colomban admired her with a shiver, on reflecting that she reigned over Clara. Later on, when Madame Baudu was already in bed, her husband remained for a long time walking about the room. It was a mild night, damp, thawing weather, and in spite of the closed windows and drawn curtains, one could hear the engines snorting on the opposite side of the way. "Do you know what I'm thinking of, Elizabeth?" said Baudu at last. "Well, those Lums may earn as much money as they like. I'd rather be in my shoes than theirs. They get on well, it's true. The wife said, didn't she, that she'd made nearly 20,000 francs this year, and that had enabled her to take my poor house. Never mind. I've no longer got the house, but I don't go playing music in one direction whilst you're gadding about in the other. No, look you, they can't be happy." He was still keenly fretting over the sacrifice he'd been compelled to make, full of rancor against those people who had bought up his darling dream. Whenever he came near the bed, he leant over his wife and gesticulated. Then, returning to the window, he stood silent for a minute, listening to the noise of the works. And again he vented his old accusations, his despairing complaints about the new times. Nobody had ever seen such things. Shop assistants now earned more than tradesmen. Cashiers bought up employers' property. So no wonder that everything was going to the dogs. Family ties no longer existed. People lived at hotels instead of eating their meals at home in a respectable manner. At last he ended by prophesying that young Albert would swallow up the Rambouillet property later on with a lot of actresses. Madame Baudu listened to him, her head flat on the pillow, and so pale that her face seemed the color of the sheets. "They've paid you," she at length said softly. At this Baudu became dumb. He walked about for an instant with his eyes on the ground. Then he resumed. "They've paid me, 'tis true, and after all their money is as good as another's. It would be funny if we revived the business with this money.
Ah, if I were not so old and worn out."
A long silence ensued, for Draper was full of vague projects. Suddenly, without moving her head, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, his wife spoke again. "Have you noticed your daughter lately?"
"No," he replied.
"Well, she makes me rather anxious. She's getting pale. She seems to be pining away." He stood before the bed, full of surprise.
"Really? Whatever for? If she's ill, she should say so. Tomorrow we must send for the doctor."
Madame Baudu still remained motionless, but after a time she declared with her meditative air, "I think it would be better to get this marriage with Colombin over." He looked at her and then began walking about again. Certain things came back to his mind. Was it possible that his daughter was falling ill over the shopman? Did she love him so much that she could not wait? Here was another misfortune. It worried him all the more from the circumstance that he himself had fixed ideas about this marriage. He could never consent to it in the present state of affairs. However, his anxiety softened him.
"Very good," said he at last. "I'll speak to Colombin."
And without adding another word, he continued his walk. Soon afterwards his wife fell asleep, still looking quite white, as if dead, while he still kept on tramping about. Before getting into bed, he drew aside the curtains and glanced outside. Across the street, through the gaping windows of the old Hôtel du Villard, the workmen could be seen stirring in the dazzling glare of the electric light. On the following morning, Baudu took Colombin to the further end of the storeroom on the upper floor, having made up his mind overnight as to what he would say to him.
"My boy," he began, "you know I've sold my property at Rambouillet. That will enable us to show some fight. But I should first of all like to have a talk with you."
The young man, who seemed to dread the interview, waited with an awkward air. His small eyes twinkled in his broad face, and he stood there with his mouth open, with him a sign of profound agitation.
"Just listen to me," resumed the draper. "When old Hochecon left me the old Boeuf, the house was prosperous. He himself had received it from old Finet in a satisfactory state. You know my ideas. I should consider it wrong if I passed this family trust over to my children in a diminished state. And that's why I've always postponed your marriage with Geneviève. Yes, I was obstinate. I hoped to bring back our former prosperity. I wanted to hand you the books, saying, 'Look here, the year I commenced we sold so much cloth, and this year, the year I retire, we have sold 10,000 or 20,000 francs worth more.' In short, you understand, it was a vow I made to myself, the very natural desire I had to prove that the house had not declined in my hands. Otherwise, it would seem to me that I was robbing you." His voice became husky with emotion. He blew his nose to recover himself a bit, and then asked, "You don't say anything?" But Colombin had nothing to say. He shook his head and waited, feeling more and more perturbed, and fancying that he could guess what the governor was aiming at. It was the marriage without further delay. How could he refuse? He would never have the strength to do so. And yet there was that other girl of whom he dreamed at night, devoured by insensate passion. "Now," continued Baudu, "a sum of money has come in that may save us. The situation becomes worse every day, but perhaps by making a supreme effort. In short, I thought it right to warn you. We are going to venture our last stake. If we are beaten, why, that will entirely ruin us. Only, my poor boy, your marriage must again be postponed, for I don't wish to throw you two all alone into the struggle. That would be too cowardly, wouldn't it?"
Colombin, greatly relieved, had seated himself on a pile of molletons. His legs were still trembling. He was afraid of showing his delight, so he held down his head whilst rolling his fingers on his knees. "You don't say anything?" repeated Baudu. No, he said nothing. He could find nothing to say. Thereupon the draper slowly resumed. "I was sure this would grieve you. You must muster up courage. Pull yourself together a bit. Don't let yourself be crushed in this way. Above all, understand my position. Can I hang such a weight about your neck? Instead of leaving you a good business, I should leave you a bankruptcy, perhaps. No, only scoundrels play such tricks as that. No doubt I desire nothing but your happiness, but nobody shall ever make me go against my conscience." And he went on for a long time in this way, meandering through a maze of contradictory sentences, like a man who would have liked to be understood at the first word, but finds himself obliged to explain everything. As he had promised his daughter and the shop, strict probity forced him to deliver both in good condition, without defects or debts. But he was weary. The burden seemed to be too much for him, and entreaty almost pierced through his stammering accents. At last he got more entangled than ever, awaiting some sudden impulse from Colombin, some heartfelt cry, which did not come. "I know," he murmured, "that old men are wanting in ardor. With young ones things light up. They're full of fire. It's only natural. But no, I can't. My word of honor. If I gave it up to you, you would blame me later on." He stopped, trembling, and as the young man still kept his head down, he asked him for the third time, after a painful silence, "You don't say anything?" Then at last, without venturing to look at him, Colombin replied, "There's nothing to say. You are the master. You know better than all of us. As you wish it, we'll wait. We'll try and be reasonable." It was all over. Baudu still hoped he was going to throw himself into his arms, exclaiming, "Father, do you take a rest. We'll fight in our turn. Give us the shop as it is, so that we may work a miracle and save it." Then, however, he looked at him and felt full of shame, reproaching himself for having wished to dupe his children. His deep-rooted, maniacal, commercial honesty was awakened in him. It was this prudent fellow who was right, for there is no such thing as sentiment in business, which is only a question of figures. "Embrace me, my boy," he said in conclusion. "It's settled. We won't speak about the marriage for another year. One must think of the business before everything." That evening, in their room, when Madame Baudu questioned her husband as to the result of the conversation, the draper had regained his obstinate resolve to fight on in person to the bitter end. He gave Colombin high praise, calling him a solid fellow, firm in his ideas, brought up in the best principles, incapable, for instance, of joking with the customers like those puppies at the Paradise. No, he was honest. He belonged to the family. He didn't speculate on the business as though he were a stock jobber. "Well, then, when's the marriage to take place?" asked Madame Baudu. "Later on," he replied, "when I'm able to keep my promises." She made no gestures, but simply remarked, "It will be our daughter's death." Baudu restrained himself, though hot with anger. He was the one whom it would kill, if they continually upset him like this. Was it his fault? He loved his daughter, would lay down his life for her, but he could not make the business prosper when it obstinately refused to do so. Geneviève ought to have a little more sense and wait patiently for a better balance. The deuce! Colombin would always be there. No one would run away with him.
"It's incredible," he repeated. "Such a well-trained girl." Madame Baudu said no more. She had doubtless guessed Genevieve's jealous agony, but she did not dare to inform her husband of it. A singular womanly modesty always prevented her from approaching certain tender, delicate subjects with him. When he saw her so silent, he turned his anger against the people opposite, stretching out his fists towards the works, where they were that night setting up some large iron girders, with a great noise of hammers. Denise had now decided to return to the Ladies' Paradise, having understood that the Robineaus, obliged to cut down their staff, were at a loss how to dismiss her. To maintain their position, they were now obliged to do everything themselves. Gaujean, still obstinate in his rancor, renewed their bills and even promised to find them funds, but they were frightened. They wanted to try the effect of economy and order. During a whole fortnight, Denise had felt that they were embarrassed about her, and it was she who spoke the first, saying that she had found a situation elsewhere. This came as a great relief. Madame Robineau embraced her, deeply affected, and declaring that she should always miss her. Then, when, in answer to a question, the young girl acknowledged that she was going back to Mouret's, Robineau turned pale. "You are right," he exclaimed violently. It was not so easy to tell the news to old Bourras, however. Still, Denise had to give him notice, and she trembled at the thought, for she felt full of gratitude towards him. Bourras was at this time in a rage from morn till night, for he more than any other suffered from the uproar of the adjacent works. The builders' carts blocked up his doorway, the picks tapped on his walls. Umbrellas and sticks, everything in his place, danced about to the noise of the hammers. It seemed as if the hovel, obstinately remaining in the midst of these demolitions, would suddenly split to pieces. But the worst was that the architect, in order to connect the existing shops with those about to be opened in Hôtel du Villard, had conceived the idea of tunneling a passage under a little house that separated them. This house now belonged to the firm of Mouret and Company, and as the lease stipulated that the tenant should submit to all necessary repairs, the workmen one morning appeared on the scene. At this, Bourras nearly went into a fit. Wasn't it enough that they should grip him on all sides, on the right, the left, and behind, without attacking him underfoot as well, taking the very ground from under him? And he drove the masons away and went to law. Repairs, yes, but this was the work of embellishment. The neighborhood thought he would win the day, without, however, being sure of anything. The case at any rate threatened to be a long one, and people became quite impassioned over this interminable duel. On the day when Denise at last resolved to give him notice, Bourras had just returned from his lawyers. "Would you believe it?" he exclaimed. "They now say that the house is not solid. They pretend that the foundations must be strengthened. Confound it! They've shaken it up so much with their infernal machines that it isn't astonishing if it gives way." Then, when the girl announced she was going to leave, and was returning to the Ladies' Paradise at a salary of 1,000 francs, he became so amazed that he could only raise his trembling hands in the air. A motion made him drop upon a chair. You, he stammered. "Ah, I'm the only one. I'm the only one left." And after a pause he asked, "And the youngster?" "He'll go back to Madame Grasse's," replied Denise. "She was very fond of him." They again became silent. She would have rather seen him furious, swearing and banging the counter with his fist. The sight of this old man, suffocating and crushed, made her heart bleed. But he gradually recovered, and began shouting out once more, 1,000 francs! That isn't to be refused. You'll all go. Go, then. Leave me here alone. Yes, alone. You understand? One at all events will never bow his head. And tell them I'll win my lawsuit if I have to sell my last shirt for it."
Denise was not to leave Robineau's till the end of the month. She had seen Mouret again, and everything had been settled. One evening, as she was going up to her room, Deloche, who was watching for her in a doorway, stopped her. He was delighted, having just heard the good news. They were all talking about it in the shop, said he, and he gaily told her of all the gossip at the counters. "The young ladies in the mantle department are pulling fearfully long faces, you know." And then breaking off, he added, "By the way, you remember Clara Prunaire? Well, it appears the governor has taken a fancy to her." He had turned quite red. She, very pale, exclaimed, "What? Monsieur Mouret?" "Funny taste, eh?" he resumed. "A woman who looks like a horse. However, that's his business." Once upstairs, Denise almost fainted away. It was surely through coming up too quickly. Leaning out of the window, she had a sudden vision of Valognes, the deserted street and grassy pavement, which she'd seen from her room as a child, and she was seized with a desire to go and live there once more, to seek refuge in the peace and forgetfulness of the country. Paris irritated her. She hated the ladies' paradise. She no longer knew why she had consented to go back. She would certainly suffer there as much as formerly. She was already suffering from an unknown easiness since Deloche's stories. And then all at once a flood of tears forced her to leave the window. She continued weeping on for some time, but at last found a little courage to live on still. The next day at lunchtime, as Robineau had sent her on an errand, and she was passing the old Elbeuf, she opened the door on seeing Colombin alone in the shop. The Baudus were having their meal. She could hear the clatter of the knives and forks in the little dining room. "You can come in," said the shopman. "They are at table." But she motioned him to be silent, and drew him into a corner. Then, lowering her voice, she said, "It's you I want to speak to. Have you no heart? Can't you see that Geneviève loves you, and that it's killing her?" She was trembling. Her fever of a previous night had taken possession of her again. He, frightened and surprised by this sudden attack, stood looking at her without a word. "Do you hear?" she continued. "Geneviève knows you love another. She told me so. She wept like a child. Ah, poor girl! She isn't very strong now, I can tell you. If you'd seen her thin arms! It's heartbreaking. You can't leave her to die like this." At last he spoke, quite overcome. "But she isn't ill. You exaggerate. I don't see anything myself. Besides, it's her father who is postponing the marriage." Denise sharply corrected this falsehood, certain as she was that the least insistence on the young man's part would have decided her uncle. As for Colombin's surprise, however, it was not feigned. He had really never noticed Geneviève's slow agony. For him it was a very disagreeable revelation, for while he remained ignorant of it, he had no great blame to tax himself with. "And who for, indeed?" resumed Denise. "For an utterly worthless girl. You can't know whom you are loving. So far I have not wished to hurt your feelings. I've often avoided answering your continual questions. Well, she goes about with everybody. She laughs at you, and will never marry you." He listened to her, turning very pale, and at each of the sentences she threw in his face, his lips quivered. She, in a cruel fit, yielded to a transport of anger of which she had no consciousness. "In short," she said, in a final cry, "she's Monsieur Mouret's mistress, if you want to know." As she spoke, her voice died away in her throat, and she turned even paler than Colombin himself. Both stood looking at each other. Then he stammered out, "I love her." Denise felt ashamed of herself. Why was she talking in this fashion to this young fellow? Why was she getting so excited?
She stood there mute. The simple reply which he had just given her resounded in her heart like the distant but deafening clang of a bell. "I love her. I love her." And it seemed to spread. He was right. He could not marry another woman. And as she turned round, she observed Geneviève on the threshold of a dining room. "Be quiet," she said rapidly. But it was too late. Geneviève must have heard, for her face was white and bloodless. Just at that moment the customer opened the door. Madame Bourdelais, one of the last faithful customers of the old Elbeuf, where she found substantial goods for her money. For a long time past, Madame de Beauve had followed the fashion and gone over to the Ladies' Paradise. Madame Marty also no longer came, being entirely subjugated by the fascinations of the display opposite. And Geneviève was forced to come forward and inquire in her weak voice, "What do you desire, madame?" Madame Bourdelais wished to see some flannel. Colomban took down a roll from a shelf. Geneviève showed the stuff, and once again the young people found themselves close together behind the counter. Meanwhile, Baudu came out of the dining room behind his wife, who went to seat herself at the pay desk. At first he did not meddle with the sale, but after smiling at Denise, stood there, looking at Madame Bourdelais. "It's not good enough," said the latter. "Show me the thickest you have." Colomban took down another bundle. There was a silence. Madame Bourdelais examined the stuff. "How much?" she asked. 6 francs, madame," replied Geneviève. The lady made an abrupt gesture. 6 francs, said she, but they have the same opposite at 5 francs. A slight contraction passed over Baudu's face. He could not help interfering politely. No doubt madame made a mistake. Indeed, the stuff ought to have been sold at 6 francs and a half. It was impossible to sell it at 5 francs. It must be another quality that she was referring to. No, no, she repeated, with the obstinacy of a housewife who prided herself on her knowledge of such matters. The quality is the same. The other may even be a little thicker. And the discussion ended by becoming quite bitter. Baudu, with his bile rising to his face, had to make an effort to continue smiling. His rancor against the Ladies' Paradise was bursting in his throat. "Really," said Madame Bourdelais at last, "you must treat me better, for otherwise I shall go opposite like the others." Thereupon he lost his head, and shaking with all the passion he had restrained, cried out, "Well, go opposite then!" At this time she got up, greatly wounded, and went off without turning round, but saying, "That's just what I'm going to do, sir." A general stupor ensued. The governor's violence had frightened all of them. He was himself scared, and trembled at what he had just said. The phrase had escaped him against his will in an explosion of long pent-up rancor, and the Baudus now stood there motionless, their arms hanging by their sides, as they watched Madame Bourdelais cross the street. She seemed to be carrying off their fortune. When, with a tranquil step, she passed through the lofty portal of a Ladies' Paradise, and they saw her disappear in the crowd, they felt a sort of sudden wrench. "There's another they've taken from us," murmured the draper. And turning towards Denise, of whose re-engagement he was aware, he said, "You as well. They've taken you back." "Oh, I don't blame you for it. As they've got the money, they're naturally the strongest." Just then Denise, still hoping that Geneviève had not heard Colomban, was saying to her, "He loves you. Try and cheer up." But in a very low and heartbroken voice the girl replied, "Why do you tell me a falsehood? Look, he can't help it. He's glancing up there again. I know very well that they've stolen him from me, just as they've robbed us of everything else." Then she went to sit down at the desk beside her mother.
The latter had doubtless guessed the fresh blow which her daughter had received, for her anxious eyes wandered from her to Colombin and then to the paradise. It was true, they had stolen everything from them. From the father his fortune, from the mother her dying child, from the daughter the husband for whom she'd waited 10 long years. In presence of this condemned family, Denise, whose heart was overflowing with pity, felt for an instant afraid that she might be wicked. For was she not going to assist that machine which was crushing the poor? However, she was carried away, as it were, by an invisible force, and felt that she could be doing no wrong.
"Bah!" resumed Baudu, to give himself courage. "We shan't die of it after all. For one customer lost, we shall fine 2 others. You hear, Denise, I've got over 70,000 francs there, which will certainly make your Mouret spend some sleepless nights. Come, come, you others, don't look so glum."
But he could not enliven them. He himself relapsed into a pale consternation, and they all remained with their eyes fixed on the monster, attracted, possessed, glutting themselves with thoughts of their misfortune. The work was now nearly finished. The scaffoldings had been removed from the front. A whole side of the colossal edifice appeared, with its white walls and large light windows. Beside the footway, where traffic had at last been resumed, stood 8 delivery vans, which the messengers were loading one after the other outside the parcels office. In the sunshine, a ray of which enfiladed the street, the vehicle's green panels, picked out with red and yellow, sparkled like so many mirrors, and cast blinding reflections even into the depths of the old Elbeuf. The drivers, clad in black and dignified in manner, held the horses well in. Superb horses they were, champing silvered bits. And each time a van was loaded, there came a sonorous roll over the paving stones, which made all the little neighboring shops tremble. And then, in presence of this triumphal procession, the sight of which they must needs endure twice a day, the Baudus' hearts broke. The father half fainted away, asking himself where this continual stream of goods could go to, whilst the mother, sickening at thought of her daughter's torture, continued gazing blankly into the street, her eyes blurred by big tears. This ends Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 9, Part 1 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 1. It was on a Monday, the 14th of March, that the Ladies' Paradise inaugurated its new buildings by a great exhibition of summer novelties, which was to last 3 days. Outside, a sharp north wind was blowing, and the passers-by, surprised by this return of winter, hurried along, buttoning up their overcoats. In the neighboring shops, however, all was fermentation, and against the windows one could see the pale faces of the petty tradesmen, counting the first carriages which stopped before the new grand entrance in the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin. This doorway, lofty and deep like a church porch, and surmounted by an emblematic group of industry and commerce hand in hand amidst a variety of symbols, was sheltered by a vast glazed marquise, the fresh gilding of which seemed to light up the pavement with a ray of sunshine. To the right and left the shop fronts, of a blinding whiteness, stretched along the Rue Monsigny and the Rue de la Michaudière, occupying the whole block, except on the Rue du 10 Décembre side, where the Crédit Immobilier attended to build. And along these barrack-like frontages, the petty tradesmen, whenever they raised their heads, could see the piles of goods through the large plate-glass windows which, from the ground floor to the second story, opened the house to the light of day. And this enormous cube, this colossal bazaar which concealed the sky from them, seemed in some degree the cause of the cold which made them shiver behind their frozen counters. As early as 6 o'clock, Mouret was on the spot giving his final orders. In the center, starting from the grand entrance, a large gallery ran from end to end, flanked right and left by two narrower ones, the Monsigny Gallery and the Michaudière Gallery. Glass roofings covered the courtyards turned into huge halls. Iron staircases ascended from the ground floor. On both upper floors, iron bridges were thrown from one end to the other of the establishment. The architect, who happened to be a young man of talent with modern ideas, had only used stone for the basement and corner work, employing iron for all the rest of huge carcass, columns upholding all the assemblage of beams and joists. The vaulting of the ceilings, like the partitions, was of brick. Space had been gained everywhere, light and air entered freely, and the public circulated with the greatest ease under the bold flights of the far-stretching girders. It was the cathedral of modern commerce, light but strong, the very thing for a nation of customers. Below, in the central gallery, after the door bargains, came the cravat, glove, and silk departments. The Monsigny Gallery was occupied by the linen and Rouen goods, and the Michaudière Gallery by the mercery, hosiery, drapery, and woolens. Then, on the first floor came the mantle, underlinen, shawl, lace, and various new departments, whilst the bedding, the carpets, the furnishing materials, all the cumbersome articles difficult to handle, had been relegated to the second floor. In all, there were now 39 departments with 1,800 employees, 200 of whom were women. Quite a little world abode there, amidst the sonorous life of the high metallic naves. Mouret's unique passion was to conquer woman. He wished her to be queen in his house, and had built this temple that he might there hold her completely at his mercy. His sole aim was to intoxicate her with gallant attentions, traffic on her desires, profit by her fever. Night and day he racked his brain to invent fresh attractions. He'd already introduced 2 velvet-padded lifts, in order to spare delicate ladies the trouble of climbing the stairs to the upper floors. Then, too, he had just opened a bar where the customers could find gratuitous light refreshments, syrups and biscuits, and a reading room, a monumental gallery decorated with excessive luxury, in which he had even ventured on an exhibition of pictures. But his deepest scheme was to conquer the mother through her child, when unable to do so through her own coquetry. And to attain this object there was no means that he neglected. He speculated on every sentiment, created special departments for little boys and girls, and waylaid the passing mothers with distributions of chromolithographs and air balls for the children. There was real genius in his idea of presenting each buyer with a red air ball made of fine gutta percha, and bearing in large letters the name of the establishment. Held by a string, it floated in the air and sailed along every street like a living advertisement. But the greatest power of all was the advertising. Mouret now spent 300,000 francs a year in catalogues, advertisements, and bills. Footnote. After all, this is only 12,000 pounds, or about a quarter of the amount which a single English firm of soap manufacturers spends in advertising every year. End of footnote. For his summer sale, he'd launched forth 200,000 catalogues, 50,000 of which went abroad, translated into every language. He now had them illustrated with engravings and embellished with samples gummed to the leaves. There was an overflowing display. The name of the Ladies' Paradise met the eye all over the world. It invaded the walls and hoardings, the newspapers, and even the curtains of the theaters. He claimed that woman was powerless against advertising, that she was bound to be attracted by uproar. Analyzing her, moreover, like a great moralist, he laid still more enticing traps for her. Thus he had discovered that she could not resist the bargain,
that she bought without necessity whenever she thought she saw a thing cheap, and on this observation he based his system of reductions, progressively lowering the price of unsold articles, and preferring to sell them at a loss rather than keep them by him, given his principle of constantly renewing his goods. And he had penetrated still further into the heart of woman, and had just planned the system of returns, a masterpiece of Jesuitical seduction. "Take whatever you like, madame. You can return it if you find you don't like it." And the woman who hesitated herein found a last excuse, the possibility of repairing an act of folly were it deemed too extravagant. She took the article with an easy conscience. And now the returns and reduction of prices system formed part of the everyday working of the new style of business. But where Mouret revealed himself as an unrivaled master was in the interior arrangement of his shops. He laid it down as a law that not a corner of a lady's paradise ought to remain deserted. He required a noise, a crowd, evidence of life everywhere. For life, said he, attracts life, increases and multiplies it. And this principle he applied in a variety of ways. In the first place, there ought always to be a crush at the entrance, so that the people in the street should mistake it for a riot. And he obtained this crush by placing a lot of bargains at the doors, shelves and baskets overflowing with low-priced articles. And so the common people crowded there, stopping up the doorway and making the shop look as if it were crammed with customers, when it was often only half full. Then, in the galleries, he found a means of concealing the departments where business occasionally became slack. For instance, he surrounded the shawl department in summer and the printed calico department in winter with other busy departments, steeping them in continual uproar. It was he alone who had thought of reserving the second floor for the carpet and furniture galleries, for customers were less numerous in such departments, which, if placed on the ground floor, would have often presented a chilly void. If he could only have managed it, he would have let the street run through his shop. Just at that moment, Mouret was absorbed in another wonderful inspiration. On the Saturday evening, whilst giving a last look at the preparations for the Monday's great sale, he'd been struck with the idea that the arrangement of the departments adopted by him was idiotic, and yet it seemed a perfectly logical one. The stuffs on one side, the made-up articles on the other, an intelligent order of things which would enable customers to find their way about by themselves. He dreamt of some such orderly arrangement in the old days of Madame Edouin's narrow shop. But now, just as he had carried out his idea, he felt his faith shaken, and he suddenly cried out that they would have to alter all that. They had 48 hours before them, and half of what had been done had to be changed. The staff, utterly bewildered, had been obliged to work 2 nights and all day on Sunday, amidst frightful disorder. On the Monday morning even, an hour before the opening, there were still some goods remaining to be placed. Decidedly, the governor was going mad. No one understood the meaning of it all, and general consternation prevailed. "Come, look sharp," cried Mouret, with the quiet assurance of genius. "There are some more costumes to be taken upstairs. And the Japan goods, are they placed on the central landing? A last effort, my boys. You'll see the sale by and by." Bourdoncle had also been there since daybreak. He did not understand the alterations any more than the others did, and followed the governor's movements with an anxious eye. He hardly dared to ask him any questions, knowing how Mouret received people in these critical moments. However, he had at last made up his mind, and gently inquired, "Was it really necessary to upset everything like that, on the eve of our sale?" At first Mouret shrugged his shoulders without replying. Then, as the other persisted, he burst out, "So that all the customers should heap themselves into one corner, eh? A nice idea of mine. I should never have got over it. Don't you see that it would have localized the crowd? A woman would have come in, gone straight to the department she wanted, passed from the petticoat to the dress counter, from the dress to the mantle gallery, and then have retired without even losing herself for a moment. No one would have thoroughly seen the establishment. But now you have disarranged everything and thrown the goods all over the place, remarked Bourdoncle. The employees will wear out their legs in guiding the customers from department to department. Mouret made a gesture of superb contempt. I don't care a fig for that. They're young, it'll make them grow. So much the better if they do walk about. They'll appear more numerous and increase the crowd. The greater the crush, the better. All will go well. He laughed, and then deigned to explain his idea, lowering his voice. Look here, Bourdoncle, this is what the result will be. First, this continual circulation of customers will disperse them all over the shop, multiply them, and make them lose their heads. Secondly, as they must be conducted from one end of the establishment to the other, if, for instance, they require a lining after purchasing a dress, these journeys in every direction will triple the size of the house in their eyes. Thirdly, they will be forced to traverse departments where they would never have set foot otherwise. Temptations will present themselves on their passage, and they will succumb. Fourthly, but Bourdoncle was now laughing with him. At this, Mouret, delighted, stopped to call out to the messengers, Very good, my boys. Now for a sweep, and it'll be splendid. However, on turning round, he perceived Denise. He and Bourdoncle were standing opposite the ready-made departments, which he had just dismembered by sending the dresses and costumes up to the second floor at the other end of the building. Denise, the first down, was opening her eyes with astonishment, quite bewildered by the new arrangements. "What is it?" she murmured. "Are we going to move?" This surprise appeared to amuse Mouret, who adored these sensational effects. Early in February, Denise had returned to the Ladies' Paradise, where she'd been agreeably surprised to find the staff polite, almost respectful. Madame Aurélie especially proved very kind. Marguerite and Clara seemed resigned, whilst old Jouve bowed his head with an awkward, embarrassed air, as if desirous of effacing all disagreeable memories of the past. It had sufficed for Mouret to say a few words, and everybody was whispering and following her with their eyes. And in this general amiability, the only things that hurt her were Deloche's singularly melancholy glances and Pauline's inexplicable smiles. However, Mouret was still looking at her in his delighted way. "What is it you want, mademoiselle?" he asked at last. Denise had not noticed him. She blushed slightly. Since her return she had received various marks of kindness from him, which had greatly touched her. On the other hand, Pauline, she knew not why, had given her a full account of the governor's and Clara's love affairs, and often returned to the subject, alluding at the same time to that Madame Desforges, with whom the whole shop was well acquainted. Such stories stirred Denise's heart, and now, in Mouret's presence, she again felt all her former fears, an uneasiness in which her gratitude struggled against her anger. "It's all this confusion going on in the place," she murmured. Thereupon Mouret approached her and said in a lower voice, "Have the goodness to come to my office this evening after business. I wish to speak to you." Greatly agitated, she bowed her head without replying a word, and went into the department where the other saleswomen were now arriving. Bourdoncle, however, had overheard Mouret, and looked at him with a smile. He even ventured to say, when they were alone, "That girl again. Be careful, it will end by becoming serious." But Mouret hastily defended himself, concealing his emotion beneath an air of superior indifference. "Never fear, it's only a joke. The woman who'll catch me isn't born, my dear fellow." And then, as the shop was opening at last, he rushed off to give a final look at the various departments. Bourdoncle shook his head. That girl Denise, so simple and quiet, began to make him feel uneasy. The first time he had conquered by a brutal dismissal. But she had returned, and he felt her power to be so much increased that he now treated her as a redoubtable adversary, remaining mute before her and again patiently waiting developments. When he overtook Mouret, he found him downstairs in the Saint Augustin hall, opposite the entrance door, where he was shouting, "Are you playing the fool with me? I ordered the blue parasols to be put as a border. Just pull all that down and be quick about it." He would listen to nothing. A gang of messengers had to come and rearrange the exhibition of parasols. Then, seeing the customers were arriving, he even had the doors closed for a moment, declaring that he would rather keep the place shut than have the blue parasols in the center. It ruined his composition. The renowned dressers of the Paradise, Houtin, Mignot, and the others, came to look at the change he was carrying out, but they affected not to understand it, theirs being a different school. At last the doors were again opened, and the crowd flowed in. From the outset, long before the shop was full, there was such a crush at the doorway that they were obliged to call the police to regulate the traffic on the foot pavement. Mouret had calculated correctly. All the housewives, a compact troop of middle-class women and workwomen, swarmed around the bargains and remnants displayed in the open street. They felt the hung goods at the entrance, calico at 7 sous the metre, wool and cotton grey stuff at 9 sous, and, above all, some Orléans at 7 sous and a half, which was fast emptying the poorer purses. Then there was feverish jostling and crushing around the shelves and baskets, where articles at reduced prices, lace at 2 sous, ribbon at 5, garters at 3 the pair, gloves, petticoats, cravats, cotton socks, and stockings were quickly disappearing, as if swallowed up by the voracious crowd. In spite of the cold, the shopmen who were selling in the street could not serve fast enough. One woman cried out with pain in the crush, and 2 little girls were nearly stifled. All the morning this crush went on increasing. Towards 1 o'clock there was a crowd waiting to enter. The street was blocked as in a time of riot. Just at that moment, as Madame de Beauve and her daughter Blanche stood hesitating on the pavement opposite, they were accosted by Madame Marty, also accompanied by her daughter Valentine. "What a crowd, eh?" said the Countess. "They're killing themselves inside. I ought not to have come. I was in bed, but got up to take a little fresh air." "It's just like me," said the other. "I promised my husband to go and see his sister at Montmartre. Then, just as I was passing, I thought of a piece of braid I wanted. I may as well buy it here as anywhere else, mayn't I? Oh, I shan't spend another sou. In fact, I don't want anything." However, seized, carried away, as it were, by the force of the crowd, they did not take their eyes off the door. No, I'm not going in, I'm afraid," murmured Madame de Beauve. "Blanche, let's go away. We should be crushed." But her voice failed her. She was gradually yielding to a desire to follow the others, and her fears dissolved before the irresistible attractions of the crush. Madame Marty likewise was giving way, repeating the while, "Keep hold of my dress, Valentine. Ah, well, I've never seen such a thing before. I'm lifted off my feet. What will it be inside?" Caught by the current, the ladies could not now go back. Just as rivers attract the fugitive waters of a valley, so it seemed as if the stream of customers, flowing into the vestibule, was absorbing the passers-by, drinking in people from the 4 corners of Paris. They advanced but slowly, squeezed almost to death, and maintained upright by the shoulders around them, and their desires already derived enjoyment from this painful entrance, which heightened their curiosity. It was a medley of ladies arrayed in silk, of poorly dressed middle-class women, and of bare-headed girls, all excited and carried away by the same passion. A few men, buried beneath the overflowing bosoms, were casting anxious glances around them. A nurse, in the thickest of the crowd, held her baby above her head, the youngster crowing with delight. The only one to get angry was a skinny woman who broke out into bad words, accusing her neighbor of digging right into her. "I really think I shall lose my skirts in this crowd," remarked Madame de Boves. Mute, her face still cool from the open air, Madame Marty was standing on tiptoe in her endeavor to catch a glimpse of the depths of the shop before the others. The pupils of her gray eyes were as contracted as those of a cat coming out of the broad daylight, and she had the restful feeling and clear expression of a person just waking up. "Ah, at last," said she, heaving a sigh. This ends Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 2. The ladies had just extricated themselves. They were in the St. Augustin Hall, which they were greatly surprised to find almost empty. But a feeling of comfort penetrated them. They seemed to be entering into spring after emerging from the winter of the street. Whilst the piercing wind, laden with rain and hail, was still blowing out of doors, the fine season was already budding forth in the Paradise galleries, with the light stuffs, soft flowery shades, and rural gaiety of summer dresses and parasols. "Do look there!" exclaimed Madame de Boves, standing motionless, her eyes in the air. It was the exhibition of parasols. Wide open and rounded like shields, they covered the whole hall, from the glazed roofing to the varnished oak mouldings below. They described festoons around the arches of the upper stories. They descended in garlands down the slender columns. They ran in close lines along the balustrades of the galleries and the staircases, and everywhere ranged symmetrically, speckling the walls with red, green, and yellow. They looked like huge Venetian lanterns, lighted up for some colossal entertainment. In the corners were more complicated designs, stars composed of parasols at 39 sous, whose light shades, pale blue, cream white, and blush rose, had the subdued glow of night lights, whilst up above, immense Japanese parasols, on which golden-colored cranes soared in purple skies, blazed forth with fiery reflections. Madame Marty, endeavoring to find a phrase to express her rapture, exclaimed, "It's like fairyland!" And then, trying to find out where she was, she continued, "Let's see. The braid is in the mercery department. I shall buy my braid and be off." "I will go with you," said Madame de Boves. "Eh, Blanche, we'll just go through the shop, nothing more." But they had hardly left the door before they lost themselves. They turned to the left, and as the mercery department had been moved, they dropped into the one devoted to collarettes, cuffs, trimmings, etc. A hothouse heat, moist and close, laden with the insipid odor of the materials and muffling the tramping of the crowd, prevailed in the galleries. Then they returned to the door, where an outward current was already established, an interminable défilé of women and children, above whom hovered a multitude of red air balls. 40,000 of these were ready. They were men specially placed for the distribution, and to see the customers on their way out, one might have imagined that a flight of enormous soap bubbles, reflecting the fiery glare of the parasols, was hovering in the air. The whole place was illuminated by them. "There's quite a world here," declared Madame de Boves. "You hardly know where you are." However, the ladies could not remain in the eddy of the door, right in the crush of the entrance and exit. Fortunately, Inspector Jouve came to their assistance. He stood in the vestibule, grave and attentive, eyeing each woman as she passed. Specially charged with the indoor police service, he was on the lookout for thieves and lifters. "The mercery department, ladies," said he obligingly. "Turn to the left, you see, just there behind the hosiery department." Madame de Boves thanked him, but Madame Marty, on turning round, no longer saw her daughter Valentine beside her. She was beginning to feel frightened, when she caught sight of her, already a long way off at the end of the St. Augustin Hall, deeply absorbed before a table covered with a heap of women's cravats at 19 sous. Mouret practiced the system of offering articles to the customers, hooking and plundering them as they passed, for he made use of every sort of advertisement, laughing at the discretion of certain fellow tradesmen who thought their goods should be left to speak for themselves. Special salesmen, idle and smooth-tongued Parisians, in this way got rid of considerable quantities of small, trashy things. "Oh, mamma," murmured Valentine, "just look at these cravats. They have a bird embroidered at one corner." The shopman cracked up the article, swore that it was all silk, that the manufacturer had become bankrupt, and that they would never have such a bargain again. 19 sous! Is it possible? Said Madame Marty, tempted like her daughter. "Well, I can take a couple. That won't ruin us." Madame de Beauve, however, disdained this style of thing. She detested to have things offered to her. A shopman calling her made her run away. Madame Marty, surprised, could not understand such nervous horror of commercial quackery, for she was of another nature. She was one of those women who delight in being thus caressed by a public offer, in plunging their hands into everything and wasting their time in useless talk. "Now," said she, "I'm going for my braid. I don't wish to see anything else." However, as she crossed the scarf and glove departments, her heart once more failed her. Here in the diffuse light was a display made up of bright, gay colors, of ravishing effect. The counters, symmetrically arranged, seemed like so many flower borders, changing the hall into a French garden, where smiled a soft scale of blossoms. Lying now on the bare wood, now in open boxes, and now protruding from overflowing drawers, was a quantity of silk handkerchiefs of every hue. You found the bright scarlet of the geranium, the creamy white of the petunia, the golden yellow of the chrysanthemum, the celestial azure of the verbena. And higher up, on brass rods, another fluorescence was entwined, a fluorescence of carelessly hung fichus and unrolled ribbons, quite a brilliant cordon, which extended on, climbing the columns and constantly multiplying in the mirrors. But what most attracted the throng was a Swiss chalet in the glove department, a chalet made entirely of gloves. Mignot's chef-d'œuvre, which it had taken him 2 days to arrange. In the first place, the ground floor was composed of black gloves, and then in turn came straw-colored, mignonette, and tan-colored gloves, distributed over the decoration, bordering the windows, outlining the balconies, and taking the place of the tiles. "What do you desire, madame?" asked Mignot, on seeing Madame Marty planted before the cottage. "Here are some suede gloves at 1 franc 75 centimes the pair, first quality." He offered his wares with furious energy, calling the passing customers to his counter and dunning them with his politeness. And as she shook her head in token of refusal, he continued, "Tyrolean gloves, 1 franc 25. Turin gloves for children, embroidered gloves in all colors." "No thanks, I don't want anything," declared Madame Marty. But realizing that her voice was softening, he attacked her with greater energy than ever, holding the embroidered gloves before her eyes. And she could not resist. She bought a pair. Then, as Madame de Beauve looked at her with a smile, she blushed. "Don't you think me childish, eh? If I don't make haste and get my braid and be off, I shall be done for." Unfortunately, there was such a crush in the mercery department that she could not get served. They'd both been waiting for over 10 minutes and were getting annoyed, when a sudden meeting with Madame Bourdelais and her 3 children diverted their attention. Madame Bourdelais explained, with her quiet, practical air, that she'd brought the little ones to see the show. Madeleine was 10, Edmond 8, and Lucien 4 years old, and they were laughing with joy. It was a cheap treat which they had long looked forward to. "Those red parasols are really too comical. "I must buy one," said Madame Marty all at once, stamping with impatience at doing nothing. She chose one at 14 francs and a half, whereupon Madame Bourdelais, after watching the purchase with a look of censure, said to her amicably, "You're wrong to be in such a hurry. In a month's time you could have had it for 10 francs. They won't catch me like that." And thereupon she developed quite a theory of careful housekeeping. Since the shops lowered their prices, it was simply a question of waiting. She did not wish to be taken in by them. She preferred to profit by their real bargains. She even showed some malice in the struggle, boasting that she never left them a sou of profit. "Come," she said at last, "I've promised my little ones to show them the pictures upstairs in the reading-room. Come up with us, you have plenty of time." And thereupon the braid was forgotten. Madame Marty yielded at once, whilst Madame Debove declined, preferring to take a turn on the ground floor first of all. Besides, they were sure to meet again upstairs. Madame Bourdelais was looking for a staircase when she perceived one of the lifts, and thereupon she pushed her children into it in order to cap their pleasure. Madame Marty and Valentine also entered the narrow cage, where they were very closely packed. However, the mirrors, the velvet seats, and the polished brasswork took up so much of their attention that they reached the first floor without having felt the gentle ascent of the machine. Another pleasure was in store for them in the first gallery. As they passed before the refreshment bar, Madame Bourdelais did not fail to gorge her little family with syrup. It was a square room with a large marble counter. At either end there were silvered filters from which trickled small streams of water, whilst rows of bottles stood on small shelves behind. 3 waiters were continually engaged in wiping and filling the glasses. To restrain the thirsty crowd, they'd been obliged to imitate the practice followed at theatres and railway stations by erecting a barrier draped with velvet. The crush was terrific. Some people, whom these gratuitous treats rendered altogether unscrupulous, really made themselves ill. "Well, where are they?" exclaimed Madame Bourdelais, when she extricated herself from the crowd, after wiping the children's faces with her handkerchief. But she caught sight of Madame Marty and Valentine at the further end of another gallery, a long way off. Buried beneath a heap of petticoats, they were still buying. There was no more restraint. Mother and daughter vanished in the fever of expenditure which was carrying them away. When Madame Bourdelais at last reached the reading-room, she installed Madeleine, Edmond, and Lucien before the large table, and taking some photographic albums from one of the bookcases, she brought them to them. The ceiling of the long apartment was covered with gilding. At either end was a monumental chimney-piece. Some pictures of no great merit, but very richly framed, covered the walls, and between the columns, before each of the arched bays opening into the shop, were tall green plants in majolica vases. A silent throng surrounded the table, which was littered with reviews and newspapers, with here and there some inkstands, boxes of stationery, and blotting pads. Ladies took off their gloves and wrote letters on the paper stamped with the name of the establishment, through which they ran their pens. A few gentlemen, lolling back in armchairs, were reading the newspapers, but a great many people sat there doing nothing. These were husbands waiting for their wives, who were roaming through the various departments, young women on the watch for their lovers, and old relations left there as in a cloak-room to be taken away when it was time to leave. And all these people lounged and rested, whilst glancing through the open bays into the depths of the galleries and the halls, whence a distant murmur ascended amidst the scratching of pens and the rustling of newspapers. "What, you here?" said Madame Bourdelais at once. "I didn't recognize you." Near the children sat a lady, her face hidden by the open pages of a review. It was Madame Guibal. She seemed annoyed at the meeting, but quickly recovering herself, related that she had come to sit down for a moment in order to escape the crush. And as Madame Bourdelais asked her if she was going to make any purchases, she replied with her languorous air, veiling the egotistical greediness of her glance with her eyelids, "Oh, no, on the contrary, I've come to return some goods. Yes, some door curtains which I don't like, but there's such a crowd that I'm waiting to get near the department." Then she went on talking, saying how convenient this system of returns was. Formerly she'd never bought anything, but now she sometimes allowed herself to be tempted. In fact, she returned 4 articles out of every 5, and was getting known at all the counters for the strange trafficking she carried on. A trafficking easily divined by the perpetual discontent which made her bring back her purchases one by one after she kept them several days. However, whilst speaking, she did not take her eyes off the doors of the reading-room, and she appeared greatly relieved when Madame Bourdelais rejoined her children, to explain the photographs to them. Almost at the same moment Monsieur de Beauve and Paul de Valagnoche came in. The Count, who affected to be showing the young man through the new buildings, exchanged a quick glance with Madame Guibal, and she then plunged into her review again, as if she'd not seen him. "Hullo, Paul!" suddenly exclaimed a voice behind the 2 gentlemen. It was Mouret, taking a glance round the various departments. They shook hands, and he at once inquired, "Has Madame de Beauve done us the honor of coming?" "Well, no," replied her husband, "and she very much regrets it. She's not very well. Oh, nothing dangerous, however." But he suddenly pretended to catch sight of Madame Guibal, and hastened off, approaching her bareheaded, whilst the others merely bowed to her from a distance. She also pretended to be surprised. Paul smiled. He now understood the affair, and he related to Mouret in a low voice how Beauve, whom he'd met in the Rue de Richelieu, had tried to get away from him, and had finished by dragging him into the ladies' paradise, under the pretext that he must show him the new buildings. For the last year the lady had drawn all the money she could from Beauve, making constant appointments with him in public places, churches, museums, and shops. "Just look at him," added the young man. "Isn't he splendid, standing there before her with his dignified air? It's the old French gallantry, my dear fellow, the old French gallantry." "And your marriage?" asked Mouret. Paul, without taking his eyes off the Count, replied they were still waiting for the death of the aunt. Then, with a triumphant air, he added, "There, did you see him? He stooped down and slipped an address into her hand. She's now accepting the rendezvous with the most virtuous air. She's a terrible woman, is that delicate red-haired creature with her careless ways. Well, some fine things go on in your place." "Oh," replied Mouret, smiling, "these ladies are not in my house. They are at home here." Then, still continuing his gossip, he carried his old comrade along to the threshold of the reading-room, opposite the grand central gallery, whose successive halls spread out before them. In the rear, the reading-room still retained its quietude, only disturbed by the scratching of pens and the rustling of newspapers. One old gentleman had gone to sleep over the Moniteur. Monsieur de Beauve was looking at the pictures, with the evident intention of losing his future son-in-law in the crowd as soon as possible. And alone, amid this calmness, Madame Bourdelais was amusing her children, talking very loudly as in a conquered place. "You see, they are quite at home," said Mouret, who pointed with a broad gesture to the multitude of women with which the departments were overflowing. This ends Chapter 9, Part 2.
Chapter 9, Part 3 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 3. Just then, Madame Desforges, after nearly having her mantle carried away in the crowd, at last effected an entrance and crossed the first hall. Then, on reaching the principal gallery, she raised her eyes. It was like a railway span, surrounded by the balustrades of the 2 stories,
intersected by hanging stairways and crossed by flying bridges. The iron staircases developed bold curves, which multiplied the landings. The bridges, suspended in space, ran straight along at a great height, and in the white light from the windows all this ironwork formed an excessively delicate architecture, an intricate lacework through which the daylight penetrated, the modern realization of a dreamland palace, of a Babel with stories piled one above the other, and spacious halls affording glimpses of other floors and other halls ad infinitum. In fact, iron reigned everywhere. The young architect had been honest and courageous enough not to disguise it under a coating of paint imitating stone or wood. Down below, in order not to outshine the goods, the decoration was sober, with large regular spaces in neutral tints. Then, as the metallic work ascended, the capitals of the columns became richer, the rivets formed ornaments, the shoulder pieces and corbels were covered with sculptured work, and at last, up above, glistened painting, green and red, amidst a prodigality of gold, floods of gold, heaps of gold, even to the glazed work, whose panes were enameled and inlaid with gold. In the galleries, the bare brickwork of the arches was also decorated in bright colors. Mosaics and faience likewise formed part of the decoration, enlivening the friezes, and lighting up the severe ensemble with their fresh tints, whilst the stairs, with red velvet-covered handrails, were edged with bands of polished iron, which shone like the steel of armor. Although Madame Deforges was already acquainted with the new establishment, she stopped short, struck by the ardent life which that day animated the immense nave. Below and around her continued the eddying of the crowd, the double current of those entering and those leaving, making itself felt as far as the silk department. It was still a crowd of very mixed elements, though the afternoon was bringing a greater number of ladies amongst the shopkeepers and housewives. There were many women in mourning, with flowing veils, and there were always some wet nurses straying about and protecting their infantile charges with their outstretched arms. And this sea of faces, of many-colored hats and bare heads, both dark and fair, rolled from one to the other end of the galleries, vague and discolored amidst the glare of the stuffs. On all sides Madame Deforges saw large price tickets bearing enormous figures and showing prominently against the bright printed cottons, the shining silks, and the sombre woolens. Piles of ribbons half hid the heads of the customers. A wall of flannel threw out a promontory. On all sides mirrors multiplied the departments, reflecting the displays and the groups of people, now showing faces reversed, and now halves of shoulders and arms, whilst to the right and to the left the lateral galleries opened up other vistas, the snowy depths of the linen department and the speckled depths of the hosiery counters, distant views which were illumined by rays of light from some glazed bay, and in which the crowd seemed but so much human dust. Then, when Madame Deforges raised her eyes, she beheld on the staircases and the flying bridges, and behind the balustrades of each successive story, a continual buzzing ascent, an entire population in the air, passing along behind the open work of this huge carcass of metal and showing blackly against the diffuse light from the enameled glass. Large gilded lustres were suspended from the ceiling. Decorations of rugs, embroidered silks, and stuffs worked with gold hung down, draping the balustrades as with gorgeous banners, and from one to the other end were clouds of lace, palpitations of muslin, trophies of silks, fairy-like groups of half-dressed dummies, and right at the top, above all the confusion, the bedding department, hanging as it were in the air, displayed its little iron bedsteads provided with mattresses and hung with curtains, the whole forming a sort of school dormitory asleep amid the tramping of the customers, who became fewer and fewer as the departments ascended. "Does Madame require a cheap pair of garters?" asked the salesman of Madame Deforges, on seeing her standing still. "All silk, at 29 sous. She did not condescend to answer. Things were being offered around her more feverishly than ever. She wanted, however, to find out where she was. Albert Lhome's pay desk was on her left. He knew her by sight and ventured to give her an amiable smile, not showing the least hurry amidst the heaps of bills by which he was besieged, though behind him Joseph, struggling with the string box, could not pack up the articles fast enough. She then saw where she was. The silk department must be in front of her. But it took her 10 minutes to reach it, so dense was the crowd becoming. Up in the air, at the end of their invisible strings, the red air balls had become more numerous than ever. They now formed clouds of purple, gently blowing towards the doors whence they continued scattering over Paris. And she had to bow her head beneath their flight whenever very young children held them with the string rolled round their little fingers. "What! You ventured here, madame?" exclaimed Boutemont gaily, as soon as he caught sight of Madame Desforges. The manager of the silk department, introduced to her by Mouret himself, now occasionally called on her at her 5 o'clock tea. She thought him common, but very amiable, of a fine sanguine nature, which surprised and amused her. Moreover, some 2 days previously, he had boldly told her of the intrigue between Mouret and Clara. He had not done this with any calculating motive, but out of sheer stupidity, like a fellow who loves a joke. She, however, stung with jealousy, concealing her wounded feelings beneath an appearance of disdain, had that afternoon come to try and discover her rival, a young lady in the mantle department, so Boutemont had told her, though declining to give the name. "Do you require anything today?" he inquired. "Of course, or I should not have come. Have you any foulard for morning gowns?" She hoped to obtain the name of the young lady from him, for she was full of a desire to see her. He immediately called Favier, and then went on chatting whilst waiting for the salesman, who was just serving another customer. This happened to be the pretty lady, that beautiful blonde of whom the whole department occasionally spoke, without knowing anything of her life or even her name. This time the pretty lady was in deep mourning. Whom could she have lost? Her husband or her father? Not her father, for she would have appeared more melancholy. What had they all been saying, then? She could not be a questionable character. She must have had a real husband. That is, unless she were in mourning for her mother. For a few minutes, despite the press of business, the department exchanged their various speculations. "Make haste, it's intolerable!" cried Houtin to Favier, when he returned from showing his customer to the pay desk. "Whenever that lady is here, you never seem to finish. She doesn't care a fig for you." "She cares a deuced sight more for me than I do for her," replied the vexed salesman. But Houtin threatened to report him to the directors if he did not show more respect for the customers. The second hand was becoming terrible, of a morose severity ever since the department had conspired to get him Robineau's place. He even showed himself so intolerable, after all the promises of good fellowship with which he had formerly warmed his colleague's zeal, that the latter were now secretly supporting Favier against him. "Now then, no back answers," replied Houtin sharply. "Monsieur Boutemont wishes you to show some foulards of the lightest patterns." In the middle of a department, an exhibition of summer silks illumined the hall with an aurora-like brilliancy, like the rising of a planet amidst the most delicate tints. Pale rose, soft yellow, limpid blue, indeed the whole scarf of iris. There were foulards of a cloudy fineness, surahs lighter than the down falling from trees, satined pekins as soft and supple as a Chinese beauty's skin. Then came Japanese pongees, Indian tussors and koras, without counting the light French silks, the narrow stripes, the small checks and the flowered patterns, all the most fanciful designs, which made one think of ladies in furbelows strolling in the sweet May mornings under the spreading trees of some park. "I'll take this, the Louis XIV with figured roses," said Madame Desforges at last. And whilst Favier was measuring it, she made a last attempt with Boutemont, who had remained near her. "I'm going up to the ready-made department to see if they have any travelling cloaks. Is she fair, the young lady you were talking about?" The manager, who felt rather anxious on finding her so persistent, merely smiled. But just at that moment Denise passed by. She'd just come from the Merinos, which were in the charge of Liénard, to whom she had escorted Madame Boutarel, that provincial lady who came to Paris twice a year, to scatter the money she saved out of her housekeeping all over the ladies' paradise. And thereupon, just as Favier was about to take up Madame Deforge's silk, Houtin, thinking to annoy him, interfered. "It's quite unnecessary. Mademoiselle will have the kindness to conduct this lady." Denise, quite confused, at once took charge of the parcel and the debit note. She could never meet this young man face to face without experiencing a feeling of shame, as if he reminded her of some former fault, and yet she'd only sinned in her dreams. "But just tell me," said Madame Deforge, in a low tone, to Boutemont, "isn't it this awkward girl? He's taken her back, I see. It must be she who is the heroine of the adventure." "Perhaps," replied the silk manager, still smiling, but fully decided not to tell the truth. Madame Deforge then slowly ascended the staircase, preceded by Denise. But after every 2 or 3 steps she had to pause in order to avoid being carried away by the descending crowd. In the living vibration of the whole building, the iron supports seemed to sway under your feet, as if quivering beneath the breath of the multitude. On each stair was a strongly fixed dummy, displaying some garment or other, a costume, cloak, or dressing gown, and the whole was like a double row of soldiers at attention, whilst some triumphal procession went past. Madame Deforge was at last reaching the first story, when a still greater surging of the crowd forced her to stop once more. Beneath her, she now had the departments on the ground floor, with the press of customers through which she had just passed. This was a new spectacle, a sea of foreshortened heads, swarming with agitation like an ant-hill. The white price tickets now seemed but so many narrow lines. The piles of ribbon became quite squat. The promontory of flannel was but a thin partition barring the gallery, whilst the carpets and the embroidered silks which decked the balustrades hung down like processional banners suspended from the gallery of a church. In the distance, Madame Deforge could perceive some corners of the lateral galleries, just as from the top of a steeple one perceives the corners of neighboring streets, with black specks of passers-by moving about. But what surprised her above all, in the weariness of her eyes blinded by the brilliant medley of colors, was, on lowering their lids, to realize the presence of the crowd more keenly than ever, by its dull roar like that of the rising tide, and the human warmth that it exhaled. A fine dust rose from the floor, laden with odore di femmina, a penetrating perfume which seemed like the incense of this temple raised for the worship of woman. Meanwhile, Mouret, still standing before the reading-room with Valagnoche, was inhaling this odor, intoxicating himself with it, and repeating, "They are quite at home. I know some who spend the whole day here, eating cakes and writing letters. There's only one thing left me to do, and that is to find them beds." This joke made Paul smile, he who, in his pessimistic boredom, considered the turbulence of this multitude running after a lot of gewgaws to be idiotic. Whenever he came to give his old comrade a look-up, he went away almost vexed to find him so full of life amidst his people of coquettes. Would not one of them, with shallow brain and empty heart, some day make him realize the stupidity and uselessness of life? That very day Octave seemed to have lost some of his equilibrium. He who generally inspired his customers with a fever, with the tranquil grace of an operator, was as though caught by the passion which was gradually consuming the whole establishment. Since he'd caught sight of Denise and Madame Deforge coming up the grand staircase, he'd been talking louder, gesticulating against his will, and though he affected not to turn his face towards them, he grew more and more animated as he felt them drawing nearer. His face became flushed, and in his eyes was a little of that bewildered rapture with which the eyes of his customers at last quivered. "You must be fearfully robbed," murmured Valenoche, who thought that the crowd looked very criminal. Mouret threw his arms out. "My dear fellow, it's beyond all imagination," said he. And nervously, delighted at having something to talk about, he gave a number of details, related cases, and classified the delinquents. In the first place, there were the professional thieves. These women did the least harm of all, for the police knew every one of them. Then came the kleptomaniacs, who stole from a perverse desire, a new form of nervous affection which the doctor had classed, showing it to be the result of the temptations of the big shops. And finally came the women who were enceintes, and whose thefts were invariably thefts of some especially coveted article. For instance, at the house of one of them, the district commissary of police had found 248 pairs of pink gloves, stolen from well-nigh every shop in Paris. "That's what gives the women such funny eyes here, then," murmured Valenoche. "I've been watching them with their greedy, shameful looks, like mad creatures. A fine school for honesty." "Hang it," replied Mouret, "though we make them quite at home, we can't let them take the goods away under their mantles. And sometimes they are very respectable people. Last week we caught the sister of a chemist and the wife of a judge. Yes, the wife of a judge. However, we always try to settle these matters." He paused to point out Jouve, who was just then looking sharply after a woman at the ribbon counter below. This woman, who appeared to be suffering a great deal from the jostling of the crowd, was accompanied by a friend, whose mission seemed to be to protect her against all hurt, and each time she stopped in a department, Jouve kept his eyes on her, whilst her friend nearby ransacked the cardboard boxes at her ease. "Oh, he'll catch her," resumed Mouret. "He knows all their tricks." But his voice trembled, and he laughed in an awkward manner. Denise and Henriette, whom he had ceased to watch, were at last passing behind him after having had a great deal of trouble to get out of the crush. He turned round suddenly and bowed to his customer with the discreet air of a friend who does not desire to compromise a woman by stopping her in a crowd of people. But Henriette, on the alert, had at once perceived the look with which he had first enveloped Denise. It must be this girl, thought she. Yes, this was the rival she'd been curious to come and see. In the mantle department, the young ladies were fast losing their heads. 2 of them had fallen ill, and Madame Frédéric, the second hand, had quietly given notice the previous day, and repaired to the cashier's office to take her money, leaving the Ladies' Paradise at a minute's notice, just as the Ladies' Paradise itself discharged its employees. Ever since the morning, in spite of the feverish rush of business, everyone had been talking of this affair. Clara, still kept in the department by Mouret's caprice, thought it grand. Marguerite related how exasperated the Bourdoncle was, whilst Madame Aurélie, greatly vexed, declared that Madame Frédéric ought at least to have informed her, for such hypocrisy had never before been heard of. Although Madame Frédéric had never confided in anyone, she was suspected of having relinquished her position to marry the proprietor of some baths in the neighbourhood of the Halles. "It's a travelling cloak that Madame desires, I believe?" inquired Denise of Madame Desforges, after offering her a chair. "Yes," curtly replied the latter, who had made up her mind to be impolite. This ends Chapter 9, Part 3. Chapter 9, Part 4 of The Ladies' Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 4. The new decorations of the department were of a rich severity. On all sides were high-carved oak cupboards, with mirrors filling the whole space of their panels, while a red carpet muffled the continued tramping of the customers. Whilst Denise went off to fetch the cloaks, Madame Desforges, who was looking round, perceived her face in a glass,
and she continued contemplating herself. Was she getting old, that she then should be cast aside for the first comer? The glass reflected the entire department, with all its commotion, but she only beheld her own pale face. She did not hear Clara behind her, relating to Marguerite a story of Madame Frédérique's mysterious goings-on, the manner in which she went out of her way night and morning so as to pass through the Passage Choiseul, and thus make people believe that she lived over the water. "Here are our latest designs," said Denise. "We have them in several colors." She laid out 4 or 5 cloaks. Madame Defarge looked at them with a scornful air, and became harsher at each fresh one that she examined. What was the reason of those pleats which made the garment look so scanty? And that other one, square across the shoulders? Why, you might have thought it had been cut out with a hatchet. Though people went travelling, they could not dress like sentry boxes. "Show me something else, mademoiselle." Denise unfolded and refolded the garments without the slightest sign of ill temper. And it was just this calm, serene patience which exasperated Madame Defarge the more. Her glances continually returned to the glass in front of her. Now that she saw herself there, close to Denise, she ventured on a comparison. Was it possible that he should prefer that insignificant creature to herself? She now remembered that this was the girl whom she had formerly seen cutting such a silly figure at the time of her debut, as clumsy as any peasant wench freshly arrived from her village. No doubt she looked better now, stiff and correct in her silk gown. But how puny, how commonplace she was! "I will show you some other patterns, madame," said Denise quietly. When she returned, the scene began again. Then it was the cloth that was too heavy, or of no good whatever, and Madame Defarge turned round, raising her voice, and endeavouring to attract Madame Aurélie's attention, in the hope of getting the girl a scolding. But Denise, since her return, had gradually conquered the department, and now felt quite at home in it. The first hand had even recognized that she possessed some rare and valuable qualities as a saleswoman, a stubborn sweetness, a smiling force of conviction. And thus, when Madame Aurélie heard Madame Defarge, she simply shrugged her shoulders, taking care not to interfere. "Would you kindly tell me the kind of garment you require, madame?" asked Denise once more, with her polite persistence, which nothing could discourage. "But you've got nothing!" exclaimed Madame Defarge. She stopped short, surprised to feel a hand laid on her shoulder. It was the hand of Madame Marty, who was being carried through the establishment by her fever for spending. Since the cravats, the embroidered gloves, and the red parasol, her purchases had increased to such an extent that the last salesman had just decided to place them all on a chair, as to have carried them on his arm, might have broken it, and he walked in front of her, drawing along the chair, upon which petticoats, napkins, curtains, a lamp, and 3 straw hats were heaped together. "Ah," said she, "you are buying a travelling cloak." "Oh, dear no," replied Madame Defarge. "They are frightful." However, Madame Marty had just noticed a striped cloak, which she rather liked. Her daughter Valentine was already examining it. So Denise called Marguerite to clear the article out of a department, it being one of the previous year's patterns, and Marguerite, at a glance from her comrade, presented it as an exceptional bargain. When she'd sworn that they had twice lowered the price, that they had reduced it from 150 francs to 130, and that it was now ticketed at 110. Madame Marty could not withstand the temptation of its cheapness. She bought it, and the salesman who accompanied her thereupon went off, leaving the chair and the parcels behind him, with all the debit notes attached to the goods. Whilst Marguerite was debiting the cloak, Madame Marty turned her head, and on catching sight of Clara made a slight sign to Madame Defarge, then whispered to her, "Monsieur Mouret's caprice, you know." The other, in surprise, looked round at Clara, and then, after again turning her eyes on Denise, replied, "But it isn't the tall one, it's the little one." And as Madame Marty could not be sure which of the two it was, Madame Deforge resumed aloud, with the scorn of a lady for chambermaids. Perhaps both. Denise had heard everything, and raised her large, pure eyes on this lady who was thus wounding her, and whom she did not know. No doubt it was the lady of whom people had spoken to her, the lady with whom Mouret's name was so often associated. In the glances that were exchanged between them, Denise displayed such melancholy dignity, such frank innocence, that Henriette felt quite uncomfortable. "As you have nothing presentable to show me here, conduct me to the dress and costume department," she said all at once. "I'll go with you as well," exclaimed Madame Marty. "I wanted to see a costume for Valentine." Marguerite thereupon took the chair by its back and dragged it along on its hind legs, which were getting rather worn by this species of locomotion. Denise, on her side, only carried the few yards of silk bought by Madame Deforge. They had, however, quite a journey before them, now that the robes and costumes were installed on the second floor at the other end of the establishment. And the long walk commenced along the crowded galleries. Marguerite went in front, drawing the chair along like some little vehicle, and slowly opening a passage. As soon as she reached the under-linen department, Madame Deforge began to complain. "Wasn't it ridiculous, a shop where you were obliged to walk a couple of leagues to find the least thing?" Madame Marty also declared that she was tired to death, yet she none the less enjoyed this fatigue, this slow exhaustion of strength, amidst the inexhaustible wealth of merchandise displayed on every side. Mouret's idea, full of genius, had absolutely subjugated her, and she paused in each fresh department. She made a first halt before the trousseaux, tempted by some chemises which Pauline sold her, and Marguerite then found herself relieved of the burden of the chair, which Pauline had to take, with the debit notes. Madame Deforge might have gone on her way and thus have liberated Denise more speedily, but she seemed happy to feel her behind her, motionless and patient, whilst she also lingered, advising her friend. In the baby linen department the ladies went into ecstasies, but of course without buying anything. Then Madame Marty's weaknesses began anew. She succumbed successively before a black silk corset, a pair of fur cuffs sold at a reduction on account of the lateness of the season, and some Russian lace, much in vogue at that time for trimming table linen. All these things were heaped up on the chair. The number of parcels still increased, making the chair creak, and the salesmen who succeeded one another found it more and more difficult to drag the improvised vehicle along as its load became heavier and heavier. "This way, madame," said Denise without a murmur, after each halt. "But it's absurd!" exclaimed Madame Deforge. "We shall never get there. Why did they not put the dresses and costumes near the mantles department? It is a mess." Madame Marty, whose eyes were sparkling, intoxicated by the succession of riches dancing before her, replied in an undertone, "Oh dear, what will my husband say? You are right, there is no order in this place. A person loses herself and commits all sorts of follies." On the great central landing there was scarcely room for the chair to pass, as Mouret had just blocked the open space with a lot of fancy goods, cups mounted on gilt zinc, flash dressing cases, and liqueur stands, being of opinion that the crowd there was not sufficiently great, and that circulation was too easy. And he had also authorized one of his shopmen to exhibit on a small table there some Chinese and Japanese curiosities, low-priced knickknacks which customers eagerly snatched up. It was an unexpected success, and he already thought of extending this branch of his business. Whilst two messengers carried the chair up to the second floor, Madame Marty purchased 6 ivory studs, some silk mice, and a lacquered matchbox. On the second floor the journey began afresh. Denise, who'd been showing customers about in this way ever since the morning, was sinking with fatigue. But she still continued correct, gentle, and polite. She again had to wait for the ladies in the furnishing materials department, where a delightful cretonne had caught Madame Marty's eyes. Then, in the furniture department, a work table took her fancy. Her hands trembled, and with a laugh she was entreating Madame Deforges to prevent her from spending any more money, when a meeting with Madame Guibal furnished her with an excuse to continue her purchases. The meeting took place in the carpet department, whither Madame Guibal had gone to return some oriental door curtains, which she'd purchased 5 days previously. And she was standing there, talking to the salesman, a brawny fellow with sinewy arms, who from morning to night carried loads heavy enough to break a bullock's back. Naturally, he was in consternation at this return, which deprived him of his commission, and so did his best to embarrass his customer, suspecting some queer adventure. No doubt a ball given with these curtains, bought at the lady's paradise, and then returned to avoid the cost of hire at an upholsterer's. He knew indeed that this was frequently done by the economical middle-class people. In short, she must have some reason for returning them. If she did not like the designs or the colors, he would show her others. He had a most complete assortment. To all these insinuations, however, Madame Guibal, with queenly assurance, replied quietly that the curtains did not suit her, and she did not deign to add any explanation. She refused to look at any others, and he was obliged to give way, for the salesman had orders to take the goods back, even if they saw that they had been used. As the 3 ladies went off together, and Madame Marty referred remorsefully to the work table, for which she had no earthly need, Madame Guibal said in her calm voice, "Well, you can return it. You saw it was quite easy. Meantime, let them send it to your house. You can put it in your drawing-room, keep it for a time, and then if you don't like it, return it." "Ah, that's a good idea," exclaimed Madame Marty. "If my husband makes too much fuss, I'll send everything back." This was for her the supreme excuse. She ceased calculating and went on buying, with the secret wish, however, to keep everything, for she was not one of those women who give things back. At last they arrived in the dress and costume department. But as Denise was about to deliver to another young lady the silk which Madame Deforges had purchased, the latter seemed to change her mind, and declared that she would decidedly take one of the traveling cloaks, the light grey one with the hood, and Denise then had to wait complacently till she was ready to return to the mantle department. The girl felt that she was being treated like a servant by this imperious, whimsical customer, but she'd vowed to do her duty, and retained her calm demeanor, notwithstanding the rising of her heart and rebellion of her pride. Madame Deforges bought nothing in the dress and costume department. "Oh, mamma," said Valentine, "if that little costume should only fit me!" In a low tone, Madame Guibal was explaining her tactics to Madame Marty. When she saw a dress she liked in a shop, she had it sent home, took a pattern of it, and then sent it back. And thereupon Madame Marty bought the costume for her daughter, remarking, "A good idea! You are very practical, my dear madame." They'd been obliged to abandon the chair. It had been left in distress in the furniture department, beside the work table, for its weight had become too great, and its hind legs threatened to break off. So it was arranged that all the purchases should be centralized at one pay desk, and thence sent down to the delivery department. And then the ladies, still accompanied by Denise, began roaming all over the establishment, making a second appearance in nearly every department. They were ever on the stairs and in the galleries, and at each moment some fresh meeting brought them to a standstill. Thus, near the reading room, they once more came across Madame Bourdelais and her 3 children. The youngsters were loaded with parcels. Madeleine had a dress for herself under her arm. Edmond was carrying a collection of little shoes, whilst the youngest, Lucien, was wearing a new cap. "You as well," said Madame Deforges, laughingly, to her old school friend. "Pray, don't speak of it," exclaimed Madame Bourdelais. "I'm furious. They get hold of us by the little ones now. You know how little I spend on myself. But how can you expect me to resist the entreaties of these children, who want everything? I merely came to show them round,
and here am I plundering the whole establishment." Mouret, who still happened to be there, with Valenoche and Monsieur Dubove, listened to her with a smile. She observed it and complained gaily, though with an undercurrent of real irritation, of these traps laid for a mother's affection. The idea that she had just yielded to the force of puffery raised her indignation, and he, still smiling, bowed, fully enjoying his triumph. Monsieur Dubove, meanwhile, had maneuvered so as to get near Madame Guibal, whom he ultimately followed, for the second time trying to lose Valenoche. But the latter, weary of the crush, hastened to rejoin him. And now once more Denise was brought to a standstill, obliged to wait for the ladies. She turned her back, and Mouret himself affected not to see her. But from that moment Madame Desforges, with the delicate scent of a jealous woman, had no further doubt. Whilst he was complimenting her and walking beside her like a gallant host, she became deeply absorbed in thought, wondering how she could convict him of his treason. Meanwhile, Monsieur Dubove and Valenoche, who had gone on in front with Madame Guibal, reached the lace department, a luxurious room, surrounded by nests of carved oak drawers, which were constantly being opened and shut. Around the columns, covered with red velvet, spirals of white lace ascended, and from one to the other end of the department hung festoons of guipure, whilst on the counters were quantities of large cards, wound round with Valenciennes, Malines, and handmade point. At the further end, two ladies were seated before a mauve silk transparent, on which Deloche was placing some pieces of chantilly, the ladies meantime looking on in silence and without making up their minds. "Hullo," said Valenoche, quite surprised. "You said that Madame Dubove was unwell, but she's standing over there near that counter with Mademoiselle Blanche." The Count could not help starting back, and casting a side glance at Madame Guibal, "Dear me, so she is," said he. It was very warm in this room. The half-stifled customers had pale faces with glittering eyes. It seemed as if all the seductions of the shop converged to this supreme temptation, this secluded corner of perdition, where the strongest must succumb. Women plunged their hands into the overflowing heaps, quivering with intoxication at the contact. "I fancy those ladies are ruining you," resumed Valenoche, amused by the meeting. Monsieur Dubove assumed the look of a husband who is perfectly sure of his wife's discretion, from the simple fact that he does not give her a copper to spend. The Countess, after wandering through all the departments with her daughter, without buying anything, had just stranded in the lace department in a rage of unsated desire. Overcome with fatigue, she was leaning against the counter while her clammy hands dived into a heap of lace, whence a warmth rose to her shoulders. Then, suddenly, just as her daughter turned her head and the salesmen went away, it occurred to her to slip a piece of point d'Alençon under her mantle. But she shuddered and dropped it on hearing Valenoche gaily saying, "Ah, we've caught you, madame." For several seconds she stood there, speechless and very pale. Then she explained that, feeling much better, she'd thought she would take a stroll. And on noticing that her husband was with Madame Guibal, she quite recovered herself, and looked at them with such a dignified air that the other lady felt obliged to say, "I was with Madame Desforges. These gentlemen just met us." As it happened, the other ladies came up just at that moment, accompanied by Mouret, who again detained them to point out Jouve, who was still following the suspicious woman and her lady friend. "It was very curious," said he. "They could not form an idea of the number of thieves arrested in the lace department." Madame Dubove, who was listening, fancied herself between a couple of gendarmes, with her 45 years, her luxury, and her husband's high position. However, she felt no remorse, but reflected that she ought to have slipped the lace up her sleeve. Jouve, however, had just decided to lay hold of a suspicious woman, despairing of catching her in the act, but fully suspecting that she had filled her pockets by means of some sleight of hand which had escaped him. But when he had taken her aside and searched her, he was wild with confusion at finding nothing on her, Not a cravat, not a button. Her friend had disappeared. All at once he understood. The woman he had searched had only been there as a blind. It was the friend who'd done the trick. This affair amused the ladies. Mouret, rather vexed, merely said, "Old Jouve has been floored this time, but he'll have his revenge." "Oh," replied Valagnoche, "I don't think he's equal to it. Besides, why do you display such a quantity of goods? It serves you right if you are robbed. You ought not to tempt these poor defenseless women so." This was the last word, which sounded like the supreme note of the day in the growing fever that reigned in the establishment. The ladies separated, crossing the crowded apartments for the last time. It was 4 o'clock. The rays of a setting sun were darting obliquely through the large front windows and throwing a cross light on the glazed roofs of the halls. And in this red, fiery glow arose, like a golden vapor, the thick dust raised by the circulation of the crowd since early morning. A broad sheet of light streamed along the grand central gallery, showing up the staircases, the flying bridges, all the network of suspended iron. The mosaics and faiences of the friezes glittered. The green and red paint reflected the fire of the lavish gilding. The paradise seemed like a red-hot furnace in which the various displays, the palaces of gloves and cravats, the festoons of ribbons and laces, the lofty piles of linen and calico, the variegated parterres in which bloomed the light silks and foulards, were now burning. The exhibition of parasols, of shield-like roundness, threw forth metallic reflections. In the distance, beyond streaks of shadow, were counters sparkling and swarming with a throng, ablaze with sunshine. And at this last moment, in this overheated atmosphere, the women reigned supreme. They had taken the whole place by storm. They were camping there as in a conquered country, like an invading horde installed amidst all the disorder of the goods. The salesmen, deafened and exhausted, were now nothing but their slaves, of whom they disposed with sovereign tyranny. Fat women elbowed their way along. Even the thinnest took up a deal of space and became quite arrogant. They were all there, with heads erect and gestures abrupt, quite at home, not showing the slightest politeness to one another, but making as much use of the house as they could, even to the point of carrying away the dust from its walls. Madame Bourdelais, desirous of making up for her expenditure, had again taken her children to the refreshment bar, whither the crowd was now rushing with rageful thirst and appetite. Even the mothers were gorging themselves with Malaga. Since the morning, 80 quarts of syrup and 70 bottles of wine had been drunk. After purchasing her traveling cloak, Madame Desforges had secured some picture cards at the pay desk, and she went away scheming how she might get Denise into her house so as to humiliate her before Mouret himself, see their faces, and arrive at a conclusion. And whilst M. Dubove succeeded at last in plunging into the crowd and disappearing with Madame Guibal, Madame Dubove, followed by Blanche and Valagnoche, had the fancy to ask for a red airball, although she'd bought nothing. It would always be something. She would not go away empty-handed. She would make a friend of her doorkeeper's little girl with it. At the distributing counter, they were just starting on the 40th thousand. 39,000 red airballs had already taken flight in the warm atmosphere of the shop. A perfect cloud of red airballs, which were now floating from one end of Paris to the other, bearing upwards to the sky the name of the ladies' paradise. 5 o'clock struck. Of all the ladies, Madame Marty and her daughter were the only ones to remain in the final throes of a day's sales. Although ready to drop with fatigue, she could not tear herself away, being retained by so strong an attraction that although she needed nothing, she continually retraced her steps, scouring the departments with insatiable curiosity. It was the moment in which the throng, goaded on by puffery, completely lost its head. The 60,000 francs paid to the newspapers, the 10,000 bills posted on the walls, the 200,000 catalogues distributed all over the world after emptying the women's purses left their minds weakened by intoxication, and they still remained shaken by Mouret's inventions, the reduction of prices, the returns, and the endless gallantries. Madame Marty lingered before the various proposal stalls, amidst the hoarse cries of the salesmen, the clink of the pay desks, and the rolling of the parcels sent down to the basement. She again traversed the ground floor, the linen, silk, glove, and woolen departments. She again went upstairs, yielding to the metallic vibrations of the hanging staircases and flying bridges. She returned to the mantle, underlinen, and lace departments. She even ascended to the second floor, to the heights of the bedding and furniture galleries, and on all sides the employees, Houtin and Favier, Mignot and Liernard, Deloche, Pauline and Denise, nearly dead with fatigue, were making a final effort, snatching victories from the last fever of the customers. This fever had gradually increased since the morning, like the intoxication emanating from all the tumbled stuffs. The crowd flared under the fiery glare of the 5 o'clock sun. Madame Marty now had the animated, nervous face of a child after drinking pure wine. Arriving with clear eyes and fresh skin from the cold of the street, she had slowly burnt both sight and complexion by the contemplation of all that luxury, those violent colors whose everlasting gallop irritated her passion. When she at last went away, after saying that she would pay at home, terrified as she was by the amount of her bill, her features were drawn and her eyes dilated like those of a sick person. She was obliged to fight her way through the stubborn crush at the door, where people were almost killing each other, amidst the struggle for bargains. Then, when she got into the street and again found her daughter, whom she'd lost for a moment, the fresh air made her shiver, and she remained quite scared, her mind unhinged by the neurosis to which the great drapery establishments give birth. In the evening, as Denise was returning from dinner, a messenger called her. "You're wanted at the director's office, mademoiselle." She had forgotten the order which Mouret had given her in the morning, to go to his office when the sale was over. She found him standing, waiting for her. On going in, she did not close the door, which remained wide open. "We are very pleased with you, mademoiselle," said he, "and we have thought of proving our satisfaction. You know in what a shameful manner Madame Frédéric has left us. From tomorrow, you will take her place as second hand." Denise listened to him, motionless with surprise. Then she murmured in a trembling voice, "But there are saleswomen in the department who are much my seniors, sir." "What does that matter?" he resumed. "You are the most capable, the most trustworthy. I select you. It's quite natural. Are you not satisfied?" She blushed, feeling a delicious happiness and embarrassment in which all her original fright vanished. Why had she, before aught else, thought of the suppositions with which this unhoped-for favor would be received? And she remained there full of confusion, despite her sudden burst of gratitude. With a smile he looked at her in her simple silk dress, without a single piece of jewelry, displaying only the luxury of her royal blonde hair. She'd become more refined, her skin was whiter, her manner delicate and grave. Her former puny insignificance was developing into a penetrating, gentle charm. "You are very kind, sir," she stammered. "I don't know how to tell you." But she was cut short by the appearance of L'Homme on the threshold. In his hand he held a large leather bag, and with his mutilated arm he pressed an enormous note-case to his chest, whilst behind him came his son Albert, weighed down by the load of bags he was carrying. 587,210 francs, 30 centimes, exclaimed the cashier, whose flabby, worn face seemed to light up with a ray of sunshine in the reflection of such a huge sum of money. It was the day's receipts, the highest that the Ladies' Paradise had ever attained. In the distance, in the depths of a shop through which L'Homme had just slowly passed with the heavy gait of an overladen beast of burden, you could hear the uproar, the ripple of surprise and joy which this colossal sum had left behind it as it passed. "Why, it's superb," said Mouret, enchanted. "My good L'Homme, put it down there and take a rest, for you look quite done up. I'll have the money taken to the central cashier's office. Yes, put it all on my table. I want to see the heap." He was full of a childish gaiety. The cashier and his son rid themselves of their burdens. The leather bag gave out a clear golden ring. Two of the other bags in bursting let a torrent of silver and copper escape, whilst from the note case peeped the corners of banknotes. One end of a large table was entirely covered. It was like the tumbling of a fortune picked up in 10 hours. When L'Homme and Albert had retired, mopping their faces, Mouret remained for a moment motionless, dreamy, his eyes fixed on the money. But on raising his head, he perceived Denise, who had drawn back. Then he began to smile again, forced her to come forward, and finished by saying that he would make her a present of all the money she could take in her hand. And there was a sort of love bargain beneath his playfulness. "Look, out of the bag. I bet it would be less than 1,000 francs. Your hand is so small." But she drew back again. He loved her, then? Suddenly she understood everything. She felt the growing flame of desire with which he had enveloped her ever since her return to the shop. What overcame her more than anything else was to feel her heart beating violently. Why did he wound her with the offer of all that money when she was overflowing with gratitude? He was stepping nearer to her still, continuing to joke, when, to his great annoyance, Bourdoncle came in under the pretense of informing him of the enormous number of entries. No fewer than 70,000 customers had entered the Ladies' Paradise that day. And thereupon Denise hastened off, after again expressing her thanks. This ends Chapter 9, Part 4. Chapter 10, Part 1 of The Ladies' Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 1. On the first Sunday in August, the stock-taking, which had to be finished by the evening, took place. Early in the morning all the employees were at their posts, as on a weekday, and the work began with closed doors. Not a customer was admitted. Denise, however, had not come down with the other young ladies at 8 o'clock. Confined to her room since the previous Thursday, through having sprained her ankle, was on her way up to the workrooms. She was now much better. But, as Madame Aurélie treated her indulgently, she did not hurry down. Still, after a deal of trouble, she managed to put her boots on, having resolved that she would show herself in the department. The young ladies' bedrooms now occupied the entire 5th story of the new buildings in the Rue Monsigny. There were 60 of them, on either side of a corridor, and they were much more comfortable than formerly, although still furnished simply with an iron bedstead, large wardrobe, and little mahogany toilet table. The private life of the saleswomen was now becoming more refined and elegant. They displayed a taste for scented soap and fine linen, quite a natural ascent towards middle-class ways as their positions improved, although high words and banging doors were still sometimes heard amidst the hotel-like gust that carried them away morning and evening. Denise, being second-hand in her department, had one of the largest rooms, with 2 attic windows looking into the street. Being now in much better circumstances, she indulged in sundry little luxuries: a red eider-down bed-quilt covered with guipure, a small carpet in front of her wardrobe, a couple of blue glass vases containing a few fading roses on her toilet table. When she had succeeded in getting her boots on, she tried to walk across the room, but was obliged to lean against the furniture, being still rather lame. However, that would soon come right again, she thought. At the same time, she'd been quite right in refusing an invitation to dine at Uncle Baudu's that evening, and in asking her aunt to take Pépé out for a walk, for she had placed him with Madame Grâce again. Jean, who had been to see her on the previous day, was also to dine at his uncle's. She was still slowly trying to walk, resolving, however, to go to bed early in order to rest her ankle, when Madame Cabin, the housekeeper, knocked and gave her a letter with an air of mystery. The door closed. Denise, astonished by the woman's discreet smile, opened the letter, and at once she dropped on a chair, for it was a letter from Mouret, in which he expressed himself delighted at her recovery, and begged her to come down and dine with him that evening, since she could not go out. The tone of this note, at once familiar and paternal, was in no way offensive, but it was impossible for her to mistake its meaning. And thus her white cheeks slowly colored with a flush. With the letter lying on her lap and her heart beating violently, she remained with her eyes fixed on the blinding light which came in by one of the windows. There was a confession which she had been obliged to make to herself in this very room during her sleepless hours. If she still trembled when he passed, she now knew that it was not from fear, and her former uneasiness, her old terror, could have been only the frightened ignorance of love, the perturbation of passion springing up amidst her youthful wildness. She did not reason, she simply felt that she had always loved him, from the hour when she had shuddered and stammered before him. She had loved him when she had feared him as a pitiless master. She had loved him when her distracted heart was dreaming of Houtin, unconsciously yielding to a desire for affection. Yes, she had never loved any but this man, whose mere look terrified her. And all her past life came back to her, unfolding itself in the blinding light from the window. The hardships of her start, that sweet walk under the dark foliage of the Tuileries gardens, and lastly, the desires with which he had enveloped her ever since her return. The letter dropped on the floor, and Denise was still gazing at the window, dazzled by the glare of the sun. Suddenly there was a knock, and she hastened to pick up the missive and conceal it in her pocket. It was Pauline, who, having slipped away from her department under some pretext or other, had come up for a little chat. "How are you, my dear? We never meet now." As it was against the rules, however, to go up into the bedrooms, and above all for two of the saleswomen to be shut in together, Denise took her friend to the end of the passage, to a saloon which Mouret had gallantly fitted up for the young ladies, who could spend their evenings there, chatting or sewing till 11 o'clock. The apartment, decorated in white and gold, with the vulgar nudity of an hotel room, was furnished with a piano, a central table, and some armchairs and sofas protected by white covers. After spending a few evenings together there in the first novelty of the thing, the saleswomen now never entered the place without coming to high words at once. They required educating to it. So far their little circle lacked harmony. Meanwhile, almost the only girl that went there in the evening was the second hand of the corset department, Miss Powell, who strummed away at Chopin on the piano, and whose envied talents were for much in driving the others away. "You see, my ankle's better now," said Denise. "I was just going down." "Well," exclaimed the other, "how zealous you are! I'd take it easy if I had the chance." They had both sat down on a sofa. Pauline's manner had changed since her friend had become second-hand in the mantle department. With her good-natured cordiality there mingled a touch of respect, a sort of surprise at realizing that the puny little saleswoman of former days was on the road to fortune. Denise, however, liked her very much, and amidst the continual gallop of the 200 women that the firm now employed, confided in her alone. "What's the matter?" asked Pauline quickly, when she remarked her companion's troubled looks. "Oh, nothing," replied Denise, with an awkward smile. Yes, there's something the matter with you. Have you no faith in me, that you have given up telling me your worries?" Thereupon Denise, in the emotion that was swelling her bosom, an emotion she could not control, abandoned herself to her feelings.
She gave her friend the letter, stammering, "Look, he's just written to me." Between themselves, they had never openly spoken of Mouret, but this very silence was like a confession of their secret thoughts. Pauline knew everything. After having read the letter, she clasped Denise in her arms and softly murmured, "My dear, to speak frankly, I thought it had all happened long ago. Don't be shocked. I assure you the whole shop must think as I do. You see, he appointed you as second-hand so quickly, and then he's always looking at you. It's obvious." She kissed her affectionately on the cheek and then asked her, "You will go this evening, of course?" Denise looked at her without replying, and all at once burst into tears, letting her head fall on Pauline's shoulder. The latter was quite astonished. "Come, try and calm yourself. There's nothing to upset you like this," she said. "No, no, let me be," stammered Denise. "If you only knew what trouble I am in. Since I received that letter I have felt beside myself. Let me have a good cry. That will relieve me." Full of pity, though not understanding, Pauline endeavored to console her, declaring that she must not worry, for it was quite certain that Monsieur Mouret had ceased to pay any attention to Clara, whilst as for that other lady friend of his, Madame Defarge, it was probably all but so much gossip. Denise listened, and had she been ignorant of her love, she could no longer have doubted it after the suffering she felt at the allusions to those two women. She could again hear Clara's disagreeable voice, and see Madame Defarge dragging her about the different departments with all the scorn of a rich lady for a poor shop-girl. Then the two friends went on conversing, and at last Denise in a sudden impulse exclaimed, "But when a man loves a girl, he ought to marry her. Barget is going to marry you." This was true. Barget, who had left the Bon Marché for the Ladies' Paradise, was going to marry her about the middle of the month. Bourdoncle did not like these married couples. However, they had managed to get the necessary permission, and even hoped to obtain a fortnight's holiday for their honeymoon. On hearing Denise's remark, Pauline laughed heartily. "But, my dear," said she, "Barget is going to marry me because he is Barget. He's my equal, that's natural. Whereas Monsieur Mouret, do you think that Monsieur Mouret could marry one of his saleswomen?" "Oh, no! Oh, no!" exclaimed Denise, shocked by the absurdity of the question, "and that's why he ought never to have written to me." This argument seemed to astonish Pauline. Her coarse face, with small tender eyes, assumed quite an expression of maternal pity. Then she got up, opened the piano, and with one finger softly played the air of King Dagobert, doubtless to enliven the situation. The noises of the street, the distant melopea of a woman crying out green peas, ascended to the bare saloon, whose emptiness seemed increased by the white coverings of the furniture. Denise had thrown herself back on the sofa, her head against the woodwork and shaken by a fresh flood of sobs, which she stifled in her handkerchief. "Again," resumed Pauline, turning round, "really, you are not reasonable. Why did you bring me here? We ought to have stopped in your room." She knelt down before her, and had begun lecturing her again, when a sound of footsteps was heard in the passage. And thereupon she ran to the door and looked out. "Hush, Madame Aurélie," she murmured. "I'm off, and just you dry your eyes. She did not know what's up." When Denise was alone, she rose and forced back her tears, and, her hand still trembling, fearful of being caught there weeping, she closed the piano which her friend had left open. However, on hearing Madame Aurélie knocking at her door, she at once left the drawing-room. "What? You're up!" exclaimed the first hand. "It's very thoughtless of you, my dear child. I just came up to see how you were, and to tell you that we did not require you downstairs." Denise assured her, however, that she felt much better, and that it would do her good to have some occupation. "I shan't tire myself, madame. You can put me on a chair, and I'll do some writing." Both then went downstairs.
Madame Aurélie, most attentive, insisted on Denise leaning on her shoulder. She must have noticed the young girl's red eyes, for she was stealthily examining her. No doubt she was aware of much that was going on. Denise had gained an unexpected victory. She had at last conquered the department. Formerly she had struggled on for 6 months amidst all the torments of drudgery, without disarming her comrades' ill will. But now, in a few weeks, she had overcome them, and saw them submissive and respectful around her. Madame Aurélie's sudden affection had greatly assisted her in this ungrateful task of propitiating her companions. Indeed, the first hand had taken the young girl under her protection with such warmth that the latter must have been recommended to her in a very special manner. However, Denise had also brought her own charm into play in order to disarm her enemies. The task was all the more difficult from the fact that she had to obtain their forgiveness for her appointment to the situation of second hand. The other young ladies spoke of this at first as an injustice, and even added a lot of abominable accusations. But in spite of their revolt, the title of second-hand influenced them, and Denise, with her promotion, assumed a certain air of authority, which astonished and overawed even the most hostile spirits. Soon afterward she actually found flatterers amongst the new hands, and her sweetness and modesty completed the conquest. Marguerite came over to her side, and Clara was the only one to continue her ill-natured ways, still venturing to allude to Denise as the unkempt one, an insult in which nobody now saw any fun. During the short time that she had engaged Mouret's attention, Clara had profited by the caprice to neglect her work, being of a wonderfully idle, gossiping nature, unfitted for any responsible duty. Nevertheless, she considered that Denise had robbed her of Madame Frédéric's place. She would never have accepted it on account of the worry, but she was vexed that no attention had been paid to her claims. 9 o'clock struck as Denise came down, leaning on Madame Aurélie's arm. Out of doors an ardent blue sky was warming the streets. Cabs were rolling towards the railway stations. The whole population of Paris, rigged out in Sunday attire, was streaming towards the suburban woods. Inside the paradise, which the large open base flooded with sunshine, the imprisoned staff had just commenced stock-taking. They closed the doors, and people halted on the pavement, looking through the windows in astonishment that the shop should be shut when such extraordinary activity prevailed inside. From one end of the galleries to the other, from the top to the bottom floor, there was a continual tramping of employees. Arms were ever being raised, and parcels were flying about above their heads. And all this amidst a tempest of shouts and calling out of figures, ascending in confusion and becoming a deafening roar. Each of the 39 departments did its work apart, without troubling about its neighbor. At this early hour the shelves had hardly been touched. There were only a few bales of goods on the floors. They must get a good deal more steam if they were to finish that evening. "Why have you come down?" asked Marguerite of Denise, good-naturedly. "You'll only make yourself worse, and we are quite numerous enough to do the work." "That's what I told her," declared Madame Aurélie, "but she insisted on coming down to help us." All the young ladies flocked round Denise. The work was even interrupted for a time. They complimented her, listening with all sorts of exclamations to the story of her sprained ankle. At last Madame Aurélie made her sit down at a table, and it was understood that she should merely write down the articles as they were called out. On such a day as this they requisitioned all the employees who were capable of holding a pen, the inspectors, the cashiers, the clerks, even the shop messengers, and each department annexed some of these assistants of a day in order to get the work over more quickly. It was thus that Denise found herself installed near L'Homme the cashier and Joseph the messenger, both of whom were bending over large sheets of paper. 5 mantles cloth, fur trimming, 3rd size, at 240 francs, called Marguerite. 4 ditto, 1st size, at 220. The work once more commenced. Behind Marguerite, 3 saleswomen were emptying the cupboards, classifying the articles, and giving them to her in bundles. And when she'd called them out, she threw them on the table, where they were gradually accumulating in huge piles. L'Homme jotted down the articles, whilst Joseph checked him by keeping another list. Whilst this was going on, Madame Aurélie herself, assisted by 3 other saleswomen, were counting out the silk garments, which Denise entered on the sheets of paper given to her. Clara, on her side, was looking after the heaps, arranging them in such a manner that they should occupy the least possible space on the tables. But she was not paying much attention to her work, for many things were already tumbling down. "I say," she asked of a little saleswoman who had joined that winter, "are they going to give you a raise? You know that the second hand is to have 2,000 francs, which, with her commission, will bring her in nearly 7,000. The little saleswoman, without ceasing to pass some cloaks down, replied that if they didn't give her 800 francs, she would take her hook. The raises were always given on the day after the stock-taking. It was also then, as the amount of business done during the year became known, that the managers of the departments drew their commission on the increase of this amount, as compared with that of the preceding year. Thus, despite the bustle and uproar of the work, the impassioned gossiping went on everywhere. Between every 2 articles that were called out, they talked of nothing but money. The rumor ran that Madame Aurélie's gains would exceed 25,000 francs, and this huge sum greatly excited the young ladies. Marguerite, the best saleswoman after Denise, had for her part made 4,500 francs, that is 1,500 francs salary, and about 3,000 francs commission, whilst Clara had not made 2,500 altogether. "I don't care a button for their raises," she resumed, still talking to the little saleswoman. "If Papa were dead, I would jolly soon clear out of this. Still, it exasperates me to see 7,000 francs given to that strip of a girl. What do you say?" Madame Aurélie, turning round with her imperial air, violently interrupted the conversation. "Be quiet, young ladies. We can't hear ourselves speak, my word of honor." Then she again went on calling out, "7 mantles, old style, Sicilian, first size, at 130. 3 pelisses, Surah, second size, at 150. Have you got that down, Mademoiselle Baudu?" "Yes, madame." Clara then had to look after the armfuls of garments piled upon the tables. She pushed them about and made some more room, but she soon left them again to reply to a salesman who was looking for her. It was the glover, Mignot, who had escaped from his department. He whispered a request for 20 francs. He already owed her 30, a loan effected on the day after some races when he'd lost his week's money on a horse. This time he had squandered his commission, drawn overnight, and had not 10 sous left him for his Sunday. Clara had only 10 francs about her, and she lent them with a fairly good grace. And they then went on talking of a party of 6, which they had formed part of, at a restaurant at Bougival, where the women had paid their shares. It was much better to do that. They all felt more at ease. Next, Mignot, who wanted his 20 francs, went and bent over L'Homme's shoulder. The latter, stopped in his writing, appeared greatly troubled. However, he dared not refuse, and was looking for a 10-franc piece in his purse, when Madame Aurélie, astonished at not hearing the voice of Marguerite, who had been obliged to pause, perceived Mignot and understood everything. She roughly sent him back to his department, saying that she didn't want anyone to come and distract her young ladies' attention from their work. The truth was, she dreaded this young man, a bosom friend of Albert's, and his accomplice in all sorts of questionable pranks which she feared would some day turn out badly. Accordingly, when Mignot had got his 10 francs and run away, she could not help saying to her husband, "Is it possible to let a fellow like that get over you?" "But, my dear, I really couldn't refuse the young man." She closed his mouth with a shrug of her substantial shoulders. Then, as the saleswomen were slyly grinning at this family explanation, she resumed severely, "Now, Mademoiselle Vadon, don't let us go to sleep." 20 cloaks, cashmere extra, 4th size, at 18 francs and a half, resumed Marguerite in her sing-song voice. L'homme, with his head bowed down, again began writing. They'd gradually raised his salary to 9,000 francs a year, but he was very humble before Madame Aurélie, who still brought nearly 3 times as much into the family. For a while the work was pushed forward. Figures were bandied about, garments rained thick and fast on the tables. But Clara had invented another amusement. She was teasing the messenger, Joseph, about a passion which he was said to nourish for a young lady in the pattern room. This young lady, already 28 years old, and thin and pale, was a protégée of Madame Desforges, who had wanted Mouret to engage her as a saleswoman, backing up her recommendation with a touching story. An orphan, the last of the Fontenailles, an old and noble family of Poitou, had been thrown onto the streets of Paris with a drunken father. Still, she'd remained virtuous amidst this misfortune, which was the greater as her education was altogether too limited to enable her to secure employment as governess or music mistress. Mouret generally got angry when anyone recommended these broken-down gentlewomen to him. They were no more incapable, more insupportable, more narrow-minded creatures than these gentlewomen, said he. And besides, a saleswoman could not be improvised. She must serve an apprenticeship. It was an intricate and delicate business. However, he took Madame Desforges' protégée, placing her in the pattern room, in the same way as, to oblige friends, he'd already found places for 2 countesses and a baroness in the advertising department, where they addressed wrappers and envelopes. Mademoiselle de Fontenailles earned 3 francs a day, which just enabled her to live in her modest room in the Rue d'Argenteuil. It was on seeing her with her sad look and shabby attire that Joseph's heart, very tender despite his rough soldierly manner, had been touched. He did not confess, but blushed when the young ladies of the mantle department chaffed him, for the pattern room was not far off, and they'd often observed him prowling about the doorway. "Joseph is somewhat absent-minded," murmured Clara. "His nose is always turning towards the underlinen department." This ends Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 2. They had requisitioned Mademoiselle de Fontenailles there, and she was assisting at the trousseau counter. As the messenger continually glanced in that direction, the saleswomen began to laugh, whereupon he became very confused and plunged into his accounts, whilst Marguerite, in order to arrest the burst of gaiety which was tickling her throat, cried out louder still, 14 jackets, English cloth, 2nd size, at 15 francs. At this, Madame Aurélie, who was calling out some cloaks, could not make herself heard. She interfered with a wounded air and a majestic slowness of manner. "A little softer, mademoiselle. We are not in a market, and you are all of you very unreasonable to be amusing yourselves with such childish matters when our time is so precious." Just at that moment, as Clara was not paying any attention to the packages, a catastrophe took place. Several mantles tumbled down, and all the heaps on the tables, carried with them, toppled over one after the other, so that the carpet was quite strewn with them. "There! What did I say?" cried the first hand, beside herself. "Pray be more careful, Mademoiselle Prunaire. It's altogether intolerable." But a hum ran along. Mouret and Bourdoncle, making their round of inspection, had just appeared. The voices began calling again, and the pens sputtered, whilst Clara hastened to pick up the garments. The governor did not interrupt the work. He stood there for several minutes, mute and smiling, with the gay victorious face of stock-taking days, and it was only on his lips that a slight feverish quiver could be detected. When he perceived Denise, he nearly gave way to a gesture of astonishment. She'd come down, then? His eyes met Madame Aurélie's. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he went away into the underlinen department. However, Denise, warned by the slight noise, had raised her head, and, having recognized Mouret, she had immediately bent over her work again. Since she'd been writing in this mechanical way, amidst the calling out of the goods, a peaceful feeling had stolen over her. She had always yielded thus to the first outburst of her sensitiveness. Tears suffocated her, and passion increased her torments. But then she regained her self-command, a grand, calm courage, a quiet but inexorable strength of will. And now, with her limpid eyes and pale complexion, she was free from all agitation, entirely absorbed in her work, resolved to silence her heart and to do nothing but her will. 10 o'clock struck. The uproar of the stock-taking was increasing, and amidst the incessant shouts which rose and flew about on all sides, the same news circulated with surprising rapidity. Every salesman knew that Mouret had written that morning inviting Denise to dinner. The indiscretion came from Pauline. On going downstairs, still greatly excited, she'd met Deloche in the lace department, and without noticing that Leonard was talking to the young man, had immediately relieved her mind of the secret. "It's all over, my dear fellow. She just received the letter. He's invited her to dinner for this evening." Deloche turned very pale. He had understood, for he often questioned Pauline. Each day they spoke of their common friend and Mouret's passion for her. Moreover, she frequently scolded him for his secret love for Denise, with whom he would never succeed, and shrugged her shoulders when he expressed his approval of the girl's conduct with reference to their employer. "Her foot's better. She's coming down," continued Pauline. "Pray don't put on that funeral face. There's no reason to cry." And thereupon she hastened back to her department. "Ah, good," murmured Leonard, who'd heard everything. "You're talking about the young girl with the sprain. You were quite right to make haste in defending her last night at the café." Then he also ran off, but before he had returned to the woolen department, he had already related the story to 4 or 5 fellows. In less than 10 minutes it had gone the round of the whole shop. Leonard's last remark to Deloche referred to a scene which had occurred on the previous evening at the Café Saint-Roch. Deloche and he were now constantly together. The former had taken Houtin's room at the Hôtel de Smyrne, when that gentleman, on being appointed second-hand, had hired a suite of 3 rooms, and the 2 salesmen came to the Ladies' Paradise together in the morning, and waited for each other in the evening in order to go away together. The rooms, which adjoined one another, overlooked a black yard, a narrow well, the stench from which pervaded the hotel. They got on very well together, notwithstanding their difference of character, the one carelessly squandering the money which he drew from his father, and the other penniless, perpetually tormented by ideas of thrift, both having, however, one point in common, their unskilfulness as salesmen, which kept them vegetating at their counters without any increase of salary. After leaving the shop, they spent the greater part of their time at the Café Saint-Roch. Void of customers during the day, this café filled at about 8:30 with an overflowing crowd of employees, the stream of shopmen which rolled into the street from the great doorway in the Place Gaillon. Then the deafening uproar of dominoes, laughter, and yelping voices burst forth amidst dense tobacco smoke. Beer and coffee were in great demand. Seated in the left-hand corner, Leonard would order the most expensive beverages, whilst Deloche contented himself with a glass of beer, which he would take 4 hours to drink. It was here that the latter had heard Favier relating, at a neighboring table, some abominable things about the way in which Denise had hooked the governor. He had with difficulty restrained himself from striking him. However, as the other went on adding still viler and viler stories of the girl, he had at last called him a liar, feeling mad with rage. "What a blackguard!" he had shouted. "It's a lie! It's a lie, I tell you!" And in the emotion agitating him, he had added a confession, entirely opening his heart in a stammering voice. I know her, and it isn't true. She's never had any affection except for one man. Yes, for Monsieur Houtin, and even he has never noticed it." The report of this quarrel, exaggerated and distorted, was already affording amusement to the whole shop when the story of Mouret's letter ran round. In fact, it was to a salesman in the silk department that Léonard first confided the news. With the silk vendors, the stock-taking was going on rapidly. Favier and two shopmen, mounted on stools, were emptying the shelves and passing the pieces of stuff to Houtin, who, standing on a table, called out the figures after consulting the tickets. And he then dropped the pieces onto the floor over which they spread, rising slowly like an autumn tide. Other employees were writing, Albert Lhomme being among the helpers, his face pale and heavy after a night spent in a low show at La Chapelle. A sheet of light fell from the glazed roof of the hall, through which could be seen the intense blue of the sky. "Draw those blinds!" cried out Boutemont, who was very busy superintending the work. "That sun is unbearable." Favier, on tiptoe, trying to reach a piece of silk, then grumbled under his breath, "A nice thing to shut people up on a lovely day like this. No fear of it raining on stock-taking day. And they keep us under lock and key, like convicts, when all Paris is out of doors." He passed the silk to Houtin. On the ticket was the measurement, diminished at each sale by the quantity sold, which greatly simplified the work. The second hand cried out, "Fancy silk, small check, 21 yards, at 6 francs and a half." And then the piece went to increase the heap already on the floor. Whilst waiting for another, he resumed the conversation previously begun by saying to Favier, "So he wanted to fight you?" "Yes, I was quietly drinking my glass of beer. It was hardly worth his while to contradict me, for she has just received a letter from the governor inviting her to dinner. The whole shop is talking about it." "What? Hadn't she dined with him before?" Favier handed him another piece of silk. "No, it seems not, though my opinion was all the other way." The whole department was now joking about the affair, without, however, allowing the work to suffer. The young girl's name passed from mouth to mouth, and the salesmen arched their backs and winked. Boutemont himself, who took a rare delight in all such stories, could not help adding his joke. Just then, however, Mignot came down with the 20 francs which he had just borrowed, and he stopped to slip 10 francs into Albert's hand, making an appointment with him for the evening, a projected spree hampered by lack of money, but still possible, notwithstanding the smallness of the sum secured. However, when Mignot heard about the famous letter, he made such an abominable remark that Boutemont was obliged to interfere. "That's enough, gentlemen. It isn't any of our business. Go on, Monsieur Houtin." "Fancy silk, small check, 32 yards, at 6 francs and a half," cried out the latter. The pen started off again. The pieces fell. The flood of material still increased, as if the water of a river had emptied itself there. And there was no end to the calling out of the fancy silks. Favier, in an undertone, thereupon remarked that the stock in hand would form a nice total. The governors would be enchanted. That big fool of a Boutemont might be the best buyer in Paris, but as a salesman he was not worth his salt. Houtin smiled, delighted, and giving the other a friendly look of approval, for after having himself introduced Boutemont to the ladies' paradise, in order to get rid of Robineau, he was now undermining him also, with the firm intention of depriving him of his berth. It was the same war as formerly. Treacherous insinuations whispered in the partners' ears, excessive zeal to push oneself forward, a regular campaign carried on with affable cunning. Houtin was again displaying some condescension towards Favier, but the latter, thin and frigid with a bilious look, gave him a sly glance, as if to count how many mouthfuls this short little fellow would make, and to imply that he was waiting till he had swallowed up Boutemont in order to eat him afterwards. He, Favier, hoped to get the second-hand's place, should his friend be appointed manager. And after that they would see. Consumed by the fever which was raging from one to the other end of the shop, both of them began talking of the probable increases of salary, without, however, ceasing to call out the stock of fancy silks. They felt sure that Boutmont would secure 30,000 francs that year. Houtin, for his part, would exceed 10,000, whilst Favier estimated his pay and commission at 5,500. The amount of business in the department was increasing yearly. The salesmen secured promotion and increase of pay like officers in time of war. "Won't those fancy silks soon be finished?" asked Boutmont suddenly, with an expression of annoyance. But it was a miserable spring, always raining. People bought nothing but black silks. His fat, jovial face became cloudy as he gazed at the growing heap on the floor, whilst Houtin called out louder still, in a sonorous voice tinged with an accent of triumph, "Fancy silks, small check, 28 yards, at 6 francs and a half." There was still another shelf full. Favier, whose arms were getting tired, was now progressing but slowly. As he handed Houtin the last pieces, he resumed in a low tone, "Oh, I say, I forgot. Have you heard that the second hand in the mantle department once had a regular fancy for you?" Houtin seemed greatly surprised. "What? How do you mean?" "Yes, that great booby Deloche let it out to us. But I remember her casting sheep's eyes at you some time back." Since his appointment as second hand, Houtin had thrown up his music-hall singers. Flattered at heart by Favier's words, he nevertheless replied with a scornful air, "I don't care for such scraggy creatures." And then he called out, "White poule, 35 yards, at 8 francs 75. "Oh, at last," murmured Boutmont, greatly relieved. But a bell rang, that for the second table, to which Favier belonged. He jumped off the stool where another salesman took his place, and he was obliged to climb over the mountain of materials with which the floor was littered. Similar heaps were scattered about in every department. The shelves, the boxes, the cupboards were being gradually emptied, whilst the goods overflowed on all sides, underfoot, between the counters and the tables in ever-rising piles. In the linen department you heard heavy bales of calico falling. In the mercery department there was a clicking of boxes, whilst distant rumbling noises came from amongst the furniture. Every sort of voice was heard too, shrill, full, deep, and husky. Figures whizzed through the air, and a rustling clamour reigned in the immense nave. The clamour of forests in January, when the wind whistles through the branches. Favier at last got clear and went up the dining-room staircase. Since the enlargement of the Ladies' Paradise, the refectories had been shifted to the 4th story of the new buildings. As he hurried up, he overtook Deloche and Liernard, who had gone on before him, so he fell back on Mignot, who was following at his heels. "Deuce," said he, in the corridor leading to the kitchen, on reaching the blackboard on which the bill of fare was inscribed. "You can see it stocked, Hedin Day. A regular feast. Chicken, or a leg of mutton, and artichokes. Their mutton won't be much of a success." Mignot sniggered, murmuring, "Is there a poultry epidemic on, then?" However, Deloche and Liernard had taken their portions and gone away. Favier thereupon leant over the wicket and called out, "Chicken." But he had to wait. One of the kitchen helps had cut his finger in carving, and this caused some confusion. Favier stood there with his face to the opening, gazing into the kitchen with its giant appliances. There was a central range, over which, by a system of chains and pulleys, a couple of rails fixed to the ceiling brought colossal cauldrons, which 4 men could not have lifted. Several cooks, quite white in the ruddy glow of the cast iron, were attending to the evening soup mounted on metal ladders and armed with skimmers fixed to long handles. Then, against the wall, were grills large enough for the roasting of martyrs, saucepans big enough for the stewing of entire sheep, a monumental plate warmer, and a marble basin filled by a continual stream of water. To the left could be seen a scullery with stone sinks as large as ponds, whilst on the other side, to the right, was a huge meat safe, where a glimpse was caught of numerous joints of red meat hanging from steel hooks. A machine for peeling potatoes was working with the tic-tac of a mill, and 2 small trucks laden with freshly picked salad were being wheeled by some kitchen helps into a cool spot under a gigantic filter. "Chicken," repeated Favier, getting impatient. Then, turning round, he added in a lower tone, "One fellow has cut himself. It's disgusting. His blood's running over the food." Mignot wanted to see. Quite a string of shopmen had now arrived. There was a deal of laughing and pushing. The 2 young men, their heads at the wicket, exchanged remarks about this phalansterian kitchen, in which the least important utensils, even the spits and larding pins, assumed gigantic proportions. 2,000 luncheons and 2,000 dinners had to be served, and the number of employees was increasing every week. It was quite an abyss into which something like 45 bushels of potatoes, 120 pounds of butter, and 1,600 pounds of meat were cast every day, and at each meal they had to broach 3 casks of wine, over 150 gallons being served out at the wine counter. "Ah, at last," murmured Favier, when the cook reappeared with a large pan, out of which he handed him the leg of a fowl. "Chicken," said Mignot behind him. And with their plates in their hands they both entered the refectory, after taking their wine at the bar, whilst behind them the word chicken was repeated without cessation, and one could hear the cook picking up the portions with his fork with a rapid, rhythmical sound. The men's dining room was now an immense apartment, supplying ample room for 500 people at each repast. The places were laid at long mahogany tables, placed parallel across the room, and at either end were similar tables reserved for the managers of departments and the inspectors, whilst in the center was a counter for the extras. Right and left large windows admitted a white light to the gallery, whose ceiling, although over 12 feet from the floor, seemed very low, owing to the development of the other proportions. The sole ornaments on the walls, painted a light yellow, were the napkin cupboards. Beyond this first refectory came that of the messengers and carmen, where the meals were served irregularly, according to the needs of the moment. "What, you've got a leg as well, Mignot?" said Favier, as he took his place at one of the tables opposite his companion. Other young men now sat down around them. There was no tablecloth, the plates clattered on the bare mahogany, and in this particular corner everybody was raising exclamations, for the number of legs distributed was really prodigious. "These chickens are all legs," remarked Mignot. "Yes, they're real centipedes," retorted another salesman. Those who had merely secured pieces of carcass were greatly discontented. However, the food had been of much better quality since the late improvements. Mouret no longer treated with the contractor at a fixed rate. He had taken the kitchen into his own hands, organizing it like one of the departments, with a head cook, undercooks, and an inspector, and if he spent more money he got on the other hand more work out of the staff, a practical humanitarian calculation which had long terrified Bourdoncle. "Mine's pretty tender all the same," said Mignot. "Pass the bread." The big loaf was sent round, and after cutting a slice for himself, he dug the knife into the crust. A few dilatory ones now hurried in, taking their places. A ferocious appetite, increased by the morning's work, burst forth from one to the other end of the immense tables. There was an increasing clatter of forks, a gurgling sound of bottles being emptied, a noise of glasses laid down too violently amidst the grinding rumble of 500 pairs of powerful jaws, chewing with wondrous energy. And the talk, still infrequent, seemed to be hampered by the fullness of the mouths. Deloche, however, seated between Boget and Liénard, found himself nearly opposite Favier. They glanced at each other with a rancorous look. Some neighbors, aware of their quarrel on the previous day, began whispering together. Then there was a laugh at poor Deloche's ill luck. Although always famished, he invariably fell on the worst piece at table by a sort of cruel fatality. This time he had come in for the neck of a chicken, and some bits of carcass. Without saying a word, however, he let them joke away, swallowing large mouthfuls of bread, and picking the neck with the infinite art of a fellow who entertains great respect for meat. "Why don't you complain?" asked Boger. But he shrugged his shoulders. What would be the use of that? It was always the same. When he did venture to complain, things went worse than ever. "You know the Bobinots have got their club now," said Mignot, all at once. "Yes, my boy, the Bobbin Club. It's held at a wine shop in the Rue Saint-Honoré, where they hire a room on Saturdays." He was speaking of the mercery salesman. The whole table began to joke. Between two mouthfuls, with his voice still thick, each made some remark, adding a detail. And only the obstinate readers remained mute, with their noses buried in their newspapers. It could not be denied that shopmen were gradually assuming a better style. Nearly half of them now spoke English or German. It was no longer considered good form to go and kick up a row at Boulier, or prowl about the music halls for the pleasure of hissing ugly singers. No, a score of them got together and formed a club. "Have they a piano like the linen men?" asked Liénard. "I should rather think they had," exclaimed Mignot. "And they play, my boy, and sing. There's even one of them, little Baudu, who recites verses." The gaiety redoubled, and they chaffed little Baudu. Nevertheless, beneath their laughter lay a great respect. Then they spoke of a piece at the vaudeville, in which a counter-jumper played a nasty part, which annoyed several of them, whilst others began anxiously wondering at what time they would get away that evening, having invitations to pass the evening at friends' houses. And from all points came similar conversations amidst an increasing rattle of crockery. To drive away the odor of the food, the warm steam which rose from the 500 plates, they had opened the windows, whose lowered blinds were scorching in the heavy August sun. Burning gusts came in from the street, golden reflections yellowed the ceiling, steeping the perspiring eaters in a reddish light. "A nice thing to shut people up on such a fine Sunday as this," repeated Favier. This remark brought them back to the stock-taking. It had been a splendid year, and they went on to speak of the salaries, the raises, the eternal subject, the stirring question which occupied them all. It was always thus on chicken days. A wonderful excitement declared itself. The noise at last became unbearable. When the waiters brought the artichokes, you could not hear yourself speak. However, the inspector on duty had orders to be indulgent. "By the way," cried Favier, "you've heard the news?" But his voice was drowned by Mignot asking, "Who doesn't like artichoke? I'll sell my dessert for an artichoke." No one replied. Everybody liked artichoke. That lunch would be counted amongst the good ones, for peaches were to be given for dessert. "He's invited her to dinner, my dear fellow," said Favier to his right-hand neighbor, finishing his story. "What, you didn't know it?" The whole table knew it. They were tired of talking about it since early morning. And the same poor jokes passed from mouth to mouth. Deloche was quivering again, and his eyes at last rested on Favier, who was persisting in his shameful remarks. But all at once the silk salesman ducked his head, for Deloche, yielding to an irresistible impulse, had thrown his last glass of wine into his face, stammering, "Take that, you infernal liar! I ought to have drenched you yesterday." This ends Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 10, Part 3 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 3. This caused quite a scandal. A few drops had spurted on Favier's neighbors, whilst he himself only had his hair slightly wetted. The wine, thrown by an awkward hand, had fallen on the other side of the table.
However, the others got angry, asking Deloche if the girl was his property that he defended her in this way. What a brute he was! He deserved a good drubbing to teach him better manners. However, their voices fell, for an inspector was observed coming along, and it was useless to let the management interfere in the quarrel. Favier contented himself with saying, "If it had caught me, you would have seen some sport." Then the affair wound up in jeers. When Deloche, still trembling, wished to drink by way of hiding his confusion, and mechanically caught hold of his empty glass, they all burst out laughing. He laid his glass down again awkwardly enough, and commenced sucking the leaves of the artichoke which he'd already eaten. "Pass Deloche the water bottle," said Mignot quietly. "He's thirsty." The laughter increased. The young men took clean plates from the pile standing at equal distances on the table, whilst the waiters handed round the dessert, which consisted of peaches, in baskets, and they all held their sides when Mignot added with a grin, "Each man to his taste. Deloche takes wine with his peaches." Deloche, however, sat motionless, with his head hanging down, as if deaf to the joking going on around him. He was full of despairing regret at thought of what he had just done. Those fellows were right. What right had he to defend her? They would now think all sorts of villainous things. He could have killed himself for having thus compromised her, in attempting to prove her innocence. Such was always his luck. He might just as well kill himself at once, for he could not even yield to the promptings of his heart without doing some stupid thing. And then tears came into his eyes. Was it not also his fault if the whole shop was talking of the letter written by the governor? He heard them grinning and making abominable remarks about this invitation, which Léonard alone had been informed of, and he reproached himself. He ought never to have let Pauline speak before that fellow. He was really responsible for the annoying indiscretion which had been committed. "Why did you go and relate that?" he murmured at last in a sorrowful voice. "It's very wrong." "I?" replied Léonard. "But I only told it to one or two persons, enjoining secrecy. One never knows how these things get about." When Deloche made up his mind to drink a glass of water, everybody burst out laughing again. They'd finished their meal and were lolling back on their chairs, waiting for the bell to recall them to work. They had not asked for many extras at the great central counter, especially as on stock-taking day the firm treated them to coffee. The cups were steaming, perspiring faces shone under the light vapor, floating like bluey clouds from cigarettes. At the windows the blinds hung motionless, without the slightest flapping. One of them, on being drawn up, admitted a ray of sunshine which sped across the room and gilded the ceiling. The uproar of the voices beat upon the walls with such force that the bell was at first only heard by those at the tables near the door. Then they got up, and for some time the corridors were full of the confusion of the departure. Deloche, however, remained behind, to escape the malicious remarks that were still being made. Bauget even went out before him, and Bauget was, as a rule, the last to leave, taking a circuitous route, so as to meet Pauline on her way to the ladies' dining-room, a maneuver they had arranged between them, the only chance they had of seeing one another for a minute during business hours. That day, however, just as they were indulging in a loving kiss in a corner of the passage, they were surprised by Denise, who was also going up to lunch. She was walking slowly on account of her foot. "Oh, my dear," stammered Pauline, very red. "Don't say anything, will you?" Bauget, with his big limbs and giant stature, was trembling like a little boy. He muttered, "They'd precious soon pitch us out. Although our marriage may be announced, they don't allow any kissing, the brutes." Denise, greatly agitated, affected not to have seen them, and Bauget disappeared, just as Deloche, also going the longest way round, in his turn appeared. He wished to apologize, stammering out phrases that Denise did not at first catch. Then, as he blamed Pauline for having spoken before Liénard, and she stood there looking very embarrassed, Denise at last understood the meaning of the whispers she had heard around her all the morning. It was the story of the letter circulating, and again was she shaken by the shiver with which this letter had agitated her. "But I didn't know," repeated Pauline. "Besides, there's nothing bad in the letter. Let them gossip. They're jealous, of course." "My dear," said Denise at last, with her sensible air, "I don't blame you in any way. You've spoken nothing but the truth. I have received the letter, and it is my duty to answer it." Deloche went off heartbroken, in the belief that the girl accepted the situation and would keep the appointment that evening. When the two saleswomen had lunched in a small room, adjoining the larger one where the women were served much more comfortably, Pauline had to assist Denise downstairs again as her sprain was getting more painful. In the afternoon warmth below, the stock-taking was roaring more loudly than ever. The moment for the supreme effort had arrived when, as the work had not made much progress during the morning, everybody put forth their strength in order that all might be finished that night. The voices grew louder still. You saw nothing but waving arms continually emptying the shelves and throwing the goods down, and it was impossible to get along, for the tide of the bales and packages on the floor rose as high as the counters. A sea of heads, brandished fists, and flying limbs seemed to extend to the very depths of the departments, with the confused aspect of a distant riot. It was the last fever of the clearing. The machines seemed ready to burst, and past the plate-glass windows all round the closed shop there still went a few pedestrians, pale with the stifling boredom of a summer Sunday. On the pavement in the Rue Neuve-Saint-Augustin, 3 tall girls, bareheaded and sluttish-looking, were impudently pressing their faces against the windows, trying to see the curious work going on inside. When Denise returned to the mantle department, Madame Aurélie told Marguerite to finish calling out the garments. There was still the checking to be done, and for this, being desirous of silence, she retired into the pattern room, taking Denise with her. "Come with me. We'll do the checking," she said, "and then you can add up the figures." However, as she wished to leave the door open in order to keep an eye on her young ladies, the noise came in, and they could not hear themselves much better even in this pattern room, a large square apartment furnished merely with some chairs and 3 long tables. In one corner were the great machine knives for cutting up the patterns. Entire pieces of stuff were consumed. Every year they sent away more than 60,000 francs worth of material, cut up in strips. From morning to night the knives were cutting silk, wool, and linen with a scythe-like noise. Then, too, the books had to be got together, gummed or sewn, and between the 2 windows there was also a little printing press for the tickets. "Not so loud, please," cried Madame Aurélie every now and again, quite unable as she was to hear Denise reading out the articles. Then, the checking of the first lists being completed, she left the young girl at one of the tables, absorbed in the adding up, but came back almost immediately and placed Mademoiselle de Fontenay near her. The under-linen department, not requiring Madame Desforges' protégée any longer, had placed her at her disposal. She could also do some adding up. It would save time. But the appearance of the Marchioness, as Clara ill-naturedly called the poor creature, had disturbed the department. They laughed and joked at poor Joseph, and their ferocious sallies were wafted into the pattern room. "Don't draw back. You're not at all in my way," said Denise, seized with pity. "My inkstand will suffice. We'll dip together." Mademoiselle de Fontenay, brutified by her unfortunate position, could not even find a word of gratitude. She looked like a woman who drank. Her meagre face had a livid hue, and her hands alone, white and delicate, attested the distinction of her birth. However, the laughter all at once ceased, and the work resumed its regular roar. Mouret was once more going through the departments. But he stopped and looked round for Denise,
surprised at not seeing her there. Then he made a sign to Madame Aurélie, and both drew aside, and for a moment talked in a low tone. He must have been questioning her. She nodded towards the pattern room, and then seemed to be making a report. No doubt she was relating that the young girl had been weeping that morning. "Very good," said Mouret aloud, coming nearer. "Show me the lists." "This way, sir," said the first hand. "We have run away from the noise." He followed her into the next room. Clara was not duped by this maneuver, but Marguerite threw her the garments at a quicker rate, in order to take up her attention and close her mouth. Wasn't the second hand a good comrade? Her affairs did not concern them. The whole department was now aiding and abetting the intrigue. The young ladies grew more agitated than ever. L'Homme and Joseph affected not to see or hear anything. And Inspector Jouve, who, in passing by, had remarked Madame Aurélie's tactics, began walking up and down before the pattern room door, with the regular step of a sentry guarding the will and pleasure of a superior. "Give Monsieur Mouret the lists," said the first hand. Denise handed them over, and sat there with her eyes raised. She had started slightly, but had promptly conquered herself, and retained a fine, calm look, although her cheeks were pale. For a moment Mouret appeared to be absorbed in the lists of articles, never giving the girl a glance. A silence reigned. Then Madame Aurélie all at once stepped up to Mademoiselle de Fontenay, who had not even turned her head, and, apparently dissatisfied with her counting, said to her in an undertone, "Go and help with the parcels. You're not used to figures." Mademoiselle de Fontenay got up and returned to the department, where she was greeted with whispering. Joseph, under the laughing eyes of these young minxes, was writing anyhow. Clara, though delighted to have an assistant, nevertheless treated her very roughly, hating her as she hated all the women in the shop. What an idiotic thing to yield to the love of a workman when you were a marchioness! And yet she envied the poor creature this love. "Very good," repeated Mouret, still pretending to read. However, Madame Aurélie hardly knew how to get away in her turn in a decent fashion. She turned about, went to look at the machine knives, furious with her husband for not inventing a pretext for calling her. But then he was never of any use in serious matters. He would have died of thirst close to a pond. It was Marguerite who proved intelligent enough to go and ask the first hand a question. "I'm coming," replied the latter. And her dignity now being saved, having a pretext to join the young ladies who were watching her, she at last left Denise and Mouret alone together, coming out of the pattern room with a majestic step and so noble an air that the saleswomen did not even dare to smile. Mouret had slowly laid the lists on the table and stood looking at Denise, who had remained seated, pen in hand. She did not avert her gaze, but she had merely turned paler. "You will come this evening?" asked he.
"No, sir, I cannot. My brothers are to be at my uncle's tonight, and I have promised to dine with them."
"But your foot! You walk with such difficulty."
"Oh, I can get so far very well. I feel much better since the morning."
In his turn he had turned pale on hearing this quiet refusal. Nervous revolt made his lips quiver. However, he restrained himself, and with the air of a good-natured master simply interesting himself in one of his young ladies, resumed, "Come now, if I begged of you, you know what great esteem I have for you." Denise retained her respectful attitude.
"I am deeply touched, sir, by your kindness to me, and thank you for this invitation. But I repeat, I cannot. My brothers expect me this evening."
She persisted in not understanding. The door remained open, and she felt that the whole shop was urging her on to ruin. Pauline had amicably called her a great simpleton. The others would laugh at her if she refused the invitation. Madame Aurélie, who had gone away, Marguerite, whose rising voice she could hear, L'Homme, whom she could espy sitting motionless and discreet. All these people were wishing for her fall, and the distant roar of the stock-taking, the millions of goods enumerated on all sides and thrown about in every direction, were like a warm breeze wafting the breath of passion towards her. There was a silence. Now and again Mouret's voice was drowned by the noisy accompaniment, the formidable uproar of a kingly fortune gained in battle. "When will you come, then?" he asked again. "Tomorrow?" This simple question troubled Denise. She lost her calmness for a moment and stammered, "I don't know. I can't." He smiled and tried to take her hand, which she withheld. "What are you afraid of?" he asked. But she quickly raised her head, looked him straight in the face, and smiling with her sweet, brave look, replied, "I am afraid of nothing, sir. I can do as I like, can I not? I don't wish to, that's all." As she finished speaking, she was surprised to hear a creaking noise, and on turning round saw the door slowly closing. It was Inspector Jouve, who had taken upon himself to pull it to. The doors were a part of his duty. None ought ever to remain open. And he gravely resumed his position as sentinel. No one appeared to have noticed that this door was being closed in such a simple manner. Clara alone risked a strong remark in the ear of Mademoiselle de Fontenay, but the latter's face remained expressionless. Denise, however, had risen. Mouret was saying to her in a low and trembling voice, "Listen, Denise, I love you. You have long known it. Pray don't be so cruel as to play the ignorant. I love you, Denise." She was standing there very pale, listening to him and still looking straight into his face. "Tell me," he went on, "why do you refuse? Have you no wants? Your brothers are a heavy burden. Anything you might ask of me, anything you might require of me—" But with a word she stopped him. "Thanks. I now earn more than I need." "But it's perfect liberty that I am offering you, an existence of pleasure and luxury. I will set you up in a home of your own. I will assure you a little fortune." "No thanks. I should soon get tired of doing nothing. I earned my own living before I was 10 years old." He made a wild gesture. This was the first one who did not yield. With the others he had merely had to stoop. His passion, long restrained, goaded on by resistance, became stronger than ever, and he pressed her more and more urgently. But without faltering, she each time replied, "No, no." Then at last he let this hard cry escape him. "But don't you see that I'm suffering? Yes, it's stupid, but I'm suffering like a child." Tears came into his eyes. A fresh silence reigned. They could still hear the softened roar of the stock-taking behind the closed door. It was like a dying note of triumph. The accompaniment subsided into a lower key in presence of this defeat of the master. "And yet, if I liked," he said in an ardent voice, seizing her hands. She left them in his, her eyes turned pale, her whole strength was deserting her. A warmth came from this man's burning grasp, filling her with a delicious cowardice. Good heavens, how she loved him, and with what delight she could have hung on his neck and remained there. But in his passionate excitement he grew brutal. She set up a low cry. The pain she felt at her wrists restored her courage. With an angry shake she freed herself. Then, very stiff, looking taller in her weakness, "No, leave me alone. I am not a Clara to be thrown over in a day. Besides, you love another. Yes, that lady who comes here. I do not accept half an affection." He remained motionless with surprise. What was she saying? And what did she want? The other girls had never asked to be loved. He ought to have laughed at such an idea.
yet this attitude of tender pride completely conquered his heart. "Now, sir, please open the door," she resumed. "It is not proper that we should be shut up together in this way." He obeyed, and with his temples throbbing, hardly knowing how to conceal his anguish, he recalled Madame Aurélie, and broke out angrily about the stock of cloaks, saying that the prices must be lowered until every one had been got rid of. Such was the rule of the house. A clean sweep was made every year. They sold at 60% loss rather than keep an old pattern or any stale material. At that moment, Baudoncle, seeing Mouret, was waiting for him outside, having been stopped before the closed door by Jouve, who'd whispered a word in his ear with a grave air. He got very impatient, without, however, summoning up sufficient courage to interrupt the governor's tête-à-tête. Was it possible? On such a day, too, and with that creature! And when Mouret at last came out, Baudoncle spoke to him about the fancy silks, of which the stock left on hand would be something enormous. This was a relief for Mouret, as it gave him an opportunity for shouting. What the devil was Boutemont thinking about? He went off declaring that he could not allow a buyer to display such lack of sense as to buy beyond the requirements of the business. "What is the matter with him?" murmured Madame Aurélie, quite overcome by his reproaches, while the young ladies looked at each other in surprise. At 6 o'clock the stock-taking was finished. The sun was still shining, a fair summer sun whose golden reflection streamed through the glazed roofs of the halls. In the heavy air of the streets, tired families were already returning from the suburbs, laden with bouquets and dragging their children along. One by one, the departments had become silent. In the depths of the galleries, you now only heard the lingering calls of a few men clearing a last shelf. Then even these voices ceased, and of all the bustle of the day there only remained a quivering vibration above the formidable piles of goods. The shelves, cupboards, boxes, and bandboxes were now empty. Not a yard of stuff, not an object of any sort had remained in its place. The vast establishment displayed but the carcass of its usual appearance. The woodwork was absolutely bare, as on the day of taking possession. This bareness was the visible proof of the complete, exact taking of the stock. And on the floor was 16 million francs worth of goods, a rising sea which had finished by submerging the tables and counters. However, the shopmen, surrounded to the shoulders, began to put each article back into its place. They expected to finish by about 10 o'clock. When Madame Aurélie, who went to the first dinner, came back from the dining room, she announced the amount of business done during the year, which the totals of the various departments had just enabled one to arrive at. The figure was 80 million francs, 10 millions more than the previous year. The only real decrease had been on the fancy silks. "If Monsieur Mouret is not satisfied, I should like to know what more he wants," added the first hand. "See, he's fuming over there, at the top of the grand staircase." The young ladies went to look at him. He was standing alone with a sombre countenance, above the millions scattered at his feet. "Madame," said Denise at this moment, "would you kindly let me go away now? I can't do anything more on account of my foot, and as I am to dine at my uncle's with my brothers." They were all astonished. She had not yielded, then. Madame Aurélie hesitated, and speaking in a sharp and disagreeable voice, seemed inclined to forbid her going out, whilst Clara shrugged her shoulders, full of incredulity. When Pauline learnt the news, she was in the baby linen department with Deloche, and the sudden joy exhibited by the young man made her very angry. As for Baudoncle, who did not dare to approach Mouret in his savage isolation, he marched up and down amidst these rumors, in despair also and full of anxiety. However, Denise went down. As she slowly reached the bottom of the left-hand staircase, leaning on the banister,
she came upon a group of grinning salesmen. Her name was pronounced, and she realized they were talking about her adventure. They had not noticed her descent. "Oh, all that's put on, you know," Favier was saying. "She's full of vice. Yes, I know someone whom she set her eyes on." And thereupon he glanced at Hutin, who, in order to preserve his dignity as second-hand, was standing a short distance away without joining in their conversation. However, he was so flattered by the envious air with which the others contemplated him that he deigned to murmur, "She was a regular nuisance to me, was that girl." Denise, wounded to the heart, clung to the banister. They must have seen her, for they all disappeared, laughing. He was right, she thought, and she reproached herself for her former ignorance, when she'd been wont to think of him. But what a coward he was, and how she scorned him now! A great trouble had come upon her. Was it not strange that she should have found the strength just now to repulse a man whom she adored, when she'd felt herself so feeble in bygone days before that worthless fellow whom she'd only dreamed of? Her sense of reason and her bravery foundered in these contradictions of her being, which she could not clearly read. Then she hastened to cross the hall, but a sort of instinct prompted her to raise her head, whilst an inspector was opening the door, closed since the morning. And still at the top of the stairs, on the great central landing dominating the gallery, she perceived Mouret. He'd quite forgotten the stock-taking. He no longer beheld his empire, that building bursting with riches. Everything had disappeared, his former uproarious victories, his future colossal fortune. With a desponding look, he was watching Denise, and when she crossed the threshold, everything disappeared. A darkness came over the house. This ends Chapter 10, Part 3. Chapter 11, Part 1 of The Lady's Paradise, by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 1. That day, Bourmont was the first to arrive at Madame Desforges's 4 o'clock tea. Waiting alone in her large Louis XVI drawing-room, the brasses and brocatelle of which shone with a clear gaiety, she rose with an air of impatience, saying, "Well?" "Well," replied the young man, "when I told him that I should no doubt call on you, he formally promised me to come." "You made him thoroughly understand that I expected the Baron today?" "Certainly. That's what appeared to decide him." They were speaking of Mouret, who, the year before, had suddenly taken such a liking to Bourmont that he had admitted him to share his pleasures, and had even introduced him to Henriette, glad to have an agreeable fellow always at hand to enliven an acquaintanceship of which he was getting tired. It was thus that Bourmont had ultimately become the confidant of his employer and the handsome widow. He did their little errands, talked of the one to the other, and sometimes reconciled them. Henriette, in her jealous fits, displayed a familiarity which sometimes surprised and embarrassed him, for she was losing the prudence of a woman of the world who employed all her art to save appearances. "You ought to have brought him!" she exclaimed violently. "I should have been sure then." "Well," said he, with a good-natured laugh, "it isn't my fault if he escapes so frequently now." "Oh, he's very fond of me all the same. Were it not for him, I should be in a bad way at the shop." His situation at the Lady's Paradise had really been menaced since the last stock-taking. It was in vain that he talked of the rainy season. They could not overlook the considerable stock of fancy silks left on hand. And as Hutin was improving the occasion, undermining him with the governors with an increase of sly ferocity, he could feel the ground giving way beneath him. Mouret had condemned him, weary already, no doubt, of this witness who prevented him from breaking off with Henriette, and tired of an acquaintanceship which yielded no profit.
But in accordance with his usual tactics, he was pushing Bourdoncle forward. It was Bourdoncle and the other partners who insisted on Boutemont's dismissal at each board meeting, whilst he, according to his own account, resisted then, defending his friend energetically, at the risk even of getting into serious trouble with the others.
"Well, I shall wait," resumed Madame Desforges. "You know that the girl is to be here at 5 o'clock. I want to see them face to face. I must discover their secret."
And thereupon she reverted to her long-meditated plan, mentioning in her agitation that she had requested Madame Aurélie to send her Denise to look at a mantle which fitted badly. When she should once have got the young girl in her room, she'd find some reason for calling Mouret, and would then act. Boutemont, who had sat down opposite to her, was gazing at her with his handsome laughing eyes, which he was endeavouring to keep serious. This jovial fellow, with coal-black beard, this dissipated blade, whose warm Gascon blood empurpled his cheeks, was thinking that fine ladies were not of much account after all, and let out a nice lot of things when they ventured to open their hearts.
"Come," he made bold to say at last, "what can that matter to you, since I assure you that there is nothing whatever between them?" "Just so," she cried. "It's because he loves her. I don't care a fig for the others, the chance acquaintances, the friends of a day."
She spoke of Clara with disdain. She was well aware that Mouret, after Denise's rejection, had fallen back on that tall, red-haired girl with the horse's head. And he'd done this doubtless by calculation, for he maintained her in the department, loading her with presents. Moreover, for the last 3 months he'd been leading a terribly dissipated life, squandering his money in costly and stupid caprices, with a prodigality which caused many remarks.
"It's that creature's fault," repeated Henriette. "I feel sure he's ruining himself with others because she repulses him. Besides, what's his money to me? I should have preferred him poor. You know how fond I am of him, you who have become our friend."
She stopped short, half choking, ready to burst into tears, and in her emotion she held out her hands to him. It was true, she adored Mouret for his youth and his triumphs. Never before had any man thus conquered her. But at the thought of losing him, she also heard the knell of her 40th year, and asked herself with terror how she should replace this great affection.
"I'll have my revenge," she murmured. "I'll have my revenge if he behaves badly."
Boutemont continued to hold her hands in his. She was still handsome, but hers would be a troublesome acquaintance to keep up, and he did not care for that style of woman. The matter, however, deserved thinking over. Perhaps it would be worth his while to risk some annoyance. "Why don't you set up on your own account?" she asked all at once, drawing her hands away. For a moment he was astonished. Then he replied, "But it would require an immense sum. Last year I had such an idea in my head. I feel convinced that there are enough customers in Paris for 1 or 2 more big shops. But the district would have to be well chosen. The Bon Marché holds the left side of the river. The Louvre occupies the center of the city. We monopolize, at the Paradise, the rich West End district. There remains the north, where one might start a rival establishment to the Place Clichy. And I had discovered a splendid position near the Opera House."
"Well, why not?" she asked.
He set up a noisy laugh.
"Just fancy," he replied. "I was stupid enough to go and talk to my father about it. Yes, I was simple enough to ask him to find me some shareholders at Toulouse."
And he gaily described the anger of the old man, who remained buried in his little country shop, full of rage against the great Parisian bazaars. Bursting at the thought of the 30,000 francs a year which his son earned, he had replied that he would sooner give his money and that of his friends to the hospitals than contribute a copper to one of those great establishments which were the pests of trade. Besides, the young man concluded, it would require millions. Suppose they were found,
observed Madame Deforges quietly. He looked at her, becoming serious all at once. Was not this merely a jealous woman's remark? However, she did not give him time to question her, but added, "In short, you know what a great interest I take in you. We'll talk about it again." The outer bell had just rung. She got up, and he himself drew back his chair with an instinctive movement, as if someone might have surprised them. Silence reigned in the drawing-room with its gay hangings, and decorated with such a profusion of green plants that there was like a small wood between the two windows. Henriette stood waiting, with her ear towards the door. "It is he," she murmured. The footman announced Monsieur Mouret and Monsieur de Valenoche. Henriette could not restrain a movement of anger. Why had he not come alone? He must have gone for his friend, fearful of a tête-à-tête with her. However, she smiled and shook hands with both men. "What a stranger you are becoming! I say the same for you, Monsieur de Valenoche." Her great grief was that she was getting stout, and she now squeezed herself into the tightest-fitting black silk dresses in order to conceal her increasing corpulency. Yet her pretty head, with its dark hair, preserved its pleasing shapeliness, and Mouret could familiarly tell her, as he enveloped her with a look, "It's useless to ask after your health. You are as fresh as a rose." "Oh, I'm almost too well," she replied. "Besides, I might have died. You would have known nothing about it." She was examining him also, and thought that he looked tired and nervous, his eyes heavy, his complexion livid. "Well," she resumed, in a tone which she endeavored to render agreeable, "I cannot return your compliment. You don't look at all well this evening." "Overwork," remarked Valenoche. Mouret shrugged his shoulders, without replying. He had just caught sight of Boutmont, and nodded to him in a friendly way. During their closer intimacy, he himself had been wont to take him away from the department, and bring him to Henriette's during the busiest moments of the afternoon. But times had changed, and he now said to him in an undertone, "You went away very early. They noticed your departure and are furious about it." He referred to Bourdoncle and the other persons who had an interest in the business, as if he were not himself the master. "Ah," murmured Boutmont anxiously. "Yes, I want to talk to you. Wait for me. We'll leave together." Henriette had now sat down again, and, while listening to Valenoche, who was announcing that Madame Dubove would probably pay her a visit, she did not take her eyes off Mouret. The latter, again silent, gazed at the furniture, and seemed to be looking for something on the ceiling. Then, as she laughingly complained that she now only had gentlemen at her 4 o'clock tea, he so far forgot himself as to blurt out, "I expected to find Baron Hartmann here." Henriette turned pale. No doubt she well knew that he merely came to her house to meet the Baron. Still, he might have avoided throwing his indifference in her face like that. At that moment the door had opened, and the footman was standing behind her. When she had interrogated him by a sign, the servant leant over and said in a very low tone, "It's for that mantle. Madame wished me to let her know. The young woman is there." Henriette at once raised her voice, so as to be heard, and all her jealous suffering found relief in these scornfully harsh words. "She can wait." "Shall I show her into Madame's dressing-room?" asked the servant. "No, no. Let her stay in the anteroom." And when the servant had gone, she quietly resumed her conversation with Valenoche. Mouret, who had relapsed into his former lassitude, had listened in an absent-minded way, without understanding, while Boutmont, worried by the adventure, remained buried in thought. Almost at that moment, however, the door was opened again, and 2 ladies were shown in. "Just fancy," said Madame Marty, "I was alighting at the door when I saw Madame Dubove coming along under the arcade." "Yes," explained the latter, "it's a fine day, and my doctor says I must take walking exercise." Then, after a general handshaking, she inquired of Henriette, "So you're engaging a new maid?" "No," replied the other, astonished. "Why?" "Because I've just seen a young woman in the ante-room." Henriette interrupted her, laughing. "It's true, all those shop girls look like ladies' maids, don't they?" "Yes, it's a young person come to alter a mantle." Mouret gazed at her intently, a suspicion flashing across his mind. But she went on with a forced gaiety, explaining that she'd bought the mantle in question at the Ladies' Paradise during the previous week. "What?" asked Madame Marty. "Have you deserted Sauveur, then?" "No, my dear, but I wished to make an experiment. Besides, I was pretty well satisfied with the first purchase I made, a travelling cloak. But this time it has not succeeded at all. You may say what you like. One is horribly rigged out in the big shops. I speak out plainly, even before Monsieur Mouret. He will never know how to dress a woman who is in the least degree stylish." Mouret did not defend his establishment, but still kept his eyes on her, consoling himself with the thought that she would never have dared to do what he had suspected. And it was Boutmont who had to plead the cause of a lady's paradise. "If all the aristocratic ladies who patronize us were to proclaim it," he retorted gaily, "you would be astonished by the names of our customers. Order a garment to measure at our place, it will equal one from Sauveur's and cost you but half the money. But there, just because it's cheaper, it's not so good." "So, it doesn't fit, the mantle you speak of?" resumed Madame de Beauve. "Ah, now I remember the young person. It's rather dark in your ante-room." "Yes," answered Madame Marty. "I was wondering where I'd seen that figure before." "Well, go, my dear, don't stand on ceremony with us." Henriette assumed a look of disdainful unconcern. "Oh, presently, there is no hurry." Then the ladies continued the discussion on the garments sold at the large establishments. And afterwards Madame de Beauve spoke of her husband, who, said she, had gone to inspect the stud farm at Saint-Lô, while at the same time Henriette related that, owing to the illness of an aunt, Madame Guibal had been suddenly called into Franche-Comté. Moreover, she did not reckon that day on seeing Madame Bourdelais enter, for at the end of every month the latter shut herself up with a needlewoman to look over her young people's clothes. Madame Marty, meantime, seemed agitated by some secret trouble. Her husband's position at the Lycée Bonaparte was menaced in consequence of the lessons which the poor man gave in certain private establishments where a regular trade was carried on in B.A. diplomas. He now feverishly earned money wherever he could, in order to meet the rage for spending which was pillaging his household. And his wife, on seeing him weeping one evening from fear of dismissal, had conceived the idea of asking her friend Henriette to speak to a director at the Ministry of Public Instruction with whom she was acquainted. Henriette finished by quieting her with a few words. Monsieur Marty, however, was coming himself that afternoon to learn his fate and thank her. "You look unwell, Monsieur Mouret," all at once observed Madame de Beauve. "Overwork," repeated Valagnoche, with ironic apathy. Mouret quickly rose, as if ashamed of forgetting himself in this fashion. He took his accustomed place in the midst of the ladies, and recovered all his agreeable manners. He was now busy with the winter novelties, and spoke of a considerable arrival of lace, whereupon Madame de Beauve questioned him as to the price of Alençon point. She felt inclined to buy some. She was, however, now obliged to be sparing of even 30 sous for a cab fare, and would return home quite ill from the effects of stopping before the displays in the shop windows. Draped in a mantle which was already 2 years old, she tried, in imagination, on her queenly shoulders, all the most expensive garments she saw, and it was as though they had been torn from off her when she awoke, and found herself still wearing her patched-up dresses, without the slightest hope of ever satisfying her passion. This ends Chapter 11, Part 1.
Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Lady's Paradise. by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 2. Baron Hartmann, now announced the footman. Henriette observed with what pleasure Mouret shook hands with the new arrival. The latter bowed to the ladies and glanced at the young man with that subtle expression which sometimes illumined his big Alsatian face. "Always plunged in dress," he murmured, with a smile, and like a friend of the house he ventured to add, "There's a charming young person in the anteroom. Who is she?" "Oh, nobody," replied Madame Deforges, in her ill-natured voice. "Only a shop-girl waiting to see me." The door had remained half open as the servant was bringing in the tea. He went out, came in again, placed the china service on the table, and then brought some plates of sandwiches and biscuits. In the spacious room, a bright light, softened by the green plants, illumined the brasswork and bathed the silk hangings in a tender glow. And each time the door opened, one could perceive a dim corner of the anteroom, which was only lighted by 2 ground-glass windows. There, in the gloom, appeared a sombre form, motionless and patient. Denise was standing. There was indeed a leather-covered bench there, but a feeling of pride prevented her from sitting down on it. She felt the insult intended her. She'd been there for the last half-hour, without a sign, without a word. The ladies and the Baron had taken stock of her in passing. She could now just hear the voices from the drawing-room. All the pleasant luxury wounded her with its indifference, and still she did not move. Suddenly, however, through the half-open doorway, she perceived Mouret, and he, on his side, had at last guessed it to be her.
"Is it one of your saleswomen?" asked Baron Hartmann.
Mouret had succeeded in concealing his great distress of mind. Still, his voice trembled somewhat with emotion.
"No doubt, but I don't know which."
"It's the little fair girl from the mantle department," replied Madame Marty, obligingly. "The second hand, I believe." Henriette looked at Mouret in his turn. "Ah," said he, simply. And then he tried to change the conversation, speaking of the fêtes that were being given to the King of Prussia, who had arrived in Paris the day before. But the Baron maliciously reverted to the young ladies in the big establishments. He pretended to be desirous of gaining information, and put several questions. Where did they come from in general? Was their conduct as bad as it was said to be? Quite a discussion ensued.
"Really," he repeated, "you think them well behaved?"
Mouret defended their conduct with a conviction which made Valognoche smile. Boutemont then interfered to save his chief. Of course, there were some of all sorts, bad and good, though they were all improving. Formerly they had secured nothing but the refuse of the trade, a poor, doubtful class of girls who had drifted into the drapery business, whereas now respectable families in the Rue des Sèvres positively brought up their daughters for the bon marché. In short, when they liked to conduct themselves well, they could, for they were not, like the work-girls of Paris, obliged to board and lodge themselves. They had bed and board given them. Their existence, though an extremely hard one, no doubt, was at all events provided for. The worst was their neutral, ill-defined position, something between the shopwoman and the lady. Thrown into the midst of luxury, often without any primary instruction, they formed a nameless class apart from all others. Their misfortunes and vices sprang from that.
"For myself," said Madame Dubove, "I don't know any creatures who are more disagreeable. Really, one could slap them at times."
And then the ladies vented their spite. Quite a battle was waged at the shop counters, where woman was pitted against woman in a sharp rivalry of wealth and beauty. There was the sullen jealousy of the saleswomen towards the well-dressed customers, the ladies whose manners they tried to imitate, and there was a still stronger feeling on the part of the poorly dressed customers, those of the lower middle class, against the saleswomen, those girls arrayed in silk, from whom they would have liked to exact a servant's humility, even in the serving of a half-franc purchase. "Don't speak of them," said Henriette, by way of conclusion. "They are a wretched lot, as worthless as the goods they sell." Mouret had the strength to smile. The Baron was looking at him, so touched by his graceful command over himself that he changed the conversation, returning to the fetes that were being given to the King of Prussia. "They should be superb," said he. "The whole trade of Paris would profit by them." Henriette meanwhile remained silent and thoughtful, divided between the desire to let Denise remain forgotten in the anteroom and the fear that Mouret, now aware of her presence, might go away. At last she rose from her chair. "You will allow me," said she. "Certainly, my dear," replied Madame Marty. "I will do the honors of the house for you." She got up, took the teapot, and filled the cups. Henriette turned towards Baron Hartmann, saying, "You will stay a few minutes, won't you?" "Yes, I want to speak to Monsieur Mouret. We are going to invade your little drawing-room." She went out, and her black silk dress, in rustling against the door, made a noise like that of a snake wriggling through brushwood. The Baron at once maneuvered to carry Mouret off, leaving the ladies to Boutemont and Valagnoche. Then they stood talking before the window of the other room in a low tone. A fresh affair was in question. For a long time past, Mouret had cherished a desire to realize his former project, the invasion of the whole block of building from the Rue Monsigny to the Rue de la Michaudière, and from the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin to the Rue du 10 Décembre, by the Ladies' Paradise. Of this enormous square, there still remained a large plot of ground fronting the last-named street, which he had not acquired, and this sufficed to spoil his triumph. He was tormented by a desire to complete his conquest, to erect there a sort of apotheosis, a monumental façade. As long as his principal entrance should remain in the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, in a dark street of olden Paris, his work would be incomplete, deficient in logic. He wished to set it up face to face with new Paris, in one of those modern avenues through which the busy multitude of the end of the 19th century passed in the full glare of the sunlight. He could imagine it dominating, imposing itself as the giant palace of commerce, casting even a greater shadow over the city than the old Louvre itself. But hitherto he'd been balked by the obstinacy of the Crédit Immobilier, which still clung to its first idea of building a rival establishment to the Grand Hôtel on the site in question. The plans were ready. They were only waiting for the clearing of the Rue du 10 Décembre to begin digging the foundations. At last, however, by a supreme effort, Mouret had almost convinced Baron Hartmann. "Well," the latter began, "we had a board meeting yesterday, and I came today thinking I should meet you and wishing to keep you informed. They still resist." The young man allowed a nervous gesture to escape him. "But it's ridiculous. What do they say?" "Dear me, they say what I have said to you myself, and what I am still inclined to think. Your façade is only an ornament. The new buildings would only increase the area of your establishment by about 1/10, and it would be throwing away immense sums on a mere advertisement." At this, Mouret burst out. "An advertisement? An advertisement? In any case, this one would be in stone and outlive all of us. Just consider that it would increase our business tenfold. We should see our money back in 2 years. How can ground be lost if it returns you an enormous interest? You will see what crowds we shall have when our customers are no longer obliged to struggle through the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, but can pass freely down a thoroughfare broad enough for 6 carriages abreast." "No doubt," replied the Baron, laughing. "But you are a poet in your way. Let me tell you once more. These gentlemen think it would be dangerous for you to extend your business further. They want to be prudent for you." "How?
Prudent? I no longer understand. Don't the figures show the constant increase in our sales? At first, with a capital of 500,000 francs, I did business to the extent of 2 millions, turning over the capital 4 times every year. It then became 4 million francs, which, turned over 10 times, produced business to the extent of 40 millions. In short, after successive increases, I have just learnt, from the last stock-taking, that the business done now amounts to a total of 80 millions. The capital, which has only been slightly increased, for it does not exceed 6 millions, has passed over our counters in the form of goods sold more than 12 times in the year. He raised his voice and tapped the fingers of his right hand on the palm of his left, knocking down those millions as he might have cracked nuts. The Baron interrupted him. I know, but you don't hope to keep on increasing in this way, do you? Why not? Asked Mouret ingenuously. There's no reason why it should stop. The capital can be turned over as many as 15 times. I predicted as much long ago. In certain departments it can even be turned over 25 or 30 times. And after? Well, after we'll find a means of turning it over still more. So you'll finish by swallowing up all the money in Paris as you'd swallow a glass of water? Most decidedly. Doesn't Paris belong to the women, and don't the women belong to us? The Baron laid his hands on Mouret's shoulders, looking at him with a paternal air. Listen, you're a fine fellow, and I like you. There's no resisting you. We'll go into the matter seriously, and I hope to make them listen to reason. So far we are perfectly satisfied with you. Your dividends astonish the Bourse. You must be right. It will be better to put more money into your business than to risk this competition with the Grand Hotel, which is hazardous. Mouret's excitement at once subsided, and he thanked the Baron, but without any of his usual enthusiasm. And the others saw him turn his eyes towards the door of the next room, again a prey to the secret anxiety which he was concealing. Meanwhile, Valagnoche had come up, on seeing that they had finished talking business. He stood close to them, listening to the Baron, who, with the air of an old man who had seen life, was muttering, I say, I fancy they're taking their revenge. Who? Asked Mouret in embarrassment. Why, the women. They're getting tired of belonging to you, and you now belong to them, my dear fellow. It's only just. Then he joked him, well aware as he was of the young man's notorious love affairs. The enormous sums squandered by Mouret in costly and stupid caprices amused him as an excuse for the follies which he had formerly committed himself. His old experience rejoiced to think that men had in no wise changed. Really, I don't understand you, repeated Mouret. Oh, you understand well enough, answered the Baron. They always get the last word. In fact, I thought to myself, it isn't possible. He's boasting. He can't be so strong as that. And now there you are. So though you obtain all you can from woman, and work her as you would a coal mine, it's simply in order that she may work you afterwards, and force you to refund. And take care, for she'll draw more money from you than you have ever drawn from her. He laughed louder still, and Valagnoche standing by also began to grin, without, however, saying a word. Dear me, one must have a taste of everything, confessed Mouret, pretending to laugh as well. Money is worthless if it isn't spent. As for that, I agree with you, resumed the Baron. Enjoy yourself, my dear fellow. I'll not be the one to preach to you, or to tremble for the great interests we have confided to your care. Every one must sow his wild oats, and his head is generally clearer afterwards. Besides, there's nothing unpleasant in ruining oneself when one feels capable of building up another fortune. But if money is nothing, there are certain sufferings. He stopped, and his smile became sad. Former sufferings doubtless returned to his mind amid the irony of his skepticism. He had watched the duel between Henriette and Mouret with the curiosity of a man who still felt greatly interested in other people's love battles. And he divined that the crisis had arrived. He guessed the pending drama, being well acquainted with the story of that girl Denise whom he'd seen in the anteroom. "Oh, as for suffering, that's not in my line," said Mouret, in a tone of bravado. "It's quite enough to have to pay." The Baron looked at him for a moment without speaking, and not wishing to insist on the subject, he added slowly, "Don't make yourself out to be worse than you are. You'll lose something else besides your money. Yes, you'll lose a part of yourself, my dear fellow." Then he broke off again, laughing, to ask, "That often happens, does it not, Monsieur de Valagnoche?" "So they say, Baron," the latter merely replied. This ends Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 3 of The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola, translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 3. Just at this moment the door opened. Mouret, who was about to answer in his turn, started slightly, and both he and his companions turned round. It was Madame Deforges, who, looking very gay, had put her head through the doorway to call in a hurried voice, "Monsieur Mouret! Monsieur Mouret!" And then perceiving the others, she added, "Oh, you'll excuse me, won't you, gentlemen? I'm going to take Monsieur Mouret away for a minute. The least he can do, as he's sold me such a frightful mantle, and is to give me the benefit of his experience. This girl is a stupid thing without an idea in her head. Come, come, I'm waiting for you." He hesitated, undecided, flinching from the scene he could foresee. However, he had to obey. "Go, my dear fellow, go. Madame wants you," the Baron said to him, with his air at once paternal and mocking. Thereupon Mouret followed her. The door closed, and he thought he could hear Valagnoche laugh, muffled by the hangings. His courage was entirely exhausted. Since Henriette had quitted the drawing-room, and he had known Denise to be there in jealous hands, he had experienced a growing anxiety, a nervous torment, which made him listen from time to time, as if suddenly startled by a distant sound of weeping. What could that woman invent to torture her? And all this love, that love which surprised him even now, went forth to the girl like a support and a consolation. Never before had he loved like this, found such a powerful charm in suffering. His former affections, his love for Henriette herself, so delicate, so handsome, so flattering to his pride, had never been more than agreeable pastimes, whereas nowadays his heart beat with anguish, his life was taken, he could no longer even enjoy the forgetfulness of sleep. Denise was ever in his thoughts. Even at this moment she was the sole object of his anxiety, and he was telling himself that he preferred to be there to protect her, notwithstanding his fear of some regrettable scene with the one he was following. At first they both crossed the bedroom, silent and empty. Then Madame Deforges, pushing open a door, entered the dressing-room, with Mouret behind her. It was a rather large room, hung with red silk and furnished with a marble toilet table and a large wardrobe with 3 compartments and great glass doors. As the window overlooked the courtyard, it was already rather dark, and the 2 nickel-plated gas burners on either side of the wardrobe had been lighted. "Now, let's see," said Henriette. "Perhaps we shall get on better." On entering, Mouret had found Denise standing upright in the middle of the bright light. She was very pale, modestly dressed in a cashmere jacket, with a black hat on her head, and she was holding the mantle purchased at the Lady's Paradise. When she saw the young man, her hands slightly trembled. "I wish Monsieur Mouret to judge," resumed Henriette. "Just help me, mademoiselle." Then Denise, approaching, had to give her the mantle. She'd already placed some pins on the shoulders, the part that did not fit. Henriette turned round to look at herself in the glass. "Is it possible?" "Speak frankly," said she. "It really is a failure, madame," replied Mouret, to cut the matter short. "It's very simple. The young lady will take your measure, and we will make you another." "No, I want this one. I want it immediately," she resumed with vivacity. "But it's too narrow across the chest, and it forms a ruck at the back between the shoulders." Then, in her sharpest voice, she added, "It's no use for you to stand looking at me, mademoiselle. That won't make it any better. Try and find a remedy. It's your business." Denise again commenced to place the pins, without saying a word. This went on for some time. She had to pass from one shoulder to the other, and was even obliged to go almost on her knees in order to pull the mantle down in front. Above her, placing herself entirely in her hands, was Madame Desforges, imparting to her face the harsh expression of a mistress exceedingly difficult to please. Delighted to lower the young girl to this servant's work, she gave her curt orders, watching the while for the least sign of suffering on Mouret's face. "Put a pin here. No, not there. Here, near the sleeve. You don't seem to understand. That isn't it. There's the ruck showing again. Take care, you're pricking me now." Twice again did Mouret vainly attempt to interfere in order to put an end to this scene. His heart was beating violently from this humiliation of his love, and he loved Denise more than ever, with a deep tenderness, in presence of her admirably silent and patient demeanor. If the girl's hand still trembled somewhat at being treated in this way before his face, she nevertheless accepted the necessities of her position with the proud resignation of one who was courageous. When Madame Desforges found they were not likely to betray themselves, she tried another device. She began to smile on Mouret, treating him openly as a lover. The pins having run short, she said to him, "Look, my dear, in the ivory box on the dressing-table. Really, it's empty? Well, kindly look on the chimney-piece in the bedroom. You know, just beside the looking-glass." She spoke as if he were quite at home there, and knew where to find everything. And when he came back with a few pins, she took them one by one, and forced him to remain near her, looking at him the while and speaking low. "I don't fancy I'm humpbacked, eh? Give me your hand. Feel my shoulders, just to please me. Am I really made like that?" Denise slowly raised her eyes, paler than ever, and in silence set about placing the pins. Mouret could only see her heavy blonde tresses, twisted at the back of her delicate neck, but by the slight tremor which was raising them, he could imagine the uneasiness and shame of her face. Hereafter she would most certainly repulse him, and send him back to this woman who did not conceal her affection even before strangers. Brutal thoughts came into his head. He could have struck Henriette. How was he to stop her talk? How tell Denise that he adored her, that she alone existed for him at this moment, and that he was ready to sacrifice for her all his former caprices of a day? The worst of women would not have indulged in the equivocal familiarities of this well-born lady. At last he withdrew his hand, saying, "You're wrong in being so obstinate, madame, since I myself consider the garment to be a failure." One of the gas jets was hissing, and in the stuffy, moist air of the room nothing else was heard but that ardent, sibilant breath. On the red silk hangings, the glass doors of the wardrobe cast broad sheets of vivid light, in which the shadows of the two women played. A bottle containing some essence of verbena, which had been left uncorked inadvertently, emitted a vague, expiring odor of fading flowers. "There, madame, that is all I can do," at last said Denise, rising up. She felt thoroughly worn out. Twice had she run the pins into her fingers, as if blind, her eyes clouded. Was he in the plot? Had he sent for her to avenge himself for her refusal by showing her that other women had affection for him? This thought chilled her.
She could not remember having ever stood in need of so much courage, not even during the terrible hours of her life when she had lacked bread. It was comparatively nothing to be humiliated in this way, but to see him so unconstrained with that other woman was dreadful. Henriette looked at herself in the glass and once more burst into harsh words. "What nonsense, mademoiselle! It fits worse than ever. Just see how tight it is across the chest. I look like a wet nurse." Denise, losing all patience, thereupon made a rather unfortunate remark. "You are rather stout, madame. We cannot make you thinner than you are." "Stout? Stout!" exclaimed Henriette, turning pale in her turn. "You are becoming insolent now, mademoiselle. Really, I should advise you to criticize others." They both stood looking at one another, face to face, and trembling. There was now neither lady nor shop-girl left. They were simply two women, made equal by their rivalry. The one had violently taken off the mantle and cast it on a chair, whilst the other was throwing on the dressing-table the few pins still remaining in her hands. "What astonishes me," resumed Henriette, "is that Monsieur Mouret should tolerate such insolence. I thought, sir, that you were more particular about your employees." Denise had again recovered her brave, calm manner. "If Monsieur Mouret keeps me in his employ," she gently replied, "it's because he has no fault to find. I am ready to apologize to you if he desires it." Mouret was listening, excited by this quarrel, but unable to find a word to put a stop to it. He had a great horror of these explanations between women, whose asperity clashed with his perpetual desire for grace and refinement. Henriette was seeking to compel him to say something in condemnation of the girl, and as he still remained mute and undecided, she stung him with a final insult. "Very good, sir. It seems that I must suffer the insolence of your mistresses in my own house even, a creature you've picked out of some gutter." Two big tears gushed from Denise's eyes. She'd been keeping them back for some time past, but beneath this last insult her whole being succumbed. And when he saw her weeping like that, with a silent, despairing dignity, never making the slightest attempt at retaliation, Mouret no longer hesitated. His heart went forth to her full of immense affection. He took her hands in his and stammered, "Go away quickly, my child, and forget this house." Henriette, perfectly amazed, choking with anger, stood looking at them. "Wait a minute," he continued, folding up the mantle himself. "Take this garment away. Madame will purchase another one elsewhere. And pray don't cry any more. You know how greatly I esteem you." He went with her to the door, which he closed behind her. She had not said a word, but a pink flame had colored her cheeks, whilst her eyes moistened with fresh tears, tears of a delicious sweetness. Henriette, who was suffocating, had taken out her handkerchief and was crushing her lips with it. This was a total overthrow of her calculations. She herself had been caught in the trap she had laid. She was mortified with herself for having carried matters too far, and bitterly tortured by jealousy. To be abandoned for such a creature as that! To see herself disdained before her! Her pride suffered even more than her affection. "So, it's that girl you love," she said painfully, when they were alone. Mouret did not at once reply. He was walking about from the window to the door, seeking to stifle his violent emotion. At last, however, he stopped, and very politely, in a voice which he tried to render frigid, he replied in all simplicity, "Yes, madame." The gas jet was still hissing in the stuffy air of a dressing-room, but the reflections of the glass doors were no longer traversed by dancing shadows. The room seemed bare and full of profound sadness. And Henriette suddenly dropped upon a chair, twisting her handkerchief between her febrile fingers, and repeating amid her sobs, "Good heavens, how wretched I am!" He stood perfectly still, looking at her for several seconds, and then went quietly away.
She, left all alone, wept on in the silence before the pins scattered over the dressing table and the floor. When Mouret returned to the little drawing-room, he found Valognoche alone, the Baron having gone back to the ladies. As he still felt very agitated, he sat down at the further end of the apartment on a sofa, and his friend, on seeing him so faint, charitably came and stood before him, to conceal him from curious eyes. At first they looked at each other without saying a word. Then Valognoche, who seemed to be inwardly amused by Mouret's emotion, finished by asking in his bantering voice, "Are you enjoying yourself?" Mouret did not appear to understand him at first. But when he remembered their former conversations on the empty stupidity and useless torture of life, he replied, "Of course, I've never before lived so much." "Ah, my boy, don't you laugh. The hours that make one die of grief are by far the shortest." Then he lowered his voice and continued gaily, beneath his half-dried tears. "Yes, you know all, don't you? Between them they have rent my heart. But yet the wounds they make are nice, almost as nice as kisses. I am thoroughly exhausted, but no matter. You can't think how I love life. Oh, I shall win her at last, that little girl who still says no." But Valognoche once more trotted out his pessimism. What was the good of working so much if money could not procure everything? He would precious soon have shut up shop and have given up work on the day he found that his millions could not even win him the woman he loved. Mouret, as he listened, became grave. But all at once he protested violently, believing as he did in the all-powerfulness of his will. "I love her, and I'll win her," said he. "But even if she escapes me, you'll see what a place I shall build to cure myself. It will be splendid all the same. You don't understand this language, old man, otherwise you would know that action contains its own recompense. To act, to create, to struggle against facts, to overcome them or be overthrown by them, all human health and joy consists in that." "A mere way of diverting oneself," murmured the other. "Well, I prefer diverting myself. As one must die, I would rather die of passion than boredom." They both laughed. This reminded them of their old discussions at college. Then Valognoche, in an effeminate voice, began to parade his theories of the insipidity of things, making almost a boast of the immobility and emptiness of his existence. Yes, he would be as bored at the ministry on the morrow as he'd been on the day before. In 3 years he had had a rise of 600 francs. He was now receiving 3,600, barely enough to pay for his cigars. Things were getting worse than ever, and if he did not kill himself, it was simply from idleness and a dislike of trouble. On Mouret speaking of his marriage with Mademoiselle de Beauve, he replied that, despite the obstinacy of the aunt in refusing to die, the matter was about to be concluded. At least he thought so. The parents were agreed, and he affected to have no will of his own. What was the use of wishing or not wishing, since things never turned out as one desired? And as an example of this, he mentioned his future father-in-law, who had expected to find in Madame Guibal an indolent blonde, the caprice of an hour, but was now led by her with a whip like an old horse on its last legs. Whilst they supposed him to be inspecting the stud at Saint-Lô, he was squandering his last resources with her in a little house at Versailles. "He's happier than you," said Mouret, getting up. "Oh, rather," declared Valognoche. "Perhaps there's only wrong-doing that's at all amusing." Mouret was now himself again. He was thinking about getting away, but not wishing his departure to resemble a flight, he resolved to take a cup of tea, and therefore went into the big drawing-room with his friend, both of them in high spirits. When the ladies inquired if the mantle had been made to fit, Mouret carelessly replied that he'd given it up as a bad job as far as he was concerned. At this the others seemed astonished, and whilst Madame Marty hastened to serve him, Madame de Beauve accused the shops of never allowing enough material for their garments. At last he managed to sit down near Boutemont, who had not stirred. The two were forgotten for a moment, and, in reply to the anxious questions of Boutemont, who wished to know what he had to expect, Mouret did not hesitate any longer, but abruptly informed him that the board of directors had decided to deprive themselves of his services. He sipped his tea between each sentence he uttered, protesting all the while that he was in despair. Oh, a quarrel that he had not even yet got over, for he had left the meeting beside himself with rage. But then, what could he do? He could not break with those gentlemen about a simple staff question. Bourmont, very pale, had to thank him once more. "What a terrible mantle," at last observed Madame Marty. "Henriette can't get over it." And really the prolonged absence of the mistress of the house had begun to make everyone feel awkward. But at that very moment Madame Desforges appeared. "So you've given it up as well?" exclaimed Madame de Beauve gaily. "How do you mean?" "Why, Monsieur Mouret told us that you could do nothing with it." Henriette affected the greatest surprise. "Monsieur Mouret was joking," said she. "The mantle will fit splendidly." She appeared very calm and smiling. No doubt she bathed her eyes, for they were quite fresh, without the slightest trace of redness. Whilst her whole being was still trembling and bleeding, she managed to conceal her torment beneath a mask of smiling, well-bred elegance, and she offered some sandwiches to Valagnoche with her usual graceful smile. Only the Baron, who knew her so well, remarked the slight contraction of her lips and the sombre fire which she had not been able to extinguish in the depths of her eyes. He guessed the whole scene. "Dear me, each one to her taste," said Madame de Beauve, also accepting a sandwich. "I know some women who would never buy a ribbon except at the Louvre. Others swear by the Bon Marché. It's a question of temperament, no doubt." "The Bon Marché is very provincial," murmured Madame Marty, "and one gets so crushed at the Louvre." They had again returned to the big establishments. Mouret had to give his opinion. He came up to them and affected to be very impartial. The Bon Marché was an excellent house, solid and respectable, but the Louvre certainly had a more showy class of customers. "In short, you prefer the Ladies' Paradise," said the Baron, smiling. "Yes," replied Mouret quietly. "There we really love our customers." All the women present were of his opinion. It was indeed just that. At the Ladies' Paradise they found themselves as a sort of private party. They felt a continual caress of flattery and overflowing adoration which made the most dignified of them linger there. The vast success of the establishment sprang from that gallant fascination. "By the way," asked Henriette, who wished to appear entirely at her ease, "what have you done with my protégée, Monsieur Mouret? You know, Mademoiselle de Fontenay." And turning towards Madame Marty, she explained, "A marchioness, my dear, a poor girl fallen into poverty." "Oh," said Mouret, "she earns 3 francs a day by stitching pattern books, and I fancy I shall be able to marry her to one of my messengers." "Oh, fie! What a horror!" exclaimed Madame de Beauve. He looked at her and replied in his calm voice, "Why so, madame? Isn't it better for her to marry an honest, hard-working messenger than to run the risk of being picked up by some good-for-nothing fellow outside?" Valagnoche wished to interfere for the sake of a joke. "Don't push him too far, madame, or he'll tell you that all the old families of France ought to sell calico." "Well," declared Mouret, "it would at least be an honorable end for a great many of them." They set up a laugh. The paradox seemed far-fetched. But he continued to sing the praises of what he called the aristocracy of work. A slight flush had colored Madame de Beauve's cheeks. She was wild at the shifts to which she was put by her poverty. Whilst Madame Marty, on the contrary, approved what was said, stricken with remorse on thinking of her poor husband. Just then the footman ushered in the professor, who'd called to take her home. In his thin, shiny frock-coat he looked more shriveled than ever by all his hard toil. When he had thanked Madame Deforges for having spoken for him at the ministry, he cast at Mouret the timid glance of a man encountering the evil that is to kill him, and he was quite confused when he heard the other ask him, "Isn't it true, sir, that work leads to everything?" "Work and thrift," replied he, with a slight shiver of his whole body. "Add thrift, sir." Meanwhile, Boutemont had not moved from his chair. Mouret's words were still ringing in his ears. But at last he got up, and approaching Henriette, said to her in a low tone, "Do you know, he's given me notice. Oh, in the kindest possible manner. But may I be hanged if he shan't repent it. I've just found my sign, the Four Seasons, and shall plant myself close to the Opera House." She looked at him with a gloomy expression. "Reckon on me. I'm with you." "Wait a minute," she said. And forthwith she drew Baron Hartmann into the recess of a window, and boldly recommended Boutemont to him as a fellow who would in turn revolutionize Paris by setting up for himself. When she went on to speak of an advance of funds for her new protégé, the Baron, though now never astonished at anything, could not restrain a gesture of bewilderment. This was the fourth fellow of genius that she had confided to him, and he was beginning to feel ridiculous. But he did not directly refuse. The idea of starting a competitor to the Ladies' Paradise even pleased him somewhat, for in banking matters he had already invented this sort of competition to keep off others. Besides, the adventure amused him, and he promised to look into the matter. "We must talk it over tonight," whispered Henriette, on returning to Boutemont. "Don't fail to call about 9 o'clock. The Baron is with us." At this moment the spacious room was full of chatter. Mouret, still standing in the midst of the ladies, had recovered his elegant gracefulness. He was gaily defending himself from the charge of ruining them in dress, and offering to prove by figures that he enabled them to save 30% on their purchases. Baron Hartmann watched him, seized with a fraternal admiration. Come, the duel was finished. Henriette was decidedly beaten. She certainly was not the woman who was to avenge all the others. And he fancied he could again see the modest profile of the girl whom he had observed when passing through the anteroom. She stood there waiting, alone, redoubtable in her sweetness. This ends Chapter 11, Part 3.
Chapter 12, Part 1 of The Ladies' Paradise by Émile Zola. Translated by Frank Belmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 12, Part 1. It was on the 25th of September that the building of the new façade of the Ladies' Paradise commenced. Baron Hartmann, according to his promise, had managed to settle the matter at the last general meeting of the Crédit Immobilier, and Mouret was at length approaching the realization of his dream. This façade, about to arise in the Rue du 10 Décembre, was like the very blossoming of his fortune. He therefore desired to celebrate the laying of the foundation stone, and made it a ceremony, besides distributing gratuities amongst his employees and giving them game and champagne for dinner in the evening. Everyone noticed his wonderful good humor during the ceremony, his victorious gesture as he made the first stone fast with a flourish of a trowel. For weeks he'd been anxious, agitated by a nervous torment that he did not always manage to conceal, and his triumph brought a respite, a distraction to his suffering. During the afternoon he seemed to have returned to his former healthy gaiety. But at dinner time, when he went through the refectory to drink a glass of champagne with his staff, he appeared feverish again, smiling with a painful look. His his features drawn by the unconfessed suffering which was consuming him. He was once more mastered by it. The next day, in the cloak and mantle department, Clara Prunaire tried to be disagreeable with Denise. She'd noticed Colomban's lackadaisical passion and took it into her head to joke about the Baudus. As Marguerite was sharpening her pencil while waiting for customers, she said to her in a loud voice, "You know my admirer opposite. It really grieves me to see him in that dark shop which no one ever enters." "He's not so badly off," replied Marguerite. "He's going to marry the governor's daughter." Oh, resumed Clara. "It would be good fun to flirt with him then. I'll try the game on my word of honor." And she continued in the same strain, happy to feel that Denise was shocked. The latter forgave her everything else, but the thought of her dying cousin Geneviève being finished off by such cruelty exasperated her. As it happened, at that moment the customer came in, and as Madame Aurélie had just gone downstairs, she took the direction of the counter and called Clara. "Mademoiselle Prunaire, you'd better attend to this lady instead of gossiping there." "I wasn't gossiping." "Have the kindness to hold your tongue and attend to this lady immediately." Clara gave in, conquered. When Denise showed her authority, without raising her voice, not one of them resisted. She had acquired this absolute authority by her very moderation. For a moment she walked up and down in silence, amidst the young ladies who had become serious again. Marguerite had resumed sharpening her pencil, the point of which was always breaking. "What? You're getting angry?" all at once said a voice behind Denise. It was Pauline, on her way across the department. She had noticed the scene and spoke in a low tone, smiling. "But I'm obliged to," replied Denise in the same tone. "I can't manage them otherwise." Pauline shrugged her shoulders. "Nonsense! You can be queen over all of us whenever you like," she replied. She was still unable to understand her friend's refusal. Since the end of August, Pauline had been married to Boget. A most stupid affair, she would sometimes gaily remark. That terrible Bourdoncle treated her anyhow now, considering her as lost for trade. Her great fear was that they might some fine day send her to love her husband elsewhere, for the managers had decreed love to be execrable and fatal to business. So great was her dread that when she met Boget in the galleries, she often affected not to know him. She had just had a fright, old Jouve having nearly caught her talking to her husband behind a pile of dusters. "See, he's followed me," she added, after hastily relating the adventure to Denise. "Just look at him sniffing for me with his big nose." Jouve, in fact, was just then coming from the lace department, correctly arrayed in a white tie, and with his nose on the scent for some delinquent. But when he saw Denise, his face relaxed, and he passed by with an amiable smile. "Saved," murmured Pauline. "My dear, you made him swallow that. I say, if anything should happen to me, you would speak for me, wouldn't you?" Yes, don't put on that astonished air. We know that a word from you would revolutionize the house." And thereupon she ran off to her counter. Denise had blushed, troubled by these friendly allusions. It was true, however. She had a vague sensation of her power from the flattery with which she was surrounded. When Madame Aurélie returned and found the department quiet and busy under the surveillance of a second hand, she smiled at her amicably. She threw over Mouret himself, and her amiability daily increased for the young person who might some fine morning desire her situation as first-hand. In a word, Denise's reign was commencing. Bourdoncle alone still stood out. In the secret warfare which he carried on against the young girl, there was in the first place a natural antipathy. He detested her for her gentleness and her charm. Then, too, he fought against her as against a fatal influence which would place the house in peril on the day when Mouret should succumb.
The governor's commercial genius seemed certain to founder in this stupid affection. All that they had gained by women would be swallowed up by this one. None of them touched Bourdoncle's heart. He treated them all with the disdain of a passionless man whose business was to live by them, and whose last illusions had been dispelled by seeing them so closely amidst the worries of his trade. And what made him especially anxious in the presence of his little saleswoman, who had gradually become so redoubtable, was that he did not in the least believe in her disinterestedness, in the genuineness of her refusals. In his opinion, she was playing a part, the most skilful of parts, rendering Mouret absolutely mad, capable of any folly. Thus Bourdoncle could never now catch sight of her, with her clear eyes, sweet face, and simple attitude, without experiencing a real fear, as if he had before him some disguised female flesh-eater, the sombre enigma of woman, death in the guise of a virgin. In what way could he possibly confound the tactics of this spurious novice? He was now only anxious to penetrate her artful ways, in the hope of exposing them to the light of day. She would certainly commit some fault at last. He would surprise her with one of her sweethearts, and she would again be dismissed. The house would then resume its regular working like a well-appointed machine. "Keep a good lookout, Monsieur Jouve," Bourdoncle kept saying to the inspector. "I'll take care that you shall be rewarded." But Jouve was somewhat lukewarm, for he knew something about women, and asked himself whether he had not better take the part of this girl, who might be the sovereign mistress of the morrow. Though he did not now dare to touch her, he still thought her bewitchingly pretty. His colonel in bygone days had killed himself for a similar little thing, with an insignificant face, delicate and modest, one look from whom had ravaged all hearts. "I am watching," he replied, "but on my word I cannot discover anything." And yet stories were circulating. There was quite a current of abominable tittle-tattle running beneath the flattery and respect which Denise felt arising around her. The whole house now declared that she had formerly had Hutin for a sweetheart, and they were suspected of still meeting from time to time. Deloche also was said to keep company with her. They were continually meeting in dark corners and talking for hours together. It was quite a scandal. "So there's nothing about the first hand in the silk department? Or about the young man in the lace one?" asked Bourdoncle. "No, sir, nothing yet," replied the inspector. It was with Deloche especially that Bourdoncle expected to surprise Denise, for one morning he himself had caught them laughing together downstairs. In the meantime, he treated her on a footing of perfect equality, for he no longer disdained her, feeling that she was strong enough to overthrow even himself, notwithstanding his 10 years' service, should he lose the game. "Keep your eyes on the young man in the lace department," he concluded each time. "They're always together. If you catch them, call me, and I'll manage the rest." Mouret, meanwhile, was living in anguish. Was it possible that such a child could torture him in this manner? He could always recall her arrival at the Lady's Paradise, with her heavy shoes, thin black dress, and wild look. She stammered. They all used to laugh at her. He himself had thought her ugly at first. Ugly. And now she could have brought him to his knees by a look, for he thought her nothing less than an angel. Then she had remained the last in the house, repulsed, joked at, treated by him as a curious specimen of humanity. For months he'd wanted to see how a girl sprung up, and had amused himself with this experiment, not understanding that he was risking his heart. She, little by little, had grown and become redoubtable. Perhaps he had loved her from the very first, even at the time when he had thought that he felt nothing but pity for her. And yet he had only really begun to feel this love on the evening of their walk under the chestnut trees of the Tuileries. His life dated from then. He could still hear the laughter of a group of little girls, the distant fall of a jet of water, whilst in the warm shade she walked on beside him in silence. After that, he knew no more. His fever had increased hour by hour. All his blood, his whole being, in fact, had been given to her. And she, such a child. Was it possible? When she passed by now, the slight gust from her dress seemed to him so powerful that he staggered. For a long time he had struggled, and even now he frequently became indignant and endeavored to free himself from this idiotic possession. What power was it she possessed that she should be able to bind him in this way? Had he not seen her without boots to her feet? Had she not been received almost out of charity? He could have understood had it been a question of one of those superb creatures who charm the multitude. But this girl, this nobody, she had, in short, one of those insignificant faces which excite no remark. She could not even be very intelligent, for he remembered her bad beginning as a saleswoman. But after every explosion of anger, he experienced a relapse of passion, a kind of sacred terror at having insulted his idol. She possessed everything a woman can have that is good: courage, gaiety, simplicity, and from her gentleness a charm of penetrating, perfume-like subtlety was exhaled. One might at first ignore her, or elbow her like any other girl. But the charm soon began to act with invincible force, and one belonged to her forever if she deigned to smile. Everything then beamed in her white face, her soft eyes, her cheeks and chin full of dimples, whilst her heavy blonde hair also seemed to light up with a royal and conquering beauty. He acknowledged himself vanquished. She was as intelligent as she was beautiful. Her intelligence came from the best part of her being. Whilst in his eyes the other saleswomen only possessed a superficial education, the varnish which scales off from girls of that class, she, without any false elegance, retained her native grace, the savor of her origin. The broadest commercial ideas sprang up from her experience behind her narrow forehead, whose pure lines clearly announced the presence of a firm will and love of order. And he could have clasped his hands to ask her pardon for blaspheming in his hours of revolt. Why did she still refuse with such obstinacy? 20 times had he entreated her, increasing his offers, offering money and more money. Then, thinking she must be ambitious, he had promised to appoint her first hand as soon as there should be a vacancy. And she had refused, and still refused. For him it was a stupor, a struggle in which his desire became rageful. All his days were now spent amidst the same grievous obsession. Denise's image rose with him. After he dreamed of her all night, she followed him to the desk in his office, where he signed the bills and orders from 9 to 10 o'clock, a work which he accomplished mechanically, never ceasing to feel her present, still saying no with her quiet air. Then at 10 o'clock came the board meeting, quite a cabinet council composed of the 12 directors, at which he had to preside. They discussed matters affecting the indoor arrangements, examined the purchases, settled the window displays. And yet she was still there. He heard her soft voice amidst the figures. He saw her bright smile amidst the most complicated financial situations. After the board meeting, she accompanied him on the daily inspection of the departments, and returning with him to his office in the afternoon, she remained close to his chair from 2 till 4 o'clock, whilst he received a crowd of important businessmen, the principal manufacturers of France, bankers and inventors, a continual coming and going of the wealth and intelligence of the land, a mad dance of millions, rapid interviews during which the biggest affairs of the Paris market were concluded. If he forgot her for a moment whilst he was deciding to ruin or support an industry, he found her again at a sudden twitch of his heart. His voice died away, and he asked himself what could be the use of this princely fortune, since she still refused. At last, when 5 o'clock struck, he had to sign the day's correspondence, and the mechanical working of his hand began again,
whilst she rose up before him more domineering than ever, seizing him entirely to hold possession of him throughout the solitary and ardent hours of the night. And the morrows were the same days over again, days which were so active, so full of colossal labor, but which the slight shadow of a child sufficed to ravage with anguish. However, it was particularly during his daily inspection of the departments that he felt his misery. To have built up this giant machine, to reign over such a world of people, and yet to be dying of grief because of a little girl who would not accept him. He scorned himself, dragging the fever and shame of his pain about with him everywhere. On certain days he became disgusted with his power. From one end to the other of the galleries he felt nothing but nausea. At other times he would have wished to extend his empire and make it so vast that she would perhaps have yielded out of sheer admiration and fear. He would begin by stopping in the basement opposite the chute. This was still in the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, but it had been necessary to enlarge it, and it was now as wide as the bed of a river, down which the continual flood of goods rolled with the loud noise of rushing water. There was a succession of arrivals from all parts of the world, rows of wagons from every railway, a ceaseless unloading, a stream of packing cases and bales flowing underground and absorbed by the insatiable establishment. He gazed at this torrent pouring into his house. He felt that he was one of the masters of the public fortune, that he held in his hands the fate of French manufactures, and yet was unable to buy a kiss from one of his saleswomen. Then he passed on to the receiving department, which now occupied that part of the basement skirting the Rue Monsigny. 20 tables were ranged there in the pale light from the air-holes. Quite a crowd of assistants was bustling about, emptying cases, checking goods, and marking them in plain figures amidst the neighboring roar of the chute, which almost drowned their voices. Various managers of departments stopped him. He had to solve difficulties and confirm orders. The cellar filled with the soft glimmer of satin and the whiteness of linen, a prodigious unpacking in which furs were mingled with lace, French fancy goods with Eastern hangings. With a slow step he wended his way amidst all these riches thrown about in disorder, heaped up in their rough state. Up above they would shine in the window displays, set money galloping through the departments. No sooner shown than carried off in the furious rush of business which traversed the place. But he kept on thinking that he had offered Denise silks and velvets, anything she might like to take in, no matter what quantity, from among these enormous heaps, and that she had refused his offer by a slight shake of her fair head. After that he went to the other end of the basement to pay his usual visit to the delivery department. Interminable corridors ran along, lighted by gas, to the right and the left. The reserves, closed in with gratings, seemed like so many subterranean stores, a complete commercial district with its haberdashery, underclothing, glove, toy, and other shops, all sleeping in the gloom. Further on stood one of the 3 hot-air stoves. Further still was a post of firemen guarding the main gas meter, enclosed in its iron cage. He found, in the delivery department, the sorting tables already littered with heaps of parcels, bandboxes, and cases which were continually arriving in large hampers, and Campion, the superintendent, gave him particulars about the current work, whilst the 20 men placed under his orders distributed the parcels among large compartments, each of which bore the name of a district of Paris, and whence the messengers took them up to the vans waiting beside the foot-pavement. There was a succession of cries, names of streets and other instructions were shouted out. Quite an uproar arose, all the bustle of a mail-boat about to leave her moorings. And he stood there for a moment, motionless, watching this emission of goods which he had just seen the house absorb at the opposite end of the basement. The huge current ended here. It was here that it discharged itself into the street again after filling the tills with gold. But his eyes became dim. This colossal business no longer had any importance for him. He had but one idea, that of going away to some distant land and abandoning everything, should she persist in saying no. Then he went upstairs, continuing his inspection, talking and bestirring himself more and more, but without finding any respite. On the second floor he entered the forwarding department, seeking quarrels and secretly exasperated with the perfect regularity of the machine which he had himself built up. This department was the one that was daily assuming a more considerable importance. It now occupied 200 employees, some of whom opened, read, and classified the letters coming from the provinces and abroad, whilst others collected in compartments the goods ordered by customers. And the number of letters was increasing to such an extent that they no longer counted them. They weighed them, receiving as much as 100 weight a day. He feverishly went through the 3 offices, questioning Levasseur, the chief, as to the weight of the correspondence. Now it was 80, now 90, sometimes on a Monday 100 pounds. The figure increased daily. He ought to have been delighted. But he stood quivering amid the noise made by a neighboring squad of packers nailing down the cases. It was in vain that he roamed about the building. His fixed idea remained fast in his mind, and as his power unfolded itself before him, as the mechanism of the business and the army of employees passed before his gaze, he felt more deeply than ever the taunt of his powerlessness. Orders from all Europe were flowing in. A special post office van was required for his correspondence. And yet she said no. Always no. This ends Chapter 12, Part 1.